will stay in its original orientation. Fundamental principle of gyroscopics. If a plane is doing, let's say, 4,000 mile trip, I think that's something like 90 degrees. Maybe might be, I can't remember, but it's probably about 90 degrees, or 60 degrees, I think it is, of arc that it will make over the round Earth. So the artificial horizon should start to roll backwards during straight and level flight, but it doesn't. It tells you that a plane is flying over a plane. Now, people have said that gyroscopes have these things called pendulous vanes, which correct for the curvature. But when you actually look into what these pendulous vanes are there for, it's to stop the other property of a gyroscope, which is called precession. And precession can be induced mechanically by if it's a vacuum system, by uneven air or particles of dirt in the air, or it can be induced if you do too many manoeuvres. You get to a point where the gyroscope starts tumbling. So they invented these pendulous vanes to stop it tumbling. It doesn't correct for curvature. So that's it. It's those two. I think I've got to add as well, while I'm on that subject of planes, is that planes, its attitude, an attitude of a plane, and straight and level flight, is determined by the air flowing over the wings. Nothing to do with gravity, nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. If the air is flowing in the right way over the wings, the plane will fly straight and level. If you let go of the yoke of the controls, the plane's supposed to fly straight and level, but sometimes it doesn't. So they have a thing called a trim wheel. So they trim the the control surfaces, so that the plane will fly straight. Okay, so if a plane is flying straight and level over a curved surface, it will start to gain altitude, and the pilot would have to nose that plane down to keep it straight and level. But no pilot ever has to make changes. They never have to nose down, and the plane will not automatically follow the curve of the Earth. It will fly straight and level according to the air flowing over it. That's it.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. So just over to you, Pierre, as well. In relation to sort of what, in relation to what the same question I said to Dave, but over to you in terms of what's the key points in your mind why you believe in the Earth is round. Sorry.
Well, I mean, it's not that I believe in. It's really because it is. I mean, it's not because I don't want to say that in a sense of, sounding a little bit pedantic, but it's because there is many observations from many different people that are saying the Earth is round, right? So I have here, I've listed actually the top spatial agencies around the world which have taken picture of the Earth. So there is the Chinese National Space Agency, the ESA, the European Space Agency. So if you look on, newspapers on internet, you will find some pictures by national newspapers that have a picture of the round Earth, and that's coming from different sources, and I think this is just a good enough example, right? So a good enough evidence. So there's the Indian Space Research Organization, the Japanese space, the JAXA, NASA, the Russian equivalent Roscosmos. So I think this in itself is probably a good proof, right? I mean, I don't really. It's a bit. So for the fact that it's because like I mean observation essentially, and the self consistency of all that we know is probably what is the best answer. So we don't observe any object. If you look through a telescope, there's nothing which looks flat in the universe, and that is, that would be very weird. That once in a billion thing maybe not billion, but like in a million thing, then we have to have something that says the Earth is different from everything else because it's flat, and that would be. We would have to explain what if the Earth was flat, then there would have to be a theory why every single object that we observe in the cosmos is round, I think this is already quite a very powerful statistical way of doing it, right? We have many different. If you look through a telescope, you will never see something flat on the in the sky. Which is already, like, as far as science is concerned, this is very powerful, right? To have to say, so that means we would be in a very different place, right? We would be in a place where it's very it would be very particular.
I was just going to say before jump in.
I'm sure you have some points on that later.
Yeah. I mean, I was just going to dive straight in now, and I was actually going to, because I just want to give you a bit of time to sort of introduce yourselves to the topic yourselves, what you think about it. But I would love to now just basically just open it up and just sort of get straight in the deep of it and allow yourselves to maybe, if you have any questions for Dave, if you have any questions for Pierre.
Could I ask you, Dave? Dave, what would you make of what Pierre says there about the various different space organisations that have taken photos of the Earth and it is actually showing a sphere?
Right, well, the first and most obvious question is, why does every single photograph of the Earth look different? If you put them all together and look at them, every single one looks different. The answer to that is with a guy called Rob Simon, who actually works for NASA. Okay, and his job, as he describes it, and you can find this on YouTube, is creating images from data. Yeah, so he gets a load of data, and he creates a picture of Earth from this data. And you'll see that he says, I have to, I take the clouds out, and I have to put a layer over it to simulate the atmosphere. I have to put something called a specular highlight, where it's where the sun would reflect on the sea. I have to, give it depth. I have to make, and he says how he artistically creates this image. It's called the blue marble. Yeah. And he says, I don't know what it's supposed to look like. I'm not an astronaut. I've never seen it, right? But this is what I think it looks like, yeah? Now, I can tell you that in every single one of these space agencies, there's a Rob Simon creating these images from Photoshop. And I think the famous line he says, it is Photoshop. It has to be. Yeah? So, I'm sorry, every single one of these so-called images from space, right, are not photographs. They're composites, they're made up CGI. And doesn't matter what space agency that who's producing them, they're all getting in on the bandwagon of taking public money for, and giving lies for it.
Yeah. So, I mean, if we look at what we have in front of us, and we would take different cameras, take this one, take your phone, take somebody else's phone, take a big DCR, Nikon, super smart, cool one, then we would get a different image. I think this is really clear, right? So that means technology and what exactly we're recording on the tape is going to make, the image different. And I think this is
different.
Really
how?
clear.
Different how?
Different how, as in the number of pixels, the internal resolution, the whatever objective you put on
Colours?
What do you mean?
The colours be resolved differently.
Yeah, the colors be resolved differently
Size
because
of continents change.
Huh?
Size of continents change.
Well, it's different space. Well,
Different space, different.
in different, you know, you could take it in around different place, and then, you know, right, this is my hand, right? If I look at it in this way, then it will look different, and I'll take a different picture
No,
than if
I
I've taken a
didn't
picture
say
like this.
different in orientation. I said different size. There's
But it looks different in the size, right? Like if I have it very close and if I have it very far.
yeah, but in relation to the Earth, the size of the Earth, yeah. We've got multiple pictures of the United States, for instance, where you know they're different sizes on the Earth. Yeah, we've got things like pictures of Australia, yeah, from daytime and nighttime with exactly the same cloud formations above it. You know, like clouds do not move apparently. I particularly have a picture. Galileo, which is taking the 25 shots over 25 hours, showing the rotation of the Earth. Right. Well, there's some very particular cloud formations on it. Yeah, that don't move over 25 hours. Yeah, but I've also found a picture taken supposedly of Antarctica from space with exactly the same cloud formations. Yeah, which they're using a cloud map. So I'm sorry, what?
So if I had to do this, right? If I had to make clouds, then I would use a random number generation, and there would be no possibility of having the exact same clouds. What I think is happening is, yeah, it looks quite similar, but to be honest, I also have the impression, as you said, oh, those images can be photoshopped, then I think you might be looking at photoshopped pictures as well.
Sure, but go to NASA, download their big blue marble image, and then you'll find on that image what they call clone stamped clouds. Yeah. So in Photoshop you have a tool called the clone stamper. Yeah, where you sample a part of the picture and you can stamp it in various places. Yeah. So you'll find that most of that image is made up of clone stamped clouds. You know, you can get it, download it yourself and find it. You know, nature doesn't create sort of multiple versions of the same cloud.
So
Sorry, I was just going. No, you go ahead, right, Ed.
I just also, the other thing about the blue marble. So I don't know what is blue marble, but there is also a whole part of science which is very important, you know, for me and for the weather forecast and all of this, is predictions and model building, right? So I'm not sure what is exactly blue marble, Matt, but I have this impression that you're talking about some people trying to replicate, you know, the behavior of the Earth, the behavior of like how clouds are moving, and how, you know, sort of like the system of the Earth, right? And that is, you know, at the end, that gives us something which is probably really close to what we know as the system of the Earth, round us and something like that. But this is just a model simulation, and the reason why we do that is we want to like try to infer what is going to happen, you know, for weather, what is going to happen for climate change and things like that. So this is, you know, there's, you know, science is about trying to understand what we see, right? So you know, there's the whole part which is observation, and we have to observe what we see and taking data. But there's another part which is we have to predict which model can actually fit this data, can make it look like what we are seeing, right? And this is what the whole area of model building. And I'm not surprised that there is somebody like that in NASA who is actually whose job is actually to like make the Earth, create a simulation of the Earth, right? Because this is what is being used. We want to have that, right? We want to have this sort of things and have a complete understanding, because if we can simulate it and then observe the exact same, you know, and take a picture and take the exact same picture as what we've simulated, then that means we have a complete understanding of the system.
We're not talking about a simulation, okay? In 1972, the only image that's supposedly a photograph of the Earth, was taken by, I think it's Apollo 17, right? It's the only one, that is ever acknowledged to be an actual photograph. Now there's footage from Apollo 11 showing how they faked, seeing the Earth as a ball in space by turning off all the lights in the cabin, having the porthole in the spacecraft, be the circle of the Earth, the Earth filling up the whole porthole, and then putting a piece of card in to represent the Terminator, That was them faking a photograph of the Earth from space, okay? So the 1972 image is suspect, okay? So NASA basically says that every other image, including the blue marble, which is just a photograph, it's not simulation, it was just there to create a photograph, supposedly, Every other image that NASA puts out is CGI. Yeah,
but it's not only about NASA, right?
Well,
there's Chinese,
all
European,
the others
Indian,
too.
Japanese.
All of the others too. They're all getting in on the
Why
act.
would there be this sort of conspiracy? What would these people gain to do this sort of things?
On the really base level, okay, NASA gets something like 58 billion. Was it 58 billion a day, or something? Oh no, 52 million a day. $52 million a day. Okay, that's enough of a reason to do these things just on its own. There are other reasons for it, but that's that's the one that most people can actually understand. Yeah, if they're all getting $52 million a day, right? Wouldn't you fake it if you can convince people to give you $52 million a day, and all you have to do is give them photographs? Yeah, Yeah.
Is that?
Well, I mean, because this is getting a little bit into politics, so I just want to take a step back because, right, this, what would it prove for me to convince you of the inverse, right? Because if you told me, right, oh, well, we have, and I'm going to look those up, right, the gyroscopic effect, etc. Although I doubt that this is going to, well, okay, I can explain this later. But if you were to come here and have sort of explanation why, for example, we don't observe anything which is flat, why is the sun shining, where does it get its energy from, this sort of things, then I would be ready to be like, okay, maybe the Earth is flat, right? But the thing is, and that is because what I believe is science is falsifiable, right? So this is from this is maybe a bit pedantic, but this is from Karl Popper, all right, which is a philosopher, and he wrote that in The Logic of Scientific Discovery in 1959, and so it's like science has to be falsifiable. So sometimes we get it wrong, and then somebody comes up with a great idea, and then the whole paradigm, the whole way of thinking of science just changes, right? But that NASA fake photos doesn't really change the way science is. Nature doesn't really care about NASA, right? It's not like all this is like, this is all upstream political. All of this doesn't really change the science of it.
NASA's not there to change science, though. It's there to change the minds of people. That's it. It's not there to change science. Well, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, this is kind of what I wanted to say, really. Because, you're saying the lack of curvature, right? Okay, let's say you cannot see, you're talking about this.
Hey, what's up? Who's out there? Somebody's in here. Hey, Andy.
Hello, Jenny.
What's up?
Yeah. I'm here too, from the land across, not down under.
Hi. Me, I am right next to the Mirage, if you can believe that shit or not. Like,
Oh,
I'm not,
Chicago.
Yeah, like 30 minutes. I'm in the suburbs. So yeah, I think I actually probably like 25 minutes. I don't know, maybe less and good traffic.
You are in the field, Chicago skyline.
Well, I'm next to the Mirage. I'm not in the Mirage. Mm-hmm. So that's just, to me, that's just never ending entertainment for myself to think of it like that. I am behind the Mirage. I'm behind the Mirage, you guys. That's where I am.
Oh, so you're in the Mirage, so you can't see the Mirage.
No, I'm not in the Mirage. I'm next to the Mirage. Yes.
Mm.
But yeah, so
Have you ever seen the Mirage?
for myself, no. That would be amazing. I don't know. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. There's just never enough hours.
Did you catch our conversation with Matthew the other day? And we said if everyone, well, it was if everyone came to you and said, "Yep, we've been lying. Sorry, the Earth is flat." All his university professors or his pastor, everyone like that. No, sorry, we've been lying. The Earth is flat. Would you then become a flat earther? And he said no, because I know it's round, a globe. So he'd be the only.
Well, he just thinks he's Mr. Smarty Pants because he knows more about math than we do or something, allegedly. But, you know.
Well, he even says, I enjoy being in a room with people that I know more than, He's even said that before.
Wow. So, yeah, if reincarnation exists, Matthew is coming back again. Matthew will return. Mm-hmm.
He's coming back in the globe.
Let's hope not. Let's hope not. The second time around, who knows how many times.
One of the hardest things for a man to admit is that he's been fooled.
Yeah, but why take it all personally and shit? It's happened to all of us. It's like, catch up.
No, because it's a bruise to the ego. It's not something that you catch
But
up.
it's not just you, Matthew. It's not just you. You ain't the only one. Why?
I think the whole life is a lie. I think about that. That's not something easy.
Well, if we would all pay more attention to the Bible, we wouldn't be in this position, probably, because we're not supposed to listen to man. So there's that. And not that I want to get on that topic, but, we're not talking about how we deceived ourselves. We were deceived by man. And we should all be thankful that we all realized it. That's what I say. Doesn't that make sense? What I just said? No. I guess people need to learn about their ego or something.
The Bible's only metaphors. That's the narrative.
It's all metaphors, is that what you said? Well, it is philosophy.
There are no angels, there are no miracles. God is someone who made the universe and then left. Basically, lackluster, low faith Christians. Lukewarm Christians. That's what we got.
Yeah.
Not really with it. Believing in the Catholic Big Bang.
Man. Okay, so the what Miguel posted a moment ago, that's not Joshua Nowicki's photo, is it?
No,
I didn't think so.
but it's Chicago. But I can get that one.
Well, no, I didn't know somebody else photographed it so well. That's amazing. Funny how we someone else reproduced that original Joshua Nowicki photo. Weird.
Have you caught the video with the boat trip where they hone in on it and then they take the boat and keep the skyline in the picture, and it stays exactly where it exactly where it is at all times? Have you seen that one?
It's been a while, but yeah.
Yeah, that one's great.
Yeah, so not only did they record the event, they recorded themselves recording the event. That was pretty cool. The atmosphere is so different between the two photos.
And by the way, one thing that the Globers forget is that those buildings are perfectly vertically.
I know, right? I think most people don't think that or consider that. I mean, obviously, there's probably, forgive me, some engineers that look at that and don't think of that. Right? That's how deep the indoctrination is steeped into our subconscious.
Exactly. And by the way, those guys from Brazil, they did contract engineers and surveyors, and these guys at first they were Globers, and when these engineers and surveyors they were at the field doing observations and measurements, when they realized that even on a big lake at Peru, Lake Titicaca, they almost 70 miles away, they did not found the curvature there, and after this, they realized that this globe light doesn't exist. No curve, no ball. They even with they send the other team to the other shoreline of the lake at night, and they even they point a laser next to water level, and they even did a surprise. They had a flashlight, and the other team they saw the laser and the flashlight. This was so close to water, water level. And
I think I saw that one. Wasn't that over actually a frozen lake?
No, that I remember that is a other one. But just to conclude, so after this, there was that engineer. They at that moment, he did wake up. When you put a flashlight and the laser next to each other, and at night, close to the water level, and the other team, in the other side, So they did not found any curvature. And I think they did even at night to because it was low humidity, at that time at night.
Right.
So globers can forget about refraction and fairy tales about that globe heard. So and then these guys, these surveyors and engineers, of course they are not more globers because they were at the field doing this, following this, and take everything to make sure these measurements and observations were did correctly, But I don't see, I don't see globers going to the field. I saw that a long time ago. That Discovery documentary channel when they even broke. Stephen Hawking, the guy that that he did die. So, but at that time, I was thinking something is. I don't know. Something is doesn't. Something is wrong. And then
the one he did on Netflix, where the helicopter lifts up and then and they catch it turning around. It's like a.
No, I'm talking about the one that they send some guys with a boat and they and they point lasers
with the colors.
Yeah, and they did touch the laser, so they someone did find how they fake it. So they point the laser into this boat that was in the middle of the lake, and they did fail to do this correctly. And you see the other guy, from Mythbusters, going in this, I don't know what aircraft was, but he said he was saying, "Oh, I can see almost the curvature of Earth," and he forgot that he's looking through a curved glass in this airplane. I mean, and there are guys, that there was a guy that was shooting at there. And this is another guy, and he looks behind, and you can see the horizon behind his flat. So no curve. It's just curves because the glass of this, this F-16 or whatever is curve.
Isn't it funny? He says, "I can almost see the curve."
Yeah,
it's either there or it's not.
And I saw, by the way, let me get this. I saw this in the other day. It's a guy that did Top Gear from UK. Let me see. And he says I'm seeing the curvature. Let me see. James something. Well, I have to search more. I don't know where I did put, but this is someone that did the Top Gear from UK, and he was flying, and there was someone that did debunk this guy, because he's looking through a glass curve.
Hey, who's ball kicker?
He has been here.
Oh, cool.
Hi, Jenny. How are you?
Good, thanks. Good to see ya.
Hanging out.
Was some confusion on Ball Kicker's name when he first joined, if you can imagine.
Right.
All right, so is there some live thing going on right now, you guys? Is Witsit doing something?
Not sure. He's always doing something, isn't he?
So.
What's it? The boss. I liked his presentation about clones.
Okay, so it looks like Kai has a new song coming out. And they're in Washington, D.C. So that actually starts at 9 o'clock Central Standard Time.
That's an hour and 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Morvis decided to join us again. Hey, Morvis. Evening to you. What's here? Gizbo's here, but nobody talking.
I'm listening, but I'm looking for playlist information for the bot.
Okay. All right.
Got my own playlist on my own.
Dude,
playlist.
play something.
I'm working, so I don't want to make any noise.
If you've ever been on late night, I usually play it like around 3 a.m. Just something to get through the night.
Mm-hmm.
If you want me to play something now, I can play it now. You can pause it or whatever. Hit next.
Go for it.
An area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being.
Since late 2014, one of the biggest things I've heard, the Earth is flat. Why don't you find the edge and fall off? Why don't you make up an expedition and gather people and go find the edge and take a picture of the edge? Well, my response is, can you fall off the edge of a lake, a pond, an ocean? Let's see if you have any imagination left in that brain of yours. And pretend this is all the water in the world. This is the 71% covered earth-filled pond. All the water of the world. So let's just say this is trillions upon trillions upon trillions of gallons. You've got the continents, the islands in the middle. In the center where all compasses point, you can circumnavigate, circle the lake or the pond left or right. But as you venture outwards, towards the banks, towards outer space, what happens? Once you pass that 60th degree parallel and you hit the ice wall, the ice cliff of Antarctica, what happens? Do you fall off the edge? Is there an edge here? Because we know the physics of water is to find and maintain level if you've been paying attention. And also, water must be contained. It is contained. We climb up the banks and we keep going outward, southward. What happens to their control when millions of people travel
beyond the 60th parallel?
They knew this was going to get out. They knew people were going to wake up. What if Star Wars is true? What if this extraterrestrial, these extra terrains, they're telling us the truth, minus the vacuum of space, because they got to put a Hollywood spin on it, don't they? Star Wars, Star Trek. What if you Globers can have your Star Wars and your Star Trek at the same time? Isn't that awesome? How does that make you feel?
The timeline goes as follows. So in 1955, Operation Deep Freeze starts. And when Admiral Richard Byrd gets back, he comes on live television and tells us he found more land, the size of North America. They quickly start NASA. President Eisenhower calls over the Nazi traitors in Operation Paperclip to start the upper space mind control program. Don't look out there. Look up here. Look, everybody. We're going to the moon. Then, in 1959, 12 nations started the Antarctic Treaty, followed by 42 more nations where they have decided you or I cannot travel or explore any part of Antarctica south or past the 60th parallel without military clearance, without the aid of a guided tour. Do you really think that this is just a coincidence?
More. Imagine they find more land. Imagine there is more land out there, more to explore, more to reside, more resources. You think they tell you and I about it?
Flat Earth has long been denigrated, derided, and disparaged as being the most crackpot of all conspiracy theories, marginalized, mocked, and ridiculed for centuries as being an ignorant, ancient, unscientific worldview. But the facts of the matter are far from what you have been told. When thoroughly examined and diligently researched with an open mind, any skeptical, critical thinker will find it is actually the tilting, wobbling, spinning spaceball Earth promoted by NASA and taught in schools that is truly ridiculous and unscientific. The following are 20 ways anyone can prove for themselves that Earth is a level, stationary plane. 1. Common sense. It cannot be overstated or overemphasized. The most important thing to realize and most obvious way to know you are not spinning on a ball is your own common sense and lived experience. You have always and will always experience yourself as living right side up on a motionless Earth, with the sun, moon, and stars revolving over and around you. This is common sense, and what everyone in the world personally experiences every day of their lives. We are taught to believe otherwise, however, many things completely contrary to our own common sense and experience from a very early age. We are told that people living down under the spinning ball Earth in Australia are actually living upside down relative to those residing in the northern hemisphere, while an invisible force, strong enough to hold people, buildings, and oceans stuck to the underside of a rapidly rotating ball, but weak enough to allow birds, bugs, and planes to take off and fly with ease, keeps Earth's atmosphere spinning in perfect balance and holds everyone firmly to the surface without crushing us. We can clearly see that the horizon is horizontal, but we are told it curves. We can feel that the Earth under our feet is motionless, but we are told it moves. We can observe the luminaries revolving around us, but we are told it is us that revolves. It is obvious that stars are stars, but we are told that stars are suns. We can see the sun is bigger than the stars, but we are told stars are bigger than the sun. We can see the sun and moon are the same size, but we are told the sun is 400 times larger. It is obvious that up is up and down is down, but we are told there is no such thing. As stated by Flat Earth author David Wardlaw Scott, with the modern astronomer there is theoretically neither up nor down, though his experience belies his assertion every time he looks up to the heavens or down to the ground. Such aberration of intellect is really to be pitied. The 3rd century philosopher Lactantius was similarly perturbed about the idea, stating, "A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground? The ancient wonder of the hanging gardens of Babylon dwindle into nothing in comparison to the fields, seas, towns, and mountains that pagan philosophers believed to be hanging from the earth without support. Truly, the idea that people are standing, ships are sailing, and planes are flying upside down on certain parts of Earth, while others are tilted at 90 degrees and all other impossible angles, is utter absurdity and an affront to common sense. In fact, common sense is the first casualty of globe belief. No child or unindoctrinated man would ever conclude or even conceive, if given to their own devices, based on their own personal observations, that Earth was a spinning ball revolving around the sun. When children are indoctrinated from a very early age to abandon their common sense and lived experience of a geocentric plain Earth in favor of this nonsensical, heliocentric globe model taught in schools, a schism occurs in their psyche. No longer can they trust their own senses and experience, and instead must trust information completely contrary to it, taught by supposed experts and authority figures who insist their version of reality is correct. When children see that every adult around them believes wholeheartedly in the spinning globe, and hear that only our ignorant, unscientific ancestors believed otherwise, they readily abandon the empirical evidence of their senses and adopt the prevailing nonsensical model. As stated by Flat Earth author E. Eschini, the one thing the fable of the revolving earth has done, it has shown the terrible power of a lie. A lie has the power to make a man a mental slave, so that he dares not back the evidence of his own senses, to deny the plain and obvious movement of the sun he sees before him. When he feels himself standing on an earth utterly devoid of motion, at the suggestion of someone else, he is prepared to accept that he is spinning furiously round. When he sees a bird flying and gaining over the ground, he is prepared to believe that the ground is really traveling a great number of times faster than the bird. And finally, in order to uphold the imagination of a madman, he is prepared to accuse his maker of forming him a sensiferous lie. 2. Fake photographs. One of the main reasons the average person believes the world is a globe is because of the globular Earth images and video footage provided by NASA and other space agencies. Hundreds of such pictures and thousands of videos featuring a globe Earth are freely available on the internet, yet most people never critically examine them with a skeptical eye. From the earliest photographs to the latest live streams, NASA and the world's other space agencies continue to be exposed for their Hollywood-style trickery. When conscientiously compared, contrasted, and investigated for inconsistencies, it turns out every single image and video showing a globular Earth has been manipulated in some way. All globe videos, for example, are achieved using either a fisheye lens to curve the horizon or created completely through CGI technology. One clear instance of the latter is NASA's 1990 time-lapse video of Earth supposedly filmed by their Galileo Space Telescope from 1.3 million miles away. This video features the Earth globe spinning in space uncut for 25 hours and shows the exact same clouds present without ever dissipating, changing shape or location the entire time. In reality, if you watch clouds in the sky for several minutes, three things will inevitably happen. The clouds will all move, some will morph, gradually changing shape, and others will dissipate and disappear completely. In NASA's official footage of the spinning ball Earth, however, the entire world's cloud cover doesn't dissipate, morph, or move for 25 hours, which is, of course, impossible, and proof of fakery. A good example of fisheye lens fakery is the famous 2012 GoPro Red Bull jump, where skydiver Felix Baumgartner was lifted to a record-breaking 128,000 feet in a stratospheric balloon, then jumped back to Earth. 7 GoPro cameras on the outside of the craft and strapped to Felix himself recorded the entire ascent and descent. Astute observers will notice that from ground level all the way up to the 24-mile apex, the horizon is significantly curved and remains equally so for the entire ascent. This is because the curve is artificial and being caused by the GoPro camera's standard-issue fisheye lens. Once Felix reaches his peak altitude and the door of his craft opens, an inside camera mounted behind him without a fisheye lens reveals the truth, showing a perfectly flat horizon still at eye level, 128,000 feet high. As for the hundreds of supposed photographs available of the globe, NASA readily admits that these are composite images and not actual photographs. They claim the composites are made by taking strips of data sent from satellites, spliced together in Photoshop, and colorized for the final creation. NASA's senior program analyst and lead data visualizer, Robert Simon, admitted in an interview that they are photoshopped because they have to be. When compared side by side and viewed with a discerning eye, the inconsistencies become obvious. The coloration of the land and oceans and relative size of the continents drastically changes between images, and they often feature far too little land mass for 50% of a globe. Several of NASA's blue marble Earth images have repeat instances of exact cloud patterns clearly copied and pasted into place. Computer enhancements done on Earth images taken during the Apollo missions also show similar photo trickery. when hues are removed from the black backgrounds and brightness enhanced, distinct rectangular artifacts appear around the globe where they were pasted in, again proving them to be doctored composites. Furthermore, when NASA's Earth pictures are compared with those from the Russians, Chinese, and other space agencies, the differences become evident, and the fact that they are all simply Photoshop images becomes obvious. If NASA and the world space agencies could provide real, legitimate photographs and videos of a globe, they most certainly would. So the fact that they continue producing and pumping out nothing but fisheye fakery and CGI cartoons is strong evidence that Earth is not what they claim. 3. Water. The natural physics of water are that once contained and undisturbed, the surface will always remain horizontal. This fundamental physical property of water is why it has been used as a leveling tool by builders and engineers for millennia. Whether in a bucket, bathtub, pond, lake, or an ocean, the surface of water at rest always remains flat and doesn't have the ability to show convexity or any shape whatsoever upon its surface. This fact is easily demonstrable and empirically verifiable, but completely at odds with what we are told about the globe. For Earth to be globular and over 70% covered in water, the oceans must be somehow curving around and sticking to all sides of a rapidly spinning ball suspended in space. It is simply impossible to make water behave this way. As anyone can experiment for themselves, bodies of water will not stick to the underside of a ball and cannot show convexity or any other shape upon their surface. Globe defenders will often point to water droplets, meniscus, surface tension, or adhesion, claiming these are examples of water bending or sticking to a surface, which is nothing but a fallacy of false equivalency, as these only happen at a very small scale, the size of a coffee cup. The claim is entire oceans wrapping around and sticking to the underside of a spinning ball, not a water droplet or the meniscus in a glass filled to the brim. NASA has also recently taken to faking CGI water balls using augmented virtual reality technology in an attempt to convince the public that water can behave this way. This kind of demonstration, done in a reference frame inaccessible to 99.99% of the population, however, is unrepeatable by the world's scientists and skeptics, and is therefore not scientific or permissible as proof of anything. First, they claim only massive objects the size of Earth have this attractive property. Then, as evidence, they show a phenomenon allegedly outside of our earthly reference frame. In other words, they are claiming bodies of water can bend around, stick to a ball, and show curvature upon their surface, but only at a scale too big for the public to recreate. Then they are claiming water can ball up and float suspended in air, but only in a reference frame too far for the public to recreate. As for water level, globe defenders have actually attempted to completely redefine the term level just to fit with their dogma. The true definition of level is a flat horizontal plane with no deviation in elevation along its surface. Water always reliably seeks and maintains its own level, and that is why it has been used in spirit levels and construction projects from time immemorial to create perfectly horizontal structures, no matter their size. Globe zealots, however, unsatisfied with this obvious truth and clear definition, have attempted to redefine level to instead mean curved. Their globe-friendly version of level means equal heights around a ball when measured from a central point. The fact of the matter is, however, that nobody has ever reached this hypothetical center point of the hypothetical Earth globe, so their redefined term cannot be tested or falsified. Until that day, rest assured there is good reason we call it sea level and not sea curve. 4. The horizon. The horizon is always perfectly horizontal, 360 degrees around the observer, regardless of altitude. If Earth was actually a globe, no matter how large, as an observer ascended, the horizon would remain fixed in position and fall below the observer the higher climbed. In reality, all amateur balloon, rocket, plane, and drone footage filmed without a fisheye lens at maximum altitudes of over 20 miles high, show a completely flat horizon still rising to eye level. Only in NASA and other space agency footage does the horizon ever curve or appear below the observer's eye level. In the heliocentric model, the horizon is claimed to be the physical curvature of their globe, and the reason boats receding from a shore-bound observer disappear from view. This was actually one of the original alleged globe-Earth proofs presented by Aristotle and still parroted by believers today. But by using modern zoom technology, we now know that the horizon is not the physical curvature of a globe, and those boats can be zoomed back into full view. This is because the horizon is not an objective physical phenomenon at all, but rather a subjective optical phenomenon based on an individual observer's perspective. If the horizon was actually the objective physical curvature of a globe, then objects receding beyond it could not be zoomed back into view, and it would remain fixed as an observer ascended. In reality, however, the horizon rises along with the observer no matter how high, and modern zoom technology can bring objects receding beyond it back into full view. This proves the horizon line is not some objective point of curvature on a convex Earth, but rather the subjective vanishing line of perspective from a given observer's point of view. Quoting Earth Not a Globe by Dr. Samuel Robotham, on the shore near Waterloo, a few miles to the north of Liverpool, a good telescope was fixed at an elevation of 6 feet above the water. It was directed to a large steamer just leaving the River Mersey and sailing out to Dublin. Gradually the masthead of the receding vessel came nearer to the horizon, until, at length, after more than 4 hours had elapsed, it disappeared. The ordinary rate of sailing of the Dublin steamers was fully 8 miles an hour, so that the vessel would be at least 32 miles distant when the masthead came to the horizon. The 6 feet of elevation of the telescope would require 3 miles to be deducted for convexity, which would leave 29 miles, the square of which, multiplied by 8 inches, gives 560 feet, deducting 80 feet for the height of the main mast, and we find that, according to the doctrine of rotundity, the masthead of the outward-bound steamer should have been 480 feet below the horizon. Many other experiments of this kind have been made upon sea-going steamers, and always with results entirely incompatible with the theory that the Earth is a globe. 5. Gyroscopes. Gyroscopes are precision instruments consisting of a wheel mounted inside 2 or 3 gimbals which provide pivoting support and allow the wheel to rotate about a single axis. As the entire contraption moves and shifts angles, the gimbals move and shift accordingly, but the inner wheel never changes its angle with respect to its initial reference frame. This unique property is called rigidity in space, meaning the inner wheel maintains its orientation and axis of rotation in relation to space and not to the surface of the Earth. This means that the base of a gyroscope set in motion with its axis in a vertical position, then placed on a table for 6 hours, should rotate 90 degrees with the spinning globe Earth. As the globe turns under the gyroscope for 6 hours, the axis should slowly turn from vertical to horizontal. This experiment has been tested many times with several full-length videos available online, and never does the gyroscope's vertical axis shift whatsoever. If the heliocentric model were true, not only would the gyroscope detect the alleged 1,000-mile-per-hour spin of the globe, but also the 67,000-mile-per-hour revolution around the Sun, the entire solar system's 500,000-mile-per-hour spiral around the Milky Way galaxy, and the entire galaxy's multi-million-mile-per-hour journey through the universe. Since these hypothetical motions never register on precision gyroscopes, it is clear that they, just like the spinning ball Earth they're based on, do not exist. Gyroscopes are also the technology behind inertial guidance systems and airplane artificial horizon indicators. When military jets are performing loops, barrel rolls, and other dogfighting maneuvers, the artificial horizon allows pilots to easily see their exact orientation relative to Earth without having to rely on looking out the window. If Earth was truly a sphere, by simply flying level, airplane artificial horizon indicators should show a steady decline unless pilots constantly correct their altitudes downwards so as not to fly straight off into so-called outer space. For example, a pilot traveling 500 miles per hour over a globe Earth 24,900 miles in circumference would have to descend an average of 2,777 feet, or over half a mile per minute. Otherwise, in 1 hour's time, the plane would be 31.5 miles higher than desired. In fact, if Earth was really a ball, there should be no reason to use rockets for flying into outer space, because simply flying an airplane straight at any altitude for long enough would already inevitably send you there. 6. Compasses. The mariner's compass is another precision instrument which can only work on a level plain Earth, and is an impossible and nonsensical tool for use on a globe. It simultaneously points north and south over a flat surface, and must be held flat to work, yet claims to be pinpointing two constantly moving geomagnetic poles at opposite ends of a spinning sphere originating from a hypothetical molten metal core. If compass needles were actually drawn to the North Pole of a globe, the opposing south needle would actually be pointing up and off into outer space. Likewise, observers holding a compass in Antarctica would be at the bottom of the ball, so to show north, the needle would have to point down at their feet. If the so-called South Pole in Antarctica were truly the southern pole of a magnet, observers would be able to walk in a circle with their backs to the South Pole and have their compass needles show north being in front of them in every direction. This feat has never and will never be achieved because the so-called South Pole is simply an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice marked with a red and white barbershop pole and topped with a little metal ball earth. The actual type of magnetism present on Earth is similar to a ring magnet found in loudspeakers, which have a central North Pole, with the opposite South Pole being all points along the outer circumference. This perfectly describes the magnetism of our flat Earth, whereas the alleged source of magnetism in the globe model is emitted from a hypothetical molten magnetic core in the center of the ball, which they claim conveniently causes both poles to constantly move and thus forever evade independent verification at their two ceremonial poles. 7. Plain sailing. Ship captains in navigating great distances at sea never need to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their calculations. Both plain sailing and great circle sailing, the most popular navigation methods, use plane, not spherical trigonometry, making all mathematical calculations on the assumption that the Earth is perfectly flat. If the Earth were in fact a sphere, such an errant assumption would lead to constantly glaring inaccuracies. Plain sailing has worked perfectly fine in both theory and practice for thousands of years, and plane trigonometry has time and again proven more accurate than spherical trigonometry in determining distances across the oceans. It is so commonly used at sea, Navigation in Theory and Practice states that, in practice, scarcely any other rules are used but those derived from plain sailing. The great and serious objection to plain sailing is that longitude cannot be found by it accurately, although in practice it is more frequently found by it than any other method. So both latitude and longitude are found most often and most accurately by assuming Earth to be flat, more accurately even than assuming the Earth to be spherical. Quoting 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe by William Carpenter, "If the Earth were a globe, a small model globe would be the very best, because the truest, thing for the navigator to take to sea with him. But such a thing as that is not known. With such a toy as a guide, the mariner would wreck his ship of a certainty. This is a proof that Earth is not a globe." 8. Construction. Surveyors, engineers, architects, and builders are never required to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their projects. Plumb bobs are used to establish plumb vertical datums, with spirit levels then used to establish horizontal datums and lay flat foundations across great expanses. If Earth was actually a globe of given proportions, builders would find themselves constantly deviating from both their established vertical and horizontal datum lines. But in reality, canals, railways, bridges, tunnels, and other large projects are always cut and laid horizontally, often over hundreds of miles, without any allowance for curvature and no deviation from established datums. As stated by surveyor T. Westwood in Earth Review magazine, quote, "In leveling, I work from ordnance marks, or canal levels, to get the height above sea level. The puzzle to me used to be that over several miles, each level was and is treated throughout its whole length as the same level from end to end, not the least allowance being made for curvature." The Suez Canal, which connects the Mediterranean Sea with the Gulf of Suez on the Red Sea, is one clear proof of both the Earth's and water's non-convexity. The canal is 100 miles long and without any locks, so the water within is an uninterrupted continuation of the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. When it was constructed, the Earth's supposed curvature was not taken into account. It was dug along a horizontal datum line 26 feet below sea level, passing through several lakes from one sea to the other, with the datum line and the water's surface running perfectly parallel over the 100 miles. Another good example is the Dunyang Kunshan Bridge, the longest bridge in the world, just over 102 miles long, which runs parallel to the Yangtze River and connects the Shanghai and Nanjing provinces. This bridge is approximately the same length as the Suez Canal, and was also built without factoring the alleged curvature of the Earth. If Earth was actually a globe 24,900 miles in circumference, spherical trigonometry dictates that the center of both the Suez Canal and the Dunyang Kunshan Bridge would bulge over 1,666 feet higher than either end. Engineer W. Winkler was published in the Earth Review regarding the Earth's supposed curvature, stating, "As an engineer of many years' standing, I saw that this absurd allowance is only permitted in school books. No engineer would dream of allowing anything of the kind. I have projected many miles of railways and many more of canals, and the allowance has not even been thought of, much less allowed for. This allowance for curvature means this, that it is 8 inches for the first mile of a canal, and increasing at the ratio by the square of the distance in miles. Thus a small navigable canal for boats, say 30 miles long, will have, by the above rule, an allowance for curvature of 600 feet. Think of that, and then please credit engineers as not being quite such fools. Nothing of the sort is allowed. We no more think of allowing 600 feet for a line of 30 miles of railway or canal than of wasting our time trying to square the circle. Railroads are another example of large-scale construction projects spanning hundreds or even thousands of miles, working from an established datum line and without deviating for the entire length. The Manchester Ship Canal Company, in an official statement published in Earth Review magazine, confirmed, quote, "It is customary in railway and canal constructions for all levels to be referred to a datum which is nominally horizontal, and is so shown on all sections. It is not the practice in laying out public works to make allowances for the curvature of the Earth." As an example, the London and North Western Railway forms a straight line 180 miles long between London and Liverpool. The railroad's highest point, midway at Birmingham Station, is only 240 feet above sea level. But if Earth was actually a globe of given proportions, the 180-mile stretch of rail would form an arc with its center point at Birmingham raising over a mile, a full 5,400 feet above London and Liverpool. A surveyor and engineer of 30 years, published in the Birmingham Weekly Mercury, stated, "I am thoroughly acquainted with the theory and practice of civil engineering. However bigoted some of our professors may be in the theory of surveying according to the prescribed rules, yet it is well known amongst us that such theoretical measurements are incapable of any practical illustration. all our locomotives are designed to run on what may be regarded as true levels, or flats. There are, of course, partial inclines or gradients here and there, but they are always accurately defined and must be carefully traversed. But anything approaching to 8 inches in the mile, increasing as the square of the distance, could not be worked by any engine that was ever yet constructed. Taking one station with another all over England and Scotland, it may be stated that all the platforms are on the same relative level. The distance between eastern and western coasts of England may be set down as 300 miles. If the prescribed curvature was indeed as represented, the central stations at Rugby or Warwick ought to be close upon 3 miles higher than a cord drawn from the 2 extremities. If such was the case, there is not a driver or stoker within the kingdom that would be found to take charge of the train. We can only laugh at those of your readers who seriously give us credit for such venturesome exploits as running trains round spherical curves. Horizontal curves on levels are dangerous enough. Vertical curves would be 1,000 times worse, and with our rolling stock constructed as at present, physically impossible. 9. Long-distance photography. We are consistently able to observe objects at incredibly long distances, far beyond what would be possible if Earth was actually a globe of given proportions. By inputting the observer height and distance viewed into an Earth curvature calculator, it is easy to check how much a target should be obstructed on a globe Earth. For example, it is often possible to see the Chicago skyline from sea level 60 miles away across Lake Michigan. In 2015, after photographer Joshua Nowicki photographed this phenomenon, several news channels quickly claimed his picture to be a superior mirage, an atmospheric anomaly caused by temperature inversion. While these certainly do occur, the skyline in question was facing right side up and clearly seen, unlike a hazy, illusory mirage, and on a ball Earth 24,900 miles in circumference should be a full 2,400 feet below the horizon. In Genoa, Italy, from only 70 feet above sea level, on clear days it is possible to see the distant islands of Elba, Gorgona, Caprea, and Corsica, which are 81, 99, 102, and 125 miles away. If Earth was truly a globe of given proportions, all 4 islands could never be visible for such an observer, and would be hidden behind 3,300, 5,200, 5,600, and 8,700 feet of curved water. From Anchorage, Alaska, at an elevation of 102 feet, on clear days, both Mount Foraker and Mount McKinley can be seen in their entirety, standing straight from base to summit with the naked eye from 120 and 130 miles away, respectively. If Earth was really a ball of given circumference, both mountains should be leaning back away from the observer, with the lower half of each mountain completely obstructed from view. Based on verifiable curvature calculations, 7,719 feet of Mount Foraker's 17,400-foot summit and 9,220 feet of Mount McKinley's 20,320-foot summit should be hidden behind a giant bulge of curved globular earth. The current record-breaking longest-distance zoom photograph recently captured Pic Gaspard from Pic de Finestrelles, a whopping 275 miles away, with an observer height of approximately 9,000 feet, from which, based on correct curvature calculations, the entire 12,740-foot mountain should be invisible behind nearly 6 miles of curved earth. Even more recently, flat earthers like J. Tolan Media have been filming using infrared zoom cameras at high altitudes to capture lakes, mountains, and other landmarks up to an incredible 1,000 miles away. If Earth was really a globe the size we are told, many of the landmarks photographed would be hidden behind upwards of 70 miles of curved earth. 10. Lighthouses. The distance from which various lighthouse lights around the world are visible at sea also far exceeds what could be found on a globe of given proportions. For example, the Dunkirk light in southern France, at an altitude of 194 feet, is visible from a boat 10 feet above sea level, 28 miles away. Spherical trigonometry dictates that if Earth was a globe with the given curvature rate, this light should be hidden 190 feet below the horizon. The Port Nicholson light in New Zealand is 420 feet above sea level and visible from 35 miles away, where it should be 220 feet below the horizon. The Agero light in Norway is 154 feet above high water and visible from 28 statute miles, where it should be 230 feet below the horizon. The light at Madras on the Esplanade is 132 feet high and visible from 28 miles away, where it should be 250 feet below the line of sight. The Cordonin light on the west coast of France is 207 feet high and visible from 31 miles away, where it should be 280 feet below the line of sight. The light at Cape Bonavista, Newfoundland is 150 feet above sea level and visible at 35 miles, where it should be 491 feet below the horizon. The lighthouse steeple of St. Botolph's Parish Church in Boston is 290 feet tall and visible from over 40 miles away, where it should be hidden a full 800 feet below the horizon. The Isle of Wight lighthouse in England is 180 feet high and can be seen up to 42 miles away, a distance at which modern astronomers say the light should fall 996 feet below the line of sight. The Cape Legulas lighthouse in South Africa is 33 feet high, 238 feet above sea level, and can be seen for over 50 miles. If the world was a globe, this light would fall 1,400 feet below an observer's line of sight. And finally, the lighthouse at Port Said, Egypt, at an elevation of only 60 feet, has been seen an astonishing 58 miles away, where according to modern astronomy, it should be 2,182 feet below the line of sight. 11. Impossible atmosphere. If Earth was truly a globe, constantly spinning eastwards at over 1,000 miles per hour, it stands to reason that helicopters and hot air balloons should be able to simply hover over the surface of the Earth and wait for their destinations to come to them. For example, during the Red Bull Stratosphere dive, Felix Baumgartner, spending 3 hours ascending over New Mexico, should have landed 2,500 miles west into the Pacific Ocean, but instead actually landed a few dozen miles east of the takeoff point. Likewise, vertically fired cannonballs and other projectiles should fall significantly due west on an eastward spinning ball. In actual fact, however, whenever this has been tested, vertically fired cannonballs shoot upwards an average of 14 seconds ascending, 14 seconds descending, and fall back to the ground no more than 2 feet away from the cannon, sometimes directly back into the muzzle. To account for this problem, globe defenders claim that gravity somehow magically and inexplicably drags the entire lower atmosphere of the Earth in perfect synchronization up to some undetermined height, where this progressively faster and faster spinning atmosphere gives way to the non-spinning, non-gravitized, non-atmosphere of supposed infinite vacuum space. NASA refuses to answer at what altitude this impossible feat allegedly happens, but the effect such a transition would have on a craft traversing it would be disastrous. It is also scientifically refuted by the simple fact that vacuums cannot exist connected to non-vacuums while maintaining the properties of a vacuum. As anyone who has punctured an aerosol can knows, two adjacent pressure systems, not separated by some kind of barrier or membrane, will equilibrate. If gravity magically dragged the atmosphere along with the spinning ball Earth, that would mean the atmosphere at the poles would be spinning at 0 miles per hour, while over the mid-latitudes it would be spinning around 500 miles per hour, and gradually faster until reaching the equator, where Earth and the atmosphere would be spinning together at over 1,000 miles per hour. Not only would this gravitized atmosphere increase speed from poles to the equator, but would also necessarily progressively increase speed the higher the altitude. In reality, however, the atmosphere at every point on Earth is equally unaffected by this alleged force, as it has never been measured and is proven non-existent by the ability of airplanes to fly unabated in any direction without experiencing any such atmospheric changes. Landing airplanes on such fast-moving runways, facing all manner of directions, north, south, east, west, and otherwise, would also be practically impossible. Not to mention rain, fireworks, birds, bugs, clouds, smoke, balloons, and projectiles would all behave very differently if the Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning. Tests were conducted in the 19th century with cannons facing each of the cardinal directions, which proved Earth and its atmosphere are not spinning. If they were, then north and south-facing cannons would establish a control, while east-firing cannonballs should fall significantly farther than all others, while west-firing cannonballs should fall significantly closer. In actual fact, however, regardless of which direction cannons are fired, the distance covered is always the same. Common sense tells us if Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour, this should somewhere, somehow, be seen, heard, felt, or measured by someone, yet no one in history has ever experienced this alleged eastward motion. Meanwhile, however, we can hear, feel, and experimentally measure even the slightest westward breeze. Furthermore, clouds, wind, and weather patterns casually and unpredictably meander every which way, with clouds often traveling in opposing directions at varying altitudes simultaneously. This is altogether incompatible with the theory of a rapidly rotating Earth and atmosphere. 12. Flight times. If Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, then the average commercial airliner traveling 500 miles per hour should never be able to reach its eastward destinations before they come speeding up from behind. Likewise, westward destinations should be arrived at thrice the speed, but this is not the case. In reality, the differences between eastbound and westbound flight durations usually amount to a matter of minutes, and nothing near what would occur on a spinning globe. As Gabrielle Henriette stated in her book Heaven and Earth, if flying had been invented at the time of Copernicus, there is no doubt that he would have soon realized that his contention regarding the rotation of the Earth was wrong, on account of the relation existing between the speed of an aircraft and that of the Earth's rotation. If the Earth rotates, as it is said, at 1,000 miles an hour, and a plane flies in the same direction at only 500 miles, it is obvious that its place of destination will be farther removed every minute. On the other hand, if flying took place in the direction opposite to that of the rotation, a distance of 1,500 miles would be covered in 1 hour, instead of 500, since the speed of the rotation is to be added to that of the plane. It could also be pointed out that such a flying speed of 1,000 miles an hour, which is supposed to be that of the Earth's rotation, has recently been achieved, so that an aircraft flying at this rate in the same direction as that of the rotation could not cover any ground at all. It would remain suspended in mid-air over the spot from which it took off, since both speeds are equal. The spinning globe model dictates that Earth and its atmosphere would be moving together 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and progressively slower, approaching zero closer to the poles. The following examples all take place at the mid-latitudes, where the globe model claims that Earth and its atmosphere should be moving together at approximately 500 miles per hour, the same as the average flight speed of a commercial airliner. Flights from Los Angeles to New York City, traveling east with the alleged rotation of the Earth, take an average of 5.5 hours, for instance, so the return flight west should only take 2 3/4 hours. But in fact, the average New York City to LA flight actually takes upward of 6 hours, a time totally inconsistent with the spinning globe model. Flights eastward with the alleged spin of the Earth from Tokyo to Los Angeles take an average of 10.5 hours. Therefore, return flights westward against the alleged spin should take an average of 5.25 hours, but in actual fact take an average of 11.5 hours, another flight duration totally inconsistent with the globe model. Eastbound flights from New York to London take an average of 7 hours. Therefore, the westbound flights against the alleged spin should take an average of 3.5 hours, but in reality, they take an average of 7.5 hours. Eastward flights from Chicago to Boston with the alleged spin of the Earth, take an average of 2¼ hours. Therefore, the return flights westward against the alleged spin should take an average of just over an hour, but in reality, they take an average of 2.75 hours. Flights eastward from Paris to Rome take an average of 2 hours. Therefore, the return flights westward against the alleged spin should take only 1 hour, but in actual fact have an average flight duration of 2 hours and 10 minutes. All of these flight times are impossible on a 1,000-mile-per-hour eastward spinning ball, but are consistent with what would be expected over a stationary Earth. 13. Flight paths. If Earth was truly a ball, then there are several flights in the southern hemisphere which would have their quickest, straightest path over the Antarctic continent, such as Santiago, Chile, to Sydney, Australia. Instead of taking the shortest, quickest route in a straight line over Antarctica, however, all such flights detour all manner of directions away from Antarctica, instead claiming the temperatures are too cold for airplane travel. Considering the fact that there are plenty of flights to, from, and over Antarctica, and NASA claims to have technology keeping them in conditions far colder and far hotter than any experienced on Earth, such an excuse is clearly just an excuse, and these flights aren't made because they are impossible. If Earth was a ball and Antarctica was too cold to fly over, the only logical way to fly from Sydney to Santiago would be a straight shot over the Pacific, staying in the southern hemisphere the entire way. Refueling could be done in New Zealand or other southern hemisphere destinations along the way, if absolutely necessary. But in reality, Santiago to Sydney flights go into the northern hemisphere, making stopovers at LAX and other North American airports before continuing back down to the southern hemisphere. Such ridiculously wayward detours make no sense on the globe, but make perfect sense and form nearly straight lines when shown on a flat Earth map. On a globe, Johannesburg, South Africa to Perth, Australia should be a straight shot over the Indian Ocean, with convenient refueling possibilities on Mauritius or Madagascar. In actual practice, however, most Johannesburg to Perth flights curiously stop over either in Dubai, Hong Kong, or Malaysia, all of which make no sense on the ball model, but are completely understandable when mapped on a flat Earth. On a globe, Cape Town, South Africa to Buenos Aires, Argentina should be a straight shot over the Atlantic, following the same line of latitude across. But instead, every flight goes to connecting locations in the northern hemisphere first, stopping over anywhere from London to Turkey to Dubai. Once again, these make absolutely no sense on the ball model, but are completely understandable options when mapped on a flat Earth. On a globe, Santiago, Chile to Johannesburg, South Africa should be an easy flight, all taking place below the Tropic of Capricorn in the southern hemisphere. Yet every listed flight makes a curious refueling stop in Senegal near the Tropic of Cancer in the north hemisphere first. When mapped on a flat Earth, the reason why is clear to see, because Senegal is actually directly in a straight line path halfway between the two. On a globe, Johannesburg, South Africa to Sao Paulo, Brazil should be a quick straight shot along the 25th southern latitude, but instead, nearly every flight makes a refueling stop at the 50th degree north latitude in London first. The only reason such ridiculous stopovers work in reality is because the Earth is not a spinning ball. 14. Latitude and longitude. If Earth was truly a globe, then every line of latitude south of the equator would have to measure a gradually smaller and smaller circumference the farther south traveled. If Earth is an extended plane, however, then every line of latitude south of the equator should measure a gradually larger and larger circumference the farther south traveled. Practical distance measurements taken from the Australian Handbook, Almanac, Shippers and Importers Directory state that the straight line distance between Sydney and Nelson is 1,550 statute miles with a given difference in longitude of 22 degrees, 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Therefore, if 22 degrees, 2 minutes and 14 seconds out of 360 degrees is 1,550 miles, the entirety would measure 25,182 miles, which is not only larger than the globe is said to be at the equator, but a whole 4,262 miles greater than it would be at Sydney's southern latitude on a globe of given proportions. From near Cape Horn, Chile, to Port Phillip in Melbourne, Australia, the distance is 10,500 miles, or 143 degrees of longitude away. Factoring the remaining degrees to 360 makes for a total distance of 26,430 miles around this particular latitude, which is over 1,500 miles wider than Earth is supposed to be at the equator, and many more thousands of miles wider than it is supposed to be at such southern latitudes. Similar calculations made from the Cape of Good Hope, South Africa, to Melbourne, Australia, at an average latitude of 35.5 degrees south, have given an approximate figure of over 25,000 miles, which is again greater than the Earth's supposed circumference at the equator. Meanwhile, calculations from Sydney, Australia, to Wellington, New Zealand, at an average of 37.5 degrees south, have given an approximate circumference of 25,500 miles, greater still. According to the globe model, the circumference of Earth at 37.5 degrees south latitude should be only 19,757 statute miles, almost 6,000 miles less than such practical measurements. The fact that many captains navigating south of the equator, assuming the globular theory, have found themselves drastically out of reckoning, more so the farther south traveled, also testifies to the fact that the Earth is not a ball. For example, during Captain James Clark Ross's voyages around the Antarctic circumference, he often wrote in his journal perplexed at how they routinely found themselves out of accordance with their charts, stating that they found themselves an average of 12 to 16 miles outside their reckoning every day, later on farther south as much as 29 miles. Lieutenant Charles Wilkes commanded a United States Navy exploration expedition to the Antarctic from 1838 to 1842, and in his journals also mentioned being consistently east of his reckoning, sometimes over 20 miles in less than 18 hours. Quoting Reverend Thomas Milner, "In the South Hemisphere, navigators to India have often fancied themselves east of the Cape when still west, and have been driven ashore on the African coast, which, according to their reckoning, lay behind them. This misfortune happened to a fine frigate, the Challenger, in 1845. How came Her Majesty's ship Conqueror to be lost? How have so many other noble vessels, perfectly sound, perfectly manned, perfectly navigated, been wrecked in calm weather, not only in dark night or in a fog, but in broad daylight and sunshine, in the former case upon the coasts, and in the latter upon sunken rocks, from being out of reckoning? The simple answer is that Earth is not a ball." In the globe model, Antarctica is an ice continent which covers the bottom of the ball from 78 degrees south latitude to 90, and is therefore not much more than 12,000 miles in circumference. Many early explorers, including Captain Cook and James Clark Ross, however, in attempting to circumnavigate Antarctica, took upwards of 3 to 4 years and clocked between 50,000 and 60,000 miles around. Captain George Nares, on his Challenger expedition, also made an indirect but complete circumnavigation of Antarctica, traversing 69,000 miles, which is entirely inconsistent with the globe model. Hervé Raboni, who circumnavigated the world during the 1993 Whitbread yacht race, has recently become a flat earther himself, and claims that the deception is done through the hoax of magnetic declination. Hervé insists that on our flat Earth, magnetic declination does not exist, and the addition of this globe-based chart and mathematics to navigation calculations is what keeps pilots and sailors on course. 15. Arctic versus Antarctic. If Earth was truly a globe, the Arctic and Antarctic polar regions and areas of comparable latitude north and south of the equator should share similar conditions and characteristics, such as comparable temperatures, seasonal changes, length of daylight, plant and animal life. In reality, however, the Arctic and Antarctic regions and areas of comparable latitude north and south of the equator differ greatly in many ways, entirely inconsistent with the globe model, but exactly as expected on a flat Earth. For example, Antarctica is by far the coldest place on Earth, with an average annual temperature of approximately negative 57 degrees Fahrenheit and a record low of negative 135.8. The average annual temperature at the North Pole, however, is a comparatively warm 4 degrees. Throughout the year, temperatures in the Antarctic vary less than half the amount at comparable Arctic latitudes, and the northern Arctic region enjoys moderately warm summers and manageable winters, whereas the southern Antarctic region never even warms enough to melt the perpetual snow and ice. On a tilting, wobbling ball Earth spinning uniformly around the sun, Arctic and Antarctic temperatures and seasons should not vary so greatly. In the Arctic, there are 4 clearly distinguished seasons, warm summers, and an abundance of plant and animal life, none of which can be said of the Antarctic. The Eskimo also live as far north as the 79th parallel, whereas in the south, no native man is found beyond the 56th. Iceland, at 65 degrees north latitude, is home to 870 species of native plants and abundant various animal life. Compare this with the Isle of Georgia, at just 54 degrees south latitude, where there are only 18 species of native plants, and animal life is almost non-existent. At the same latitude as Canada or England in the north, where dense forests of various tall trees abound, Captain Cook wrote of Georgia that he was unable to find a single shrub large enough to make a toothpick. Cook wrote, "Not a tree was to be seen. The lands which lie to the south are doomed by nature to perpetual frigidness, never to feel the warmth of the sun's rays, whose horrible and savage aspect I have not words to describe. Even marine life is sparse in certain tracts of vast extent, and the seabird is seldom observed flying over such lonely wastes. The contrasts between the limits of organic life in the Arctic and Antarctic zones is very remarkable and significant." At places of comparable latitude north and south, the sun also behaves very differently than it should on the globe model, but exactly as expected over a flat Earth. For example, in the north, dawn and dusk come slowly and last far longer than in the south, where they come and go very quickly. Certain places in the north, twilight can last for over an hour, while at comparable southern latitudes, within a few minutes the sunlight completely disappears. Also, the longest summer days north of the equator are much longer than those south of the equator, and the shortest winter days north of the equator are much shorter than the shortest south of the equator. These facts are inexplicable on a uniformly spinning, wobbling ball Earth, but make perfect sense on a flat Earth with a sun traveling faster, wider circles over the south and slower, narrower circles over the north. 16. The Midnight Sun. The midnight sun is an Arctic phenomenon occurring annually during the summer solstice, where for several days straight, observers north of the Arctic Circle can watch the sun traveling circles overhead, rising and falling throughout the day, but never fully setting for upwards of 72 plus hours. If the Earth was actually a spinning globe revolving around the sun, the only place such a phenomenon as the midnight sun could be observed would be at the poles. Any other vantage point, from 89 degrees latitude downwards, could never, regardless of any tilt or inclination, see the sun for over 24 hours straight. To do so on a spinning globe, at a point other than the poles, you would have to be looking through miles and miles of land and sea for part of the revolution. Some people claim there is a similar phenomenon in Antarctica, but they coincidentally don't have any uncut videos showing this. The few videos available online have been suspiciously edited or manipulated, and the Antarctic Treaty doesn't allow independent explorers to travel there during the winter solstice to verify or refute these claims. Conversely, there are dozens of uncut videos publicly available showing the Arctic midnight sun, and it has been verified beyond any shadow of a doubt, as anyone can travel and confirm for themselves. Furthermore, every year from the 71st degree south latitude onwards, the sun sets on May 17th, and is not seen above the horizon again until July 21st. This is totally at odds with the globe model, but easily explained on a flat Earth. The midnight sun is seen within the Arctic Circle during summer solstice because the sun, at its innermost cycle, is circling tightly enough around the polar center that it constantly remains visible above the horizon for someone at such a vantage point. Likewise, In extreme southern latitudes during that time, the sun completely disappears from view for over 2 months because there at the northern tropic, at the innermost cycle of its boomerang journey, the sun is circling the northern center too tightly to be seen from the southern circumference. 17. Polaris. In the heliocentric model, they claim Earth is a globe spinning 1,000 miles per hour around its axis, while revolving tens of thousands of miles per hour around the sun, while the entire solar system circles hundreds of thousands of miles per hour around the Milky Way, and the entire galaxy shoots millions of miles per hour more off through infinite space. In reality, no one in history has ever seen, heard, felt, or measured such motions, and everyone can clearly see for themselves that Polaris, the pole star, situated directly over the North Pole center of Earth, never moves, night after night, year after year, century after century, with all the other fixed stars remaining fixed in their relative constellations, revolving perfect circles around it. Such circular star trails around an unmoving pole star, seen in time-lapse photos, prove that it is the stars themselves moving and not the Earth. If Earth was truly a tilting, wobbling, spinning space ball undergoing these multiple contradictory motions through the universe, you would only ever see irregular, random, spiral-shaped star trails, and the night sky would never be the same twice. It would be impossible for constellations to exist whatsoever if Earth was truly performing all these various theoretical motions. Quoting 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe by William Carpenter, "Why in the name of common sense should observers have to fix their telescopes on solid stone bases so that they should not move a hair's breadth, if the Earth on which they fix them moves at the rate of 19 miles in a second? Indeed, to believe that 6,000 million tons is rolling, surging, flying, darting on through space forever, with a velocity compared with which a shot from a cannon is a very slow coach, with such unerring accuracy that a telescope fixed on granite pillars in an observatory will not enable a lynx-eyed astronomer to detect a variation in its onward motion of the 1,000th part of a hair's breadth, is to conceive a miracle compared with which all the miracles on record put together would sink into utter insignificance. Since we can, in middle north latitudes, see the North Star on looking out of a window that faces it, and out of the very same corner of the very same pane of glass in the very same window all the year round, it is proof enough for any man in his senses that we have made no motion at all, and that the Earth is not a globe. 18. Sigma Octantis. Sigma Octantis is claimed to be a southern central pole star similar to Polaris, around which the southern hemisphere stars all rotate around the opposite direction. Unlike Polaris, however, Sigma Octantis cannot be seen simultaneously from every point along the same latitude. It is not central, but allegedly 1 degree off-center. It is not motionless, and in fact cannot be seen at all using commercially available telescopes. There is legitimate speculation regarding whether Sigma Octantis even exists. The heliocentric model claims stars south of the equator revolve the opposite direction around Sigma Octantis, but in reality, all the luminaries revolve the same direction, east to west, around Polaris, like in a planetarium dome. Our Earth planetarium, however, is too vast for any observer to see all the stars simultaneously from one vantage point, so their apparent motion, angle, and inclination changes based on perspective and the exact direction faced. Quoting Earth Not a Globe by Dr. Samuel Robotham, "Another thing is certain, that from within the equator, the North Pole star, and the constellations Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, and many others, can be seen from every meridian simultaneously, whereas in the south, from the equator, neither the so-called South Pole star, nor the remarkable constellation of the Southern Cross can be seen simultaneously from every meridian, showing that all the constellations of the South Pole star included sweep over a great southern arc and across the meridian, from their rise in the evening to their setting in the morning. But if the Earth is a globe, Sigma Octantis, a South Pole star, and the Southern Cross, a southern circumpolar constellation, they would all be visible at the same time from every longitude on the same latitude, as is the case with the northern pole star and the northern circumpolar constellations. Such, however, is not the case. 19. Local sun. Heliocentrists' astronomical figures always sound perfectly precise, but they have historically been notorious for regularly and drastically changing them to suit their various models. For instance, in his time, Copernicus calculated the sun's distance from Earth to be exactly 3,391,200 miles. The next century, Johannes Kepler decided it was actually 12,376,800 miles away. Isaac Newton said during his time that, quote, "It matters not whether we reckon it 28 or 54 million miles distant, for either would do just as well." Benjamin Martin calculated between 81 and 82 million miles. Thomas Dilworth claimed 93,726,900 miles. John Hind stated positively 95,298,260 miles. Benjamin Gould said more than 96 million miles, and Christian Mayer thought it was more than 104 million. Nowadays, current heliocentric theorists have settled on a figure of 93 million miles. But all of these ridiculous distances are easily proven wrong by the same method flat earthers have used for centuries. Measuring with sextants and calculating with plane trigonometry, both the sun and moon figure to be only approximately 30 miles in diameter and less than 3,000 miles away. Furthermore, amateur balloon footage taken above the clouds has provided stunning visual proof that the sun cannot be millions of miles away. In several shots, you can see a clear hot spot reflecting on the clouds directly below the sun's spotlight-like influence. If the sun were actually millions of miles away, such a small, localized hot spot could not occur. Another proof the sun is not millions of miles away is found by tracing the angle of sun rays back to their source above the clouds. There are countless pictures and videos showing how sunlight comes down through cloud cover at a variance of converging angles. The area of convergence is of course the sun, and is clearly not millions of miles away, but rather relatively close to Earth. The fact that the sun and moon's reflections on water always form a straight line path from the horizon all the way to the observer also proves Earth is not a ball. If Earth's surface was curved, it would be impossible for the reflected light to bend over the ball. 20. Scientific experiments. Several experiments have been performed and repeated by notable scientists like Albert Michelson, Edward Morley, George Airy, and George Sagnac, proving that it is the stars that revolve around a stationary Earth and not the other way around. The conclusive results of their experiments are not contested or even mentioned in modern astronomy books, but rather conveniently swept under the carpet to keep prying minds from seeing through the lies. For example, the experiment known as Airy's failure, since it failed to confirm heliocentricity, proved that the stars move relative to a stationary Earth, and not the other way around. By first filling a telescope with water to slow down the speed of light inside, then calculating the tilt necessary to get the starlight directly down the tube, Airy failed to prove the heliocentric theory, since the starlight was already coming in the correct angle, with no change necessary, and instead proved the geocentric model. The Michelson-Morley, Michelson-Gale, and Sagnac experiments also attempted to measure the change in speed of light due to Earth's assumed motion through space. After measuring in every possible different direction in various locations, they all failed to detect any significant change whatsoever, again proving the stationary geocentric model. Suffice to say, these 20 points are just scratching the surface, and there are many, many more proofs available, both in William Carpenter's book, 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe, and my own book, 200 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Ball.
Hello guys, hope everyone is doing alright today. We're here to talk about these 7 impossible commercial flights that prove Earth is not a globe. Once we go through all these 7, you're going to understand and see that Earth cannot possibly be a globe. They can make it some of the flights if they use some of these aircrafts, which are known as ER, Extended Range Aircrafts, where they add extra fuel tanks to make these aircrafts to have a greater autonomy. It's known that several aircrafts in the world, especially presidential aircrafts, one LATAM mechanic from South America said that it's possible that this technology is used on the flight Sydney to Santiago, where the aircrafts are equipped extra fuel tanks. Let's go ahead and get started with our countdown, starting from number 7. Number 7. Commercial flights from Argentina to India flying over Africa with a stopover anywhere below the equator. Now, one thing that you will never see is one flight from Buenos Aires or anywhere in South America, Montevideo, São Paulo, towards New Delhi in India with a stopover in Africa. Especially if it's below the equator. You're never gonna see anything like that. Or even in north of Africa, you're not gonna see. What you will find are flights like this one, where from Argentina you have to stop in Europe. So a flight from Argentina to India can only happen with a stopover in Europe. Why not anywhere in Africa? You won't see any flights stopping there from South America because it's not possible. The only way that you can fly from Argentina to India is through Europe. You will find stopover in Amsterdam, and just like is explained here on the flat earth map, this is the way that you fly from Argentina, South America to India. You can only stop in Europe. There's no way you can understand, looking at the flat earth map, that this flight cannot really stop in Africa. Let's go to the next one. Direct commercial flights from Wellington, New Zealand to Johannesburg in South Africa. If you look at the globe, in theory, the distance between Wellington and Johannesburg is 7,305 miles, much less than the distance from Sydney to Los Angeles. But when you look at the flat earth map, you can understand why this flight cannot happen on a globe, because the distance is much greater. I have found this one from Wellington, stops in Brisbane, Australia, and then Doha in the Middle East, and then to Johannesburg. You can also find stopover in Hong Kong and one via Dubai. If you look at the flat earth map, you can understand why they offer these stopovers either in Dubai, Doha, or Hong Kong from Wellington, because Earth is flat. There's no other way on the globe. Looking back here, you see how the flight would have to go up above the equator and then down again to South Africa. But if you look at the flat earth map, you can easily understand why this flight will cross the equator 2 times, because it's going from a farther distance from Wellington to Johannesburg. Let's go to the next one. Direct commercial flights between Sydney, Australia to Lima, Peru. Now this is one flight that I really would like to see. The distance between the two cities, 7,948 miles in theory, but if you look at the flights, the Qantas flies from Sydney to Houston, it's much closer. Since there were many Australians stuck in Peru amid COVID-19 outbreak, and it shows that there are many people willing to travel to Peru from Australia. Then you think there are many people who travel there actually, and there should be a flight from Sydney to Lima, Peru, but since Earth is not a globe, it's not possible because the distance is much greater. Just look here on the globe. This flight from Sydney has to stop in Los Angeles and then go to Lima, Peru. And why not a straight flight from Sydney to Lima, since the distance is about the same from Sydney to Los Angeles, but it's impossible because Earth is not a globe. And this is how this flight really works. From Sydney, it has to stop in Los Angeles because Earth is flat, There's no other way. Crosses the equator to Los Angeles and then crosses again to Lima, Peru. Earth is flat, and here's one more proof. Let's go to the next one. Direct commercial flights between Auckland, New Zealand to Lima, Peru. So if you think the distance between Sydney to Lima is too big, so why not fly from Auckland to Lima, Peru? Why not a direct flight, since the distance is only 6,687 miles in theory? Machu Picchu in Peru is one of the new 7 wonders of the world. There would be plenty of people from Auckland, from New Zealand, or coming from Sydney, Australia, with a stopover in Auckland to catch this flight to Machu Picchu. 6,687 miles. That would take it 13 hours, 12 hours, and it would be an easy flight on the globe if that was possible. Let's now compare here on the globe one more time. This is how it would look like on the globe, but since Earth is not a globe, there's no way these flights can take place. These flights can only happen on a flat Earth. From Auckland, they would have to work like this, from Auckland through Los Angeles and then Lima, Peru. That's how they fly now, because it's not possible to fly a straight flight from Auckland to Peru. The distance much bigger than the theory of 6,687 miles. Let's go to the next one. Direct commercial flights between Wellington, New Zealand to Lima, Peru. For those who think that Auckland to Lima is still a big of a distance, why not Wellington, which from Wellington to Lima, Peru, in theory, it's only 6,577 miles. Aussies could fly over, stop over in Wellington, and catch the flight to Lima, to Peru. So here, on the image, you can see how this flight would look like on the globe. But since Earth is not a globe and it's impossible to fly straight from Wellington to Lima, Peru, the only option is fly a stopover in Los Angeles. And looking at the flat Earth map, you can understand why the distance between Wellington to Lima, Peru is much greater than 6,577 miles. It's an impossible flight, and it can only happen with a stopover in Los Angeles because Earth is flat. Earth is not a spinning ball. Let's go to the next one. Direct commercial flights between Montevideo in Uruguay to Perth in Australia. The distance 7,784 miles in theory, much less than the distance between Sydney and Houston. They do fly. Qantas has a flight to Houston or Dallas, which is over 8,000 miles. So this flight should be possible if Earth were a spinning ball, just like the flights from Buenos Aires to Perth. That should be possible if Earth was a ball, but since Earth is not a ball, these flights can only happen either through Europe or with a stopover in Houston and Los Angeles and Sydney and then to Perth. So if you look at the comparing both the globe and the flat Earth, you can understand why a flight from Montevideo to Perth takes 38 hours, because it's not possible to fly on the bottom of a spinning ball because Earth is not a ball. Look at the flat Earth map, you can easily understand why these flights cannot happen and does not happen and would never happen because Earth is not a globe. It can only happen on the flat Earth map with the stops in Los Angeles and Sydney and then finally to Perth. And let's move to our last one. Direct commercial flights between Auckland, New Zealand to Mexico City. The distance in theory is only 6,803 miles in theory. Mexico has a lot of things to offer. It's one top tourist destination in the world. Many people from all over travel to Mexico to visit the ruins, the Aztec ruins, all the ancient cultures there. And Australians have to fly to Los Angeles as well as the Kiwis. They also have to fly to Los Angeles and then go to Mexico. Why not a direct flight from New Zealand to Mexico City? Well, the answer is simple. Earth is not a ball. So there's no way one can fly from Auckland straight to Mexico City. Even though the distance would be just over 6,000 miles on the globe, it never happens, it won't happen ever, because Earth is not a globe. Quick look here on the Flat Earth map, you can understand why a flight, people from Auckland, people from New Zealand, Australia, and they all have to fly to Los Angeles and then go to Mexico City. So here are 7 impossible commercial flights that prove Earth is not a globe. It's in your face, the evidences are out there. If you don't want to see it, you can close your eyes, but Earth is flat, and denying it, I mean, you don't benefit anything to that. Why would you just trust these people who are trying to kill you right now? So guys, this is all for today. Thank you for watching. I hope I'll see you next time. I don't know, things are getting crazy day by day, but take care. See you next time. Bye bye.
So human beings who live on the globe spinning in space with curved water and with these type of satellites, I seriously do not understand you. Why are you so hypocrite? You're such hypocrites and you're anti-scientific and you're anti-reality. I don't understand you. So let's see science and reality and stuff, and let's make you feel disgusted with yourself. This is a message for people who live on the globe spinning in space with curved water. Why do you accept these satellites? I mean, everybody knows this is video games, 3D, three-dimensional computer graphics made on a computer, cartoons, invented stuff. Everybody knows this is fake. So why do you keep on accepting that this is reality? I'm going to show you the reality right now, which is going to make short circuit. This is what you say is reality, according to you. 3D CGI animations on computer software. And I'm going to show you reality in the real world, in places like South America and Brazil. And not only, this is just an example. We have satellites that crashed in the back garden of normal people, normal peasants. And all these satellites, what they have in common is they float with helium balloons on the surface of the Earth. Helium balloons because they float, because the density of helium is less than the density of air. Therefore, it floats. There's no gravity. There's no globe Earth. There's nothing. So I understand you're frustrated with your lives and that you only care about insulting and stuff. These are the satellites. I'm going to show you more pictures. Stay tuned. Keep on staying with me, because you're gonna hate me for this, because I'm going to show you reality and the truth. But hey, I don't care. I mean, I am a real human being, not like you. So this is like a crash satellite in Brazil. It's just satellites exist. The thing is, they do not exist the way that you believe it exists. They don't exist floating around the globe, spinning in space, and gravity keeps them. No, everything is helium globes like this. And because helium floats, because the density of helium is less than density of air, there is no gravity. Everything is density and buoyancy. That is pure science. You are anti-scientific, my friend, and that's the truth. So this is NASA. This is official NASA footage. This is not something like a stupid flat earther in the basement of his mother, like you say, is doing. This is original footage from NASA, pure science. This is what NASA does when they're sending, since the 1950s, after the Second World War, they're sending the satellites in space, above the Earth, what we call space, with floating helium balloons. There is no such thing as what you see in cartoons and movies. This is what happens in real life. So do you tell me, is real life and reality inferior in your brain compared to what you want to believe? This is like footage from the 1950s. Back in the day, in the 1950s, because the world was so primitive, the only way to launch helium balloons up in the air was from aircraft, like aircraft carriers, because they were so huge and big and gigantic. They had to be in the middle of the ocean. And I believe they had to be in the middle of the ocean as well, because it was away from the public eye, so nobody would have actually had the camera or like the capacity to actually follow the army or the navy onto the ocean and see that for themselves. But that's what they were doing back in the 1950s and 60s. And today, this is what they're doing. NASA has programs. NASA is actually the largest helium consumer in the world. You can check it out. It's not made up. NASA consumes helium like no other company in the world. Why would NASA need so much helium if the world works with gravity and globe spinning in space with curved water? Because there is no gravity. Everything is helium, and they need this to launch the satellites. And they have people like scientists and retired NASA Goddard Space Flight Center speaking about the importance of buoyancy and density and how the satellites float, thanks to the fact that the Earth is not a globe. It's flat and it's motionless. It doesn't move. And I don't even know what to say anymore. So you have the footage. You have this, for example, this person who's chief technologist for the balloon program. She was saying, and this is like public knowledge, that when they fabricate these balloons to actually launch the satellites, each one of these balloons, when it's inflated and when it's ready to launch, it has the size of a football stadium. This is American football, but who cares? American football, European football, a domed football stadium. So that's the size of those things that are up there in space somewhere above the surface of the flat motionless Earth. And also many of these, look at this, this is official, this is how satellites are being launched, and they're launched from Antarctica. Lots of the satellites are launched from Antarctica, from the places where common mortal human beings like you and me, because we are useless birth certificates, we do not have access to go there. And that's why they're launching them from so far away in Antarctica, because there's nobody there to actually film it, so there will be no witnesses, so therefore they can get away with it. But this is actually the truth. This exists. This is reality. Why the heck do you keep on saying that your reality is this? Why do you accept this reality? Because this is just like invented cartoon and computer graphics. This is reality. They're launching satellites with helium globes, helium balloons from Antarctica, where nobody has access, like you and me, only the military and themselves, because that's the way the world works. And this is public knowledge. This is not something invented or conspiracy. So the only reason why you keep on insulting people who search for the truth and people who accept the truth is because you're frustrated and you're a hypocrite and you hate your life. And that's it. So you accept this because, I don't know, because you know that nothing is going to change in the world. Therefore, you have a reason to be happy, to insult and to laugh at people who just accept the truth for what it is. It's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. I actually feel disgusted and ashamed to share the same DNA with people who live on a globe with curved water spinning in space. I feel super disgusted. And you're going to say now, why do you keep on focusing your video, like this type of video, with people who live on the globe Earth? Well, very simple, because you people who know the truth, you're fine. You don't need help. People who need help and to go to a psychologist are those who live on a globe spinning in space with curved water. So that's why I'm trying to help people here. I'm actually a good human being, you know. This is what a person with his Nikon P900 camera, those cameras that make super zooms, the P900 and the P1000, and cameras that you just insult because you tell people buy yourself a telescope or something. Well, this is something you can use your camera for, and this is a satellite with a helium balloon or globe floating around in front of the moon. And that's it. That's what you see with 83 times zoom. That's the P900, and the P1000 has 120. And by the way, everywhere you look right now, they're out of stock. Probably there's a reason why these cameras are out of stock, in my opinion. Anyway, so yeah, it's very simple. And this was seen in The Simpsons. It's not like The Simpsons tells you the future. It's more like in The Simpsons, they're actually telling you the truth, because that's the way that politics and the world works. They're showing it to you in cartoons in The Simpsons and stuff. They're showing you reality, and this is reality. From Antarctica, from the North Pole, which is not actually the North Pole, it's just a central part of this crater, because we do not have access there. It's forbidden. So that's how they launch the satellites. Buoyancy, density, there is no gravity. The only reason why you keep on insulting people that speak the truth, it's because I would say something right now, but I'm not gonna say it because probably YouTube is not gonna like it. So anyway, that's the whole thing. I didn't do anything bad. I'm just showing you reality versus invented cartoons and 3D CGI and video games. I love video games, I love cartoons, I love 3D CGI, but when it comes to the truth, when it comes to actually understand how the world works and what's reality, this is reality. This is not reality. And what else? Here? And what's the other satellite here? And this is not reality. This is fake. This is just animation. Reality is this. On the moon, reality is what you see in Antarctica when they launch satellites with helium balloons, because helium floats and the Earth does not move. There is no spinning, there is no curvature, there is no gravity. NASA knows this. Of course, they have their own program for the public, because that's the whole part of the whole system and the whole process, right? But the videos exist, the documentaries exist, science exists. If you go in front of a judge right now, and you want to prove these things, the judge is going to give you, the person who actually speaks the truth, the right to actually go out clean, because a judge has to respect the truth if you have the materials. And these are the materials, and this is science, and this is irrefutable science. And this is something that I know, it's just I am ashamed of the human race, of 99% of the human race, because it's so simple. It's just a matter of like sitting your ass or your butt on a chair for like an hour to actually understand this with your human intellect, and you're just going to realize, okay, I was lied all my life, I feel frustrated and I feel like a piece of crap, but who cares? At least I know the truth, right? That's the big thing that people don't want to do. They don't want to sit on their asses and just understand with their human intellect. Oh, it's easier to just insult flat earthers because, you know, that's the norm. That's simple. What can you do, right? So I'm hoping that at least one of the people who actually lives on his fantasy globe bird spinning in space, they're gonna actually watch my video and they're just gonna actually sit down for a second or for a minute or for a day and just think. Use your human intellect. Don't be like a monkey, because monkeys don't think. They just eat bananas and they have sex in the jungle. Just, you know, just think for a bit and probably you're gonna realize the truth. And I don't care if it's frustrating for you or if you're gonna go crazy or something. That's your problem. Hey, the truth is the truth, and if you cannot handle it, then that's your problem, my friend. So, and that's it. I'll see you guys in the next one.
In the flat Earth model of the cosmos, the North Pole is the immovable center of the world and the entire universe. Polaris, the North Star, sits straight over the North Pole at the highest point in the heavens, and like a slowly rotating planetarium dome, all the celestial bodies revolve around Polaris and over the Earth once per day. The Sun circles over and around the circumference of Earth every 24 hours, steadily traveling each day from the equator during the March vernal equinox up to the Tropic of Cancer at the June summer solstice, back down to the equator for the September autumnal equinox, and all the way down to the Tropic of Capricorn on the December winter solstice. In the flat Earth model, the South Pole does not exist at all, and Antarctica is instead a gigantic ice wall extending the circumference of Earth, holding in the oceans like a giant bowl or a World Cup. As strange as this concept may sound at first, it is a fact that if you set a bearing due south from anywhere on Earth, inevitably at or before 78 degrees southern latitude, you will find yourself face to face with an enormous ice wall towering 100 to 200 feet in the air, extending to the east and west the entire circumference of the world. General Greely in Antarctica, or the Hypothetical Southern Continent, wrote, "The ice barrier, so frequently referred to in accounts of the Antarctic regions, is the forefront of the enormous glacier covering or ice cap, which, accumulating in vast undulating fields from the heavy snowfall, and ultimately attaining hundreds if not thousands of feet in thickness, creeps from the continent of Antarctica into the polar sea. The ice barrier, yet a part of the parent ice cap, presents itself to the navigator who has boldness enough to approach its fearful front as a solid perpendicular wall of marble-like ice, ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 feet in thickness, of which from 100 to 200 feet rises above, and from 800 to 1,800 feet sinks below the level of the sea." Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "It has been demonstrated that the Earth is a plane, the surface center of which is immediately underneath the star called Polaris, and the extremities of which are bounded by a vast region of ice and water and irregular masses of land. The whole terminates in fog and darkness, where snow and driving hail, piercing sleet, and boisterous winds, howling storms, madly mounting waves, and clashing icebergs are almost constant. Antarctica is not the tiny ice continent found confined to the underside antipode of astronomers' globes. Quite the contrary, Antarctica literally surrounds us 360 degrees, encircles every continent, and acts as a barrier holding in the oceans. The most commonly asked questions, and the greatest mysteries yet to be solved are, how far does the Antarctic ice extend outwards? Is there a limit? What lies beyond, or is it just snow and ice forever? Thanks to UN treaties and constant military surveillance, the North Pole and Antarctica remain cloaked in government secrecy, both purported no-fly and no-sail zones, with several reports of civilian pilots and captains being shooed away and escorted back under threats of violence. Dr. Samuel Rowbotham wrote, "How far the ice extends, how it terminates, and what exists beyond it are questions to which no present human experience can reply. All we at present know is that snow and hail, howling winds, and indescribable storms and hurricanes prevail, and that in every direction human ingress is barred by unsealed escarpments of perpetual ice, extending farther than the eye or telescope can penetrate, and becoming lost in gloom and darkness." Before reaching the Antarctic ice wall, navigating the increasingly tumultuous southern oceans, explorers encounter the longest, darkest, coldest nights and the most dangerous seas and storms anywhere on Earth. Vasco da Gama, an early 16th century Portuguese explorer of the South Seas, wrote how the waves rise like mountains in height, ships are heaved up to the clouds and apparently precipitated by circling whirlpools to the bed of the ocean. The winds are piercing cold, and so boisterous that the pilot's voice can seldom be heard, whilst a dismal and almost continual darkness adds greatly to the danger. In 1773, Captain Cook became the first modern explorer known to have breached the Antarctic Circle and reached the ice barrier. During 3 voyages lasting 3 years and 8 days, Captain Cook and his crew sailed a total of 60,000 miles along the Antarctic coastline, never once finding an inlet or path through or beyond the massive glacial wall. Captain Cook wrote, "The ice extended east and west far beyond the reach of our sight, while the southern half of the horizon was illuminated by rays of light, which were reflected from the ice to a considerable height. It was indeed my opinion that this ice extends quite to the pole, or perhaps joins some land to which it has been fixed since creation." On October 5, 1839, another explorer, James Clark Ross, began a series of Antarctic voyages lasting a total of 4 years and 5 months. Ross and his crew sailed 2 heavily armored warships thousands of miles, losing many men from hurricanes and icebergs, looking for an entry point beyond the southern glacial wall. Upon first confronting the massive barrier, Captain Ross wrote of the wall, "Extending from its eastern extreme point as far as the eye could discern to the eastward, it presented an extraordinary appearance, gradually increasing in height as we got nearer to it, and proving at length to be a perpendicular cliff of ice, between 150 feet and 200 feet above the level of the sea, perfectly flat and level at the top, and without any fissures or promontories on its even seaward face. We might with equal chance of success try to sail through the cliffs of Dover as penetrate such a mass." William Carpenter wrote, "Yes, but we can circumnavigate the south easily enough, is often said by those who don't know. The British ship Challenger recently completed the circuit of the southern region, indirectly to be sure, but she was 3 years about it, and traversed nearly 69,000 miles, a stretch long enough to have taken her 6 times round on the globular hypothesis." Dr. Samuel Rowbotham wrote, "If we now consider the fact that when we travel by land or sea, and from any part of the known world in a direction towards the North Polar Star, we shall arrive at one and the same point, we are forced to the conclusion that what has hitherto been called the North Polar region is really the center of the earth, that from this northern center the land diverges and stretches out, of necessity, towards a circumference, which must now be called the southern region, which is a vast circle, and not a pole or center. In this and other ways, all the great navigators have been frustrated in their efforts, and have been more or less confounded in their attempts to sail round the earth upon or beyond the Antarctic Circle. But if the southern region is a pole or center, like the north, there would be little difficulty in circumnavigating it, for the distance round would be comparatively small. When it is seen that the earth is not a sphere, but a plane, having only one center, the north, and that the south is the vast icy boundary of the world, the difficulties experienced by circumnavigators can be easily understood. If the earth were truly a globe, then every line of latitude south of the equator would have to measure a gradually smaller and smaller circumference the farther south traveled. In other words, the circumference at 10 degrees south latitude would comprise a smaller circle than at the equator, 20 degrees south latitude would comprise a circle smaller than 10, and so on. If, however, the Earth is an extended plane, then every line of latitude south of the equator should measure a gradually larger and larger circumference the farther south traveled. 10 degrees south latitude will comprise a larger circle than the equator, 20 degrees south latitude will comprise a circle larger than 10, and so on. Likewise, if the Earth were a globe, lines of longitude would bubble out at the equator while converging at the poles, whereas if Earth is an extended plane, lines of longitude should simply expand straight outwards from the North Pole. So which is actually the case? David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "Upon the principle as taught by Scripture and common observation that the world is not a planet but consists of vast masses of land stretched out upon level seas, the north being the center of the system, it is evident that the degrees of longitude will gradually increase in width the whole way from the north center to the icy boundary of the great southern circumference, in consequence of the difference between the actual extent of longitudes and that allowed for them by the nautical authorities, which difference, at the latitude of the Cape of Good Hope, has been estimated to amount to a great number of miles. Many shipmasters have lost their reckoning, and many vessels have been wrecked. Ship captains, who have been educated in the globular theory, know not how to account for their getting so much out of their course in southern latitudes, and generally put it down to currents. But this reason is futile, for although currents may exist, they do not usually run in opposite directions, and vessels are frequently wrecked whether sailing east or west. During Captain James Clark Ross's voyages around the Antarctic circumference, he often wrote in his journal, perplexed at how they routinely found themselves out of accordance with their charts, stating that they found themselves an average of 12 to 16 miles outside their reckoning every day, some days as much as 29 miles. Lieutenant Charles Wilkes commanded a United States Navy exploration expedition to the Antarctic from August 18, 1838 to June 10, 1842, almost 4 years spent exploring and surveying the Southern Ocean. In his journals, Lieutenant Wilkes also mentioned being consistently east of his reckoning, sometimes over 20 miles in less than 18 hours. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "The commanders of these various expeditions were, of course, with their education and belief in the Earth's rotundity, unable to conceive of any other cause for the differences between log and chronometer results than the existence of currents. But one simple fact is entirely fatal to such an explanation, that when the route taken is east or west, the same results are experienced. The water of the southern region cannot be running in two opposite directions at the same time, and hence, although various local and variable currents have been noticed, they cannot be shown to be the cause of the discrepancies so generally observed in high southern latitudes between time and log results. The conclusion is one of necessity, forced upon us by the sum of the evidence collected that the degrees of longitude in any given southern latitude are larger than the degrees in any latitude nearer to the northern center, thus proving the already more than sufficiently demonstrated fact that the Earth is a plane, having a northern center, in relation to which degrees of latitude are concentric, and from which degrees of longitude are diverging lines, continually increasing in their distance from each other as they are prolonged towards the great glacial southern circumference." Reverend Thomas Milner wrote, "In the southern hemisphere, navigators to India have often fancied themselves east of the Cape when still west, and have been driven ashore on the African coast, which, according to their reckoning, lay behind them. This misfortune happened to a fine frigate, the Challenger, in 1845. How came Her Majesty's ship Conqueror to be lost? How have so many other noble vessels, perfectly sound, perfectly manned, perfectly navigated, been wrecked in calm weather, not only in dark night or in a fog, but in broad daylight and sunshine, in the former case upon the coasts, in the latter upon sunken rocks, from being out of reckoning, under circumstances which until now have baffled every satisfactory explanation? The equatorial circumference of the supposed ball earth is said to be 24,900 statute, or 21,600 nautical miles. A nautical mile is the distance following the supposed curvature of the Earth from 1 minute of latitude to the next. A statute mile is the straight line distance between the two, not taking into account Earth's alleged curvature. The Australian Handbook Almanac Shippers and Importers Directory states that the distance between Sydney and Nelson is 1,400 nautical or 1,633 statute miles. Allowing a more than sufficient 83 miles as the distance for rounding Cape Farewell and sailing up Tasman Bay to Nelson leaves 1,550 statute miles as the straight line distance from the meridian of Sydney to the meridian of Nelson. Their given difference in longitude is 22 degrees, 2 minutes, 14 seconds. Therefore, if 22 degrees, 2 minutes, 14 seconds out of 360 is 1,550 miles, the entirety measures 25,182 miles. This is larger than the Earth is said to be at the equator, and 4,262 miles greater than it would be at Sydney's southern latitude on a globe of said proportions. 1/360th part of 25,182 gives 70 miles as the distance between each degree of longitude at Sydney's 34-degree southern latitude. On a globe 25,000 miles in equatorial circumference, however, degrees of longitude at 34 degrees latitude would be only 58 miles, a full 12 miles per degree less than reality. This perfectly explains why Ross and other navigators in the deep south experienced 12-plus mile daily discrepancies between their reckoning and reality. The farther south traveled, the farther the divide. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "From near Cape Horn, Chile, to Port Phillip in Melbourne, Australia, the distance is 9,000 miles. These two places are 143 degrees of longitude from each other. Therefore the whole extent of the Earth's circumference is a mere arithmetical question. If 143 degrees make 9,000 miles, what will be the distance made by the whole 360 degrees into which the surface is divided? The answer is 22,657 miles, or 8,357 miles more than the theory of rotundity would permit. It must be borne in mind, however, that the above distances are nautical measure, which, reduced to statute miles, gives the actual distance round the southern region at a given latitude as 26,433 statute miles, or nearly 1,500 miles more than the largest circumference ever assigned to the Earth at the equator. Similar calculations made from the Cape of Good Hope, South Africa, to Melbourne, Australia, at an average latitude of 35.5 degrees south, have given an approximate figure of over 25,000 miles, which is again equal to or greater than the Earth's supposed greatest circumference at the equator. Calculations from Sydney, Australia to Wellington, New Zealand, at an average of 37.5 degrees south, have given an approximate circumference of 25,500 miles, greater still. According to the ball Earth theory, the circumference of the Earth at 37.5 degrees southern latitude should be only 19,757 statute miles, almost 6,000 miles less than such practical measurements. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "The above calculations are, as already stated, only approximate, but as liberal allowances have been made for irregularities of route, etc., they are sufficiently accurate to prove that the degrees of longitude, as we proceed southwards, do not diminish as they would upon a globe, but expand or increase as they must if the Earth is a plane, or, in other words, the farthest point, or greatest latitude south, must have the greatest circumference and degrees of longitude." And William Carpenter wrote, "Parallels of latitude only, of all imaginary lines on the surface of the Earth, are circles, which increase progressively from the northern center to the southern circumference. The mariner's course in the direction of any one of these concentric circles is his longitude. The degrees
people that aren't afraid to talk, I guess. I don't know, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Josh and Jason Monday Christian and Conspiracy Podcast Show. I am your host, Josh Monday. If you don't know me, I'm a Christian rapper, devoted husband, father, and Army veteran. And today we have a mega show. Some people would call it a round table. I would call it a flat table. Okay, so today we have allegedly Dave. We have Mark Sargent and Dave Weiss all together on one show. So thank you guys so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. This is going to be an amazing, I think an amazing show. So first off, guys, what I would like to go through is Romans 3:3-4. It says, for what reason, if some did not believe, shall their unbelief make their faith of God without effect? God forbid. Yeah, let God be true, but every man a liar, as it is written, that thou mightest be justified in the sayings and mightiest overcome when thou art judged. Okay, so let me tell you guys what man says real quick. Okay, man says that there was a big bang in the universe 13.8 billion years ago, and it says 4.6 billion years ago the sun formed. 4.5 billion years ago the earth formed, and it said 60 to 175 million after that the moon formed. Okay, and so what does God say? God says on day 1 he created the heaven and the earth. Day 2 he created the oceans and the firmament. The dry land. Day 3 the dry land, plants and vegetation, and day 4 he created the moon, sun, and the stars also. So I'm just letting you guys know, besides the fact that nothing was rotating around the earth around the sun on day 3, also they're trying to give it to you as if the stars were created first, the sun second, the moon or the earth, and then the moon. So they even mess it up there, you know. So I challenge you, Christians, anybody that's into the Bible that want to step on the word 100 or want to be part of the word 100%, to just read Genesis 1 through 119 and find out exactly what God was saying there. Okay, guys, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6. I take it literal, and it will open up your eyes to what we're about to talk about today. So first off, guys, I want to say, obviously, thank you guys for coming on. I appreciate it. And I want to ask you guys, can you guys come up with like 3 of your best proofs that you feel like that the earth is flat? What is your like best proofs? Yeah, Dave Weiss, you could start if you'd like, and we'll go.
I mean, the simplest one is water relentlessly seeks the ultimate base level, lays flat, testably, measurably, scientifically, provably flat. Large bodies of water. When I mean that, I mean anything bigger than a gallon of water. Don't give me the whole drop nonsense, Globies. And that's the biggest one. That's the one that got me. And then my second one is Dave Murphy said it. Said the earth was flat. I'm like, hey, that guy, he must know something. And then I started listening to Dave.
Okay, cool.
So I guess I'm the Neil deGrasse Tyson of the flat earth world. Huh?
There you go.
Well, you kind of, yeah, I think you are. When I listened to you on the movie Level, I immediately was like, was drawn to listening to you, and also Dave Weiss and Mark Sargent. You guys are very intelligent and in this community, you know. So I know some people would probably judge us and say that none of us are, intelligent or smart or,
Josh, when did you come into flat Earth? What brought you in? What was the first thing that brought you in? Sorry to interrupt with my question, but
you guys can ask me whatever questions you want, because I'm on the biblical side, and I think allegedly Dave is the biblical side, and Mark, you believe it, and I think I believe you believe the biblical side as well, Dave. But for me, it was on episode 3. It was a couple episodes before I had you on. What I did is I heard about it a while back, but I never actually committed to it. But once I opened up the Bible and I just started going verse by verse in Genesis, and then I found out about Joshua 10:1, and then I found out about Habakkuk, where he's talking about the sun stop. All this stuff was opening my eyes. So I think it was episode 3, and then when I had you on, obviously you stamped it for sure on the secular side and the Bible. Once the Bible says it, for me, my whole foundation and everything is the Bible. So once I found out the Bible says it, I just 100% committed to it, and I would do every single show after that.
well, so let me just throw out one thing though. Before flat Earth, I disregarded anything that had to do with any sort of creator at all, and flat Earth showed me there's a creator. When like my co-host Matt Long on the Flat Earth podcast, he comes from the Bible side 100%. Bible is the first thing he mentions and everything. But if you have somebody that's not a Bible believer, how are you going to convince them the earth is flat with the Bible? If they don't believe the Bible, there's nothing you can quote out of there that'll mean anything to them. So I always like to lead with the science, because the actual science, not the stupid scientism, works for all people that have working minds. And then those on the Bible side can back it up with the Bible. I'll throw it back to you guys. Dave?
Yeah, well, my point of view on this is going from the common sense side of it. Yeah, you can do the science, you can do the biblical thing, but the common sense view is obvious enough for everyone, I think. So my favorite proof is actually the gyroscope. And I hadn't really considered this idea until I was actually flying to Macedonia for that Macedonian talk, television appearance, and I thought I had to come up with some ideas to actually speak on. So I was sitting on the plane, and I was thinking, well, okay, in this plane there's a gyroscope in the artificial horizon. And I thought, well, if the plane is going over the curve of the horizon, then the artificial horizon should actually start rolling backwards. And so I actually asked the pilot, and he said, oh no, we never have to adjust the artificial horizon in mid-flight. So yeah, just I have to step back on this then. Thing about a gyroscope, when you spin a gyroscope, it is what's known as rigid in space. It is, it spins around and wants to stay in its orientation no matter what. It doesn't matter where it is on Earth, doesn't matter the direction of gravity, nothing. It will just stay in its orientation, okay? And it will resist anyone trying to change that orientation. So in the artificial horizon, it's based on a gyroscope. They spin it up just before they take off and get the reference to the local ground, the ground level. Okay, now the plane, as it takes off, the plane moves around the gyroscope. Okay, so the gyroscope maintains that reference to level. So when that plane goes over the curve of the horizon, it should again maintain its rigidity in space, and it does. And even the Globers have to acknowledge it, because first time they started to try and debunk it, the first thing they would say is, oh, but the gyroscope aligns to the center of the Earth, and we could disprove it. We disproved that, and then they had to come back with pendulous vanes and things like that. But the gyroscope for me remains the top, proof for the flat Earth.
Nice. Okay, and Mark Sargent, you have the proofs, in your video, so I'm sure you have a lot as well.
You're muted, Mark.
Thank you, by the way, for mentioning that before I even said a word.
I know your style. I know your style.
Thank you. Thank you. I try not to hit the mute button. All right. Anyway, the three big ones for me were the ones I didn't include. The ones that I learned later. First would have been long distance photography, because I never mentioned photography in the clues. And people just start calling me up. It's like, yeah, dude, I went to the beach and started shooting long distance. I'm going, why the hell would you do that? It's like, because water, it's absolutely level all the time. I'm going, it's perfectly flat, because I was a big fan of the Orlando Ferguson map when I first did this. The second one, which is my favorite, is gravity versus the vacuum of space. I love using that example on people, because it especially if you have anybody with a science background, because it usually stops them dead in their tracks, because they just don't know what to do with it. It's like, next question. And last but not least would be the Van Allen radiation belts, which I'm going to talk about this week in my podcast, because when they're preparing, Dave, you probably already saw, they're postponing the Artemis mission, which is
there was too many people watching close up. They had to cancel
exactly.
it.
I seriously don't know how they're going to pull that off. But in one of the articles, they were talking about cosmic radiation versus the Van Allen radiation, and they actually said I'm not kidding you. The quote is the safety of the Van Allen belts. It's like, what are you talking about? How did that even happen? Like the Van Allen belts. Oh no, you're perfectly fine there. It's when you get out of there in the cosmic radiation. So anyway, those are definitely my big three, and I use them whenever I can. Sorry, go ahead.
Dave.
Can I ask, can you expand on the gravity one? Because I don't think I've heard you talking about
Oh,
that,
sure. Well, okay, maybe you haven't. So gravity versus the vacuum of space, which is, and Dave usually does it with a straw and a glass. How, gravity is, you can actually create a little vacuum field, and how can you suck soda, through a straw? And what I try to remind people is there's lots of things in the movies which are done for dramatic effect. And one of them is that they absolutely diminish the power of a vacuum. And I know scientists like there's no such thing as the power of vacuum, where you get a hole in the fuselage in a spaceship and you just hear this, it's like, oh, we only have 2 minutes of air left. Somebody get something, some chewing gum to stick in the hole. And
stick their thumb in the hole.
yeah, exactly. And I try to remind people, is like, look, you don't have to be in space to do this. We've got, between submarines and deep wells, oil, rigs, there's some pressure environments. We've had some horrible accidents in the past, and people don't get that it's absolutely instantaneous. When the vacuum versus non-vacuum, there's no middle ground there. And I encourage people to look up. There's a wonderful video. I don't know why the Germans do this, called Vacuum versus a Steel Rail Car, where they apply a vacuum to the inside of a steel, not aluminum rail car, and it absolutely crushes it instantaneously. Anyway, point is that if you had a vacuum chamber above you in your second floor of your building with a valve, and you pop that valve, what would happen? It'd be instantaneous. It would equalize. Right. It'd be, in fact, you might even be sucked up. Your head might get stuck up there, but it'd be really violent and very instantaneous. And the vacuum would do it every single time. And I go, okay, when you go outside, what happens? I go, why is our atmosphere still here? And every single time, the knee-jerk response is, well, it's gravity. It's gravity. I go, you mean the same gravity that couldn't keep the air in your living room from going upstairs? That gravity right there. And I've even had people, a physicist once, say they wanted to say it. It's like, well, there's more. I go, more gravity? You mean different gravity? Oh yeah, there's the steel rail car right there. It's absolutely brutal. Every space show in Hollywood ever would be cut short because everyone would die. At the end of Aliens, I feel bad because Aliens is one of my favorite sci-fi movies ever, was Sigourney Weaver's climbing the ladder and she's exposed to space, right? And it's taking, like a full minute to get empty air out of that bay. I'm going, no. I bought it. Sure. Why not? So yeah, that's my favorite. And it takes a little while to explain to people, but they get it. And I've asked every single time, throw it at scientists. I go, what happens at the bleeding edge of space?
Mark, you have the challenge out there to go in and wearing a spacesuit into a vacuum chamber with another astronaut. Yeah. And here's the thing. We all know, Globers, flat earthers, kindergartners know that if you put something in the high pressure, like a bottle, into a low pressure thing, it will expand, if not explode. Okay. Get a Poland Spring bottle and, fill it, close it, while you're on the ground, and then just go up on an airplane where you barely even notice the slight difference in pressure, and then you open it, and then close it up there. When you land, it'll crush on the way down.
Yep.
And that's in a pressurized cabin. Imagine if they depressurized the cabin. Okay. Oh, yeah. So astronauts are out there wearing their friggin' snowboarding suits with their zippers and their laces and soft material, and it doesn't explode. It doesn't expand. And no one will address this on the other side. They will ignore it, or they'll go, well, it's less than 1 atmosphere. I don't care if it's 1/10 of an atmosphere. It's going to explode in a low pressure environment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that just expand on what you were saying before is they say there's a pressure gradient. It gets lighter and lighter and lighter, thinner and thinner and thinner until then there's a vacuum of space. That's not how it works.
No. And let me cover that really quick, because some people will say, oh yeah, by the time you get to space, it's this trickle thing, right? And I've talked to a number of scientists that have said that. It's like, oh, there's just so little pressure difference there. And I'm going, that's not how it works. I go, my example is take any box, any cardboard box, put some packing popcorn in it, pick, a little bit of tape on the bottom, pick it up. No problem whatsoever. Okay, put the box back down, put a whole bunch of heavy books on the top of that packing popcorn, then pick it up. What happens? The books just punch through, and you got packing popcorn, a big mess everywhere. Why? Why is that important? I go, because vacuum doesn't care about just the little particles at the edge. If you believe they're going to go after everything. If there's a pressure difference all the way to the ground, in fact, once it got to the ground, they would take the oceans with it, because oceans boil at room temperature. So yeah, Again,
Oh,
most,
Okay.
I was just gonna. Sorry, one more
Oh,
little
looking at it.
point
Go ahead.
because
For sure.
yeah, Dave mentioned it about the spacesuit. So I was taking a close look at Neil Armstrong's spacesuit.
Yeah.
And if you look, there's like a codpiece that's attached down there in the groin area. Okay, attached with two poppers essentially. And I was wondering what the hell that was. Now, if you go and look at the Neil Armstrong spacesuit that's hanging in the museum, you'll see that it doesn't have that codpiece. That codpiece was removed. Underneath the codpiece is a zip. It's a zip for them to be able to go.
nice, nice. Yeah, the spacesuit has always worked because, and I've asked people outside the country. In America, I get it, it's different, but outside the country, it's like, why did you believe the Americans went to the moon? It's like, because it was on television.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so quick question for you, Mark. So do you believe in the Van Allen radiation belts, even with the flat Earth, or were you just mentioning it to go against them going to the moon, or do you?
Oh no, well no, I mentioned the Van Allen radiation belts because that was their answer to try to deter people from going up.
Yeah.
Which is, you tell people, in 1959, you say, oh yeah, there's this horrible, deadly belt of radiation up there that's thousands of miles thick. And then Kennedy screwed the whole thing up the very next year, where he goes, we choose to go to the moon in this decade, do the other thing. It's like, come on. And then they had to go back to Van Allen and they say, okay, how are you going to get past it? Your discovery. And his answer literally was, well, we're going to go really, really fast. It's like, okay.
Wow. Do we all believe that there's a firmament up there, all three of us, or is that still open for interpretation for some of you?
I believe there's a barrier, but that's for me.
Dave?
Oh, I absolutely believe. There is a barrier, a firmament. I believe we're in a bubble of 3D space and time. Yeah, space and time exist here.
There's a lot of flat earthers that say, yeah, there has to be a dome because you can't have zero pressure next to pressure. I don't believe the space is zero pressure.
Oh,
I don't think any of us do. So, but there is some sort of dome. What's it made out of? We can talk about that all day. Glass, ice, pressure, who knows what it is. But I believe, and I say that with believe, because we don't have, rock solid proof, but I think there's a preponderance of evidence.
Yeah.
Okay, so can I ask you, do you guys, so in the Bible, in Ezekiel, in Isaiah, and a few spots, it talks about God's throne being above the firmament, right? So it's kind of crazy because what some people would believe is that the firmament must be outside of the universe. So we have, if you talk about the globe model, then what's happening is the globe would be here, and if God's throne is above the firmament and it's outside of the universe, then what's happening with the universe? They say it's ever expanding. So what would be happening is exactly what science is doing. It's going to be going further and further and further away from you, and that's what science is doing. They're bringing you further and further away from God. So I think it's important to note that I don't know where not non-Christians. I don't know where Christians that believe in the globe would place the firmament. Allegedly, Dave, do you believe that God's throne is above the firmament?
Okay, as I said, I actually believe that we're in a bubble of 3D space and time. Yeah, so there is no outside of here because that would be more 3D space and time. Yeah, so it's not a physical realm where the Most High exists. Because we are a part of the mind of the Most High, essentially. So he created this realm of 3D space and time, but we exist in it. The Most High is everything. Yeah, I would call the Most High the electromagnetic spectrum. Yeah, it goes off infinitely one way and infinitely off the other way, and we are just a little sort of sliver of 3D space of time. So yeah.
So
sorry.
Is God, so God would be outside of space and time, which everybody does believe that's Christian, Jewish, everybody does. What about his angels? Because he does have a court in the Bible, like in 1 Kings, where he's actually speaking to something called the divine council. So now that's going to be angels, and it seems like spirits that he's talking to, and he's asking one of them to go down and speak to a king, and he asked him, what are you going to be? He said, a lying spirit. So what I like to ask people that believe in the Bible and believe in the flat earth, now there has to be a court there with angels. Now, if the devil was outside of space and time, then he would be able to know, the future, the past, and everything. Everybody says, well, the devil's not outside of space and time. Okay, well, are his angels outside of space and time? So what I believe personally is that there's a physical location. Now, God can be outside of space and time, but his angels, I don't believe can be, because there's some that are locked in a bottomless pit, which is said in the Bible, which are physically locked in a pit. But I just
they do take on human form, though. That's
they
the
do.
point.
Hebrews 13:1 for sure, and in Lot. Yes, they can.
So
yeah,
they can exist. They exist in a spiritual realm. That's we don't have words for it because we are 3D space and time creatures.
Yes.
But the realm beyond this, they exist there, but they can take on a form of a human, become physical. I
agree. Okay. All right. That's interesting. And let me ask you guys, Dave Weiss and Mark Sargent, if you believe in heaven, where would you think heaven would be located?
That's an interesting question. I think that heaven would be a non-physical layer somewhere within this realm or above this realm.
Okay.
That's kind of how I envision it. That's how I envision it. Just jumping back to God being at the throne at the center of the earth. This is just a funny observation. I'm not saying I believe it, but you know how when we hear depictions of God speaking, it's this almighty echoing voice. It's like, how you hear it all the time. I just made a video a couple days ago about how thunder sounds in a dome. And these guys went into this big dome and they went into the middle and they started talking and they sounded like God Almighty, the sound. So if God was going to present himself where everyone on earth could see, he'd be up high in the center and his voice would reverberate everywhere.
Yeah.
So it was I kind of liked it. Don't know what it means.
So, in the New Testament, when Jesus is baptized, God is speaking, right? He says that this is my son that I'm well pleased, right? So it sounds like he's, a lot closer than people say. If it was, and also like Ezekiel and Paul both went to heaven in the Bible. Ezekiel says that he went up and above the firmament, he saw God's throne. And then Paul was talking about going to the third heaven, which would be, God's throne. He doesn't mention anything about traveling, through galaxies and going past suns and all these different galaxies to get there, because obviously his firmament would be outside of the moon, sun, and the stars, because that's what he said. He put the firmament, right? So I just think it's pretty interesting, but there's some proofs I just have to
correct you a bit. It actually says, it doesn't say the Most High spoke, it says a voice.
Yeah,
a booming voice. It didn't say it was Most High.
Okay.
Just thought I'd correct that. Sorry.
It's okay. No problem. So yeah, I think it's interesting. Now, if there was a hell, I know this is off the subject of if there was a hell, if you do believe in hell, where would you guys believe that hell was located? I believe the Bible is pretty clear that hell is located in the earth below us. Where do you guys think hell would be located?
Philadelphia.
I would have said New Jersey, but
okay. Do you guys believe in hell? Just asking.
Yeah, I do. I think it's another dimension, though, another frequency.
Okay. Cool. All right. Cool.
No,
All right.
as far as I'm concerned, the book doesn't include a heaven or a hell. Heaven is actually here.
Right.
In that, if you call that the concept of heaven, it's actually here. And for us, hell, there is no hell as such. Again,
except a living hell, except your own living hell. So that's what I'm saying. When I think about how people are doing, for not being new agey, I think we vibrate at a certain frequency. We vibrate at a certain level. The higher you vibrate, the more in sync you are with this world. And so you're vibrating at a higher, lighter frequency. That could be considered heaven. And when you're in hell, you're vibrating at a low, fearful frequency. And you're attracting all of that garbage that comes with that vibration. And so, the saying birds of a feather flock together. Well, people of high vibration attract people with high vibration.
Okay. All right. Interesting. All right. So let's get back to the flat Earth part. So, okay. Do you think when they said that the Earth is an oblique spheroid or pear shape was damage control because the flat earthers started breaking down that when its actual like curvature? Do you think that was damage control?
It's all damage control.
Yeah.
Okay. Because of what you guys are doing, right? I mean, I believe. What do you think?
To be fair to Neil Tyson, I believe, and someone will have to look this up, I believe the whole pear-shaped oblate spheroid thing was before us, I think.
I think so also.
Because I don't think he would have said it once we came along.
Okay.
Because every photo that's ever taken of Earth is almost pixel perfect spheroid.
And the argument is you wouldn't notice a 14-mile high bump. With the Earth being an oblate spheroid, if you shrank it down to the size of a pool ball, he said it would be smoother than the cue ball.
Yeah.
Okay. With Mount Everest and everything on there. Okay.
Yeah.
Which is just a bunch of nonsense.
Yes. Yeah. Again, why would you ever say pear-shaped? You wouldn't. In fact, if that was the case, that's when he started doing the damage control, because pear-shaped, he should have had a writer at the end of that where he was like, well, it's pear-shaped, but it's imperceptible. It's like, well, then why would you call it pear-shaped?
Go ahead, Dave.
Well, he has to say it's pear-shaped because the distances in the southern hemisphere, right? There's more land, there's more area in the southern hemisphere. There is no physics. There is no actual physics for the Earth being a pear-shaped because the forces that he was talking about, the spinning Earth, molten and everything, would act, on the whole Earth, and it would be, a sphere, maybe a oblate spheroid, but there's no physics for a pear shape. But he had to say that because there's more area in the southern hemisphere, so that has to account for it.
Josh, another speaking of southern hemisphere, another one of my favorite ones is plane flight. So we all know how southern flights make these ridiculous jaunts cutting across. So I ask people, if on a globe, if you wanted to go from any northern airport to any other northern airport, any combination, anywhere in the northern hemisphere, would you ever cross the equator? And most people actually are able to think it out and go, well, no, right? Because no matter where you are in the northern hemisphere, get a globe and pick any two spots in the northern hemisphere and draw a flight path. You never go below the equator. And they say no. And I go, you're right. No northern flights ever cross below the equator. Well, southern would be the same thing. Any two southern locations, you would never go above. But as we know, many, many do. Okay.
That's really good. When did you come up with that?
A couple of months ago.
That's good.
Yeah, but thank you. We all stem off of each other. I don't claim I don't even know where it came from, but by everybody listening to everybody else, I don't want any credit for anything. Take everything and run with it. Run with it. Like if I hear you say something good, I'm taking it and I'm running with it. All right. And if I forget to credit you, that's because I forgot to credit you. Okay.
Dave
but not on purpose.
But think about it though. That is powerful.
Yeah.
Right. And the other thing is, along with that, the Globers go, well, these people, they had to go here to drop off passengers and pick up more passengers. There's plenty of passengers that want to go from here to Peru or wherever that's going. Okay. That's the dumbest thing ever. But the one that really gets me is the emergency landings that Eddie documented, right? Every one of them, they went like 1,000 miles out of the way and they got there in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Wow.
People aren't addressing that. Yeah. Like there's an emergency. Let's fly 1,000 miles over here,
Yeah.
No. And then they're all on the path. Okay. Emergency landings is a killer proof. That's why I kind of try to mention it in every interview I do.
Oh yeah. That's amazing. All right.
I do. What's quite funny as well is when Max Egan went to disprove, this idea of southern flight plans by flying direct from Australia to South America, I think. Yeah. He live streamed the whole thing. Okay. He also had a compass with him, and he noted, because he was trying to disprove us and say, I'm flying a direct flight, just to prove you wrong. But his compass disagreed with the aircraft's compass, and for most of the flight. For some of the flight, it agreed, but for most of that flight, it was off. And so it's pretty sure is they took off, caught the southern jet stream, whizzed round the southern jet stream, and then went back on course and to their
Dave,
destination.
Rob Skiba actually took Max's headings and marked them on a flight path from where he took off to Australia, and they made perfect sense. Here he's going northwest, and then for a very short period of time, he was going west, because we know that you can't fly straight and go into west, and then it went southwest, south, and it lined up perfectly. That's just a coincidence, though. Okay. That's just a coincidence. So that and Dave, if he also did take a faster sweeping path with the jet streams, you get the same readings. It would be the same. It would be the same thing, but it works perfectly on a flat Earth. And I thought that was killer right there.
That's amazing. I didn't see that. That was amazing.
And rest in peace to Rob Skiba too, man.
Yeah,
he did some amazing work and got his.
Oh, his work will live on.
There. I know he's up there.
A lot
for
of
sure.
it out there.
Okay, so can you guys give any advice approaching somebody that is just indoctrinated to all heck? I mean, I have some
run away.
Any advice like to open up the door to where you're not just like, because obviously you go into a bar and you just say, hey, the earth is flat, you'll be fighting. So any way like to break that barrier, like I'm talking about gently, I'm not talking about like flat smacking them. What's a good way to open that door so that we could speak to people in a professional and courteous manner?
Moon mission.
Yeah.
Moon mission, especially in the United States, because there's so much, wave the flag, go team. The moon mission is a great litmus test to see where they are. I think Dave Weiss has done this a few times.
I'm afraid to ask early in an interview, because if they say they believe we went to the moon, I'm just like, I don't even know where to go from there. So sometimes I just pretend that they know we didn't go to the moon. But yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, because you can hammer on the moon missions for a while with people, and that'll get them somewhere. And I've even had people come, but even that has a limited effect, because if they believe in the moon mission, they really, really believe just in the space program at large. And I've had people, I'm not kidding you, where they've said, okay, fine. Apollo is a piece of junk. We, never met to the moon, but you can't tell me that the space station is fake. I was like, what? And seriously, they're just holding on with their fingernails to the space program.
All you have to do is all you have to do with the space station personally for me is when they tell you that it's orbiting at 17,500 miles an hour, and then the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, and then we're rotating around the sun at 66,600 miles an hour. Do people realize how insane that you'd have to be to jump into that? And like you guys talked about, the vacuum of space and asteroids and meteors and all these different, and there's so many complications to that. I personally just feel it. And then Dave, allegedly Dave had an amazing, I think it was you where you talked about how many satellites are in space, and every time they have pictures of the ISS going around like the Earth, you're not seeing any satellites whatsoever. So I think
there's also the idea, because the idea of orbiting came out from Newton's cannon, a thought experiment Newton had. Yeah, so literally the ISS is falling to the Earth but missing it. That's the idea. So it's falling around the Earth, but the point is that it's now they've turned off another effect that would always happen if in that case, the centrifugal force. Yeah. So if you've got a bucket with water in it and you start spinning it around your head, right, the water is stuck to the bottom of the bucket, as it's spinning around. Those astronauts should have been a red smear on the outside wall of the of the ISS, or at least stuck to that wall as it's spinning around. But no, they're falling. They're not spinning at 17,000 miles an hour. They're falling. No, it's rubbish. It goes against, if they believe one side of their model, they have to disprove the other side of their model.
Right.
Yeah. Interesting. Dave, you're muted, Dave. I think you want to talk.
Yeah, Mark, you're supposed to help me with that.
Damn
They have the ones that are that are supposedly moving around the land and faster than the Earth is moving. Those are closer, moving faster. And then there's a certain distance where the drop would be exactly the same as the rotation of the Earth, and that's a geostationary satellite. There's only a certain amount of space that works in. And then we have the Epic Deceiver, I think, is out there, and now the James Webb Telescope, which is at a Lagrange point. Okay, a Lagrange point. Lagrange point is the point where the Earth's gravity and the sun's gravity are neutralized by each other. So you can park a satellite there. Okay. And even though the Earth is spinning and orbiting and chasing the sun, it could stay in that Lagrange point beautifully. And we can turn that satellite to that telescope to focus on distant galaxies, where we can do time lapse, which means that it's not moving. Okay. Right? Time lapse, right? I watched it. I've been trying to find it. No, there was a Nova show long before I was a flat earther about these giant telescopes doing. It was about the deep field image, right? The deep field image showed all the. We're focusing on a piece of the sky the size of a piece of rice, and we zoomed in and we saw 100 million galaxies, okay, or whatever the number is, right? And it was doing a time lapse where this giant telescope, the person, it was a long exposure. And the operator had to wear socks because he had to walk carefully not to shake the cement pad that it was on, because the slightest vibration could ruin the image. Right? Are they forgetting that we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, orbiting at 66,000 miles an hour, chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour? Okay. Are they forgetting about that motion? And now you put a satellite in space. This thing is moving, mimicking all of that stuff and moving in its own speed just to keep up with the spin of the Earth. Okay. This is so ridiculous that most people just short circuit and go, well, I'm not a scientist. Somebody with the math figured it out. Yeah. Absolute and complete and total nonsense. And the other thing is, did you watch that's not what I want to show. Did you watch the launch of the James Webb? It went up, and of course, they're showing the curve of the Earth. And then when the telescope launched out, first we lost image, right? Like we're just above the Earth, and the signal is all glitching out, right? So this thing moves away, and then it starts to deploy the wings of the telescope right here above Earth. Are they forgetting that this thing now has to travel 1 million miles away and go park itself at Lagrange point 2? L2, if you will. Okay. Look at this thing. This is like, they're like, oh, let's get an old Timex watch, strap it to a salt box, and then we'll make some flashes, right? And then we'll deploy it. This thing has to go park itself. No one talks about how it's going to move 1 million miles from here and park itself.
Yeah, James E. Webb is also a 33-degree Freemason, so they're obviously paying homage to that as well. That up there.
That flickering distortion. That's a nice new trick.
Yeah, look, and it's deploying right here. It's deploying the arm. No, that's the watch band. Look at it. It's a friggin' watch band. Okay. This is what they showed us. This is live. Okay.
Wow.
But we got the curvature of the Earth there. And anyone notice? On all of these fake missions where, we're sending Captain Kirk up there and everything, everyone's going, oh, I saw the curvature of the Earth, They all say saw the curvature. I know you've seen that. But when Felix did it from the Spaceball jump, you can tell he's lying because he screwed up. He goes, oh, you could see he couldn't say curvature, right? Because he was lying. Listen to what he says. He screws up the word curvature.
Curvative.
Yeah, what did he say? What?
You said curvative.
Curvative, yeah, because that's when he was lying. He's not a good liar.
And then damage control on that as well. Neil Tyson DeGrasse has to come in, do damage control. Well, he had a fisheye lens. You can't see it from that high. They just want you to have to literally be an actual astronaut to see the curvature, which is we're not going to ever reach, right? Unless, as far as like us, maybe you guys will. I don't know. It'd be nice if they would try to prove it wrong, but they act like they don't need to and just they brush you guys aside, these They'll never debate you. I know that they wouldn't. I don't think that Neil Tyson DeGrasse would debate.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't have
do
time for
debates.
us. He doesn't have time. There's no time for talking to flat earthers. Obama told us that.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I sent an open letter to Neil deGrasse Tyson maybe
That's a great one.
5 years ago. Yeah, and I not only did I send him 2 physical letters, that is, her work address, well, 2 of his work addresses. I put it on all social media.
It was mirrored on 50 channels and sent to him.
So he couldn't have ignored it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no.
Okay, so let me ask you guys this. How old do you believe the Earth is? Dave Weiss, you can answer. Mark.
Well, I'm the least qualified to answer this, but everything to me says, just a few thousand years.
Young Earth. Okay. And
Young
Mark,
Earth.
what do you think, Mark?
Yeah. I think it's younger, but I do believe that in other civilizations that were doing things before us. So
Okay.
do I think it's old? Yeah. Do I think our civilization only goes back 5,000 years unbroken history?
Or 200 years.
Well, yeah, depending. That's a whole nother thing. But yeah, I don't. Do I think it's billions of years old? No.
I think it's many thousands of years old. I actually got inspired by Iwar Anon's video, The Lost History of Flat Earth. And so I believe in the greater Earth. And, our Earth is just a puddle in that greater Earth. And that puddle is moving around the greater Earth. So, the continents we know of today, well, they may not be here in 1,000 years. They'll get covered in ice and a new set of continents will be uncovered. And those continents have buildings on them from the previous civilizations who lived there.
Yeah, like Tartaria type stuff. All right.
Dave, what was I going to ask you? It was oh yeah, so I like that concept also. What about beyond the shoreline of that greater pond? Do you think that there's other ponds?
I actually think that's where the dome, the actual dome goes over. It goes over the greater Earth, right? And when you go to Antarctica out one particular direction, that's where you hit the 13,000 foot, extent of that dome. Does that make sense?
That makes sense for sure.
So just a fun thing to, and again, anything beyond the shoreline of Antarctica, we're just kind of theorizing here. We're looking around. So, so one concept is, we live here and this is our pond, right? But then there's a greater Earth, which you're talking about. Where is it? This. So we live here in this inhabitable area, and then this moves around, right? Our North Pole follows this circle and our sun follows the North Pole. And so in 12,000 years from now, our world will be over here and this will be an ice age. And, and people migrate with, civilizations migrate. They don't just stay back and freeze to death. Some of them might. That's interesting. But I love thinking about this. Like if we lived here, and just a couple thousand miles away, 10, 20, 50, 100,000 miles away, there's another pond, another pond, another pond, another pond, another pond, right? And these are the planetes, the pieces of the plane. A planete is a piece of the plane. So these could be the other planets. Now, whether this is true or not doesn't matter. This is scientifically possible.
Mm-hmm.
Outer space is scientifically impossible. We want the right to go explore. We want to get airships back. We want to go explore these places and, not be held in this heliocentric prison.
That's very interesting. So also I want to ask you, you came up with the app, the Flat Earth, Sun.
Can't remember the name.
FlatEarthDave.com.
FlatEarthDave.com. Just go there.
No. Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. Okay. So how fast do you guys believe in this Flat Earth model that the sun and the moon are moving? How fast do you believe they are moving?
I can answer. Who wants to go first? I'll go first.
Go ahead.
So how fast is it moving? I think the sun, for me, when I watch the sun rise on the horizon and set on the horizon, I believe that sun that I see is traveling less than 200 miles during that day. Okay, so divide that out by the length of the day, and that's how fast the sun is moving for me.
Oh.
But I don't believe that the sun that I see is a physical sun. I believe it is a reflection or projection of the actual sun, right? So let me show you what I mean by that. And I don't know, Mark, if you've seen this, and Dave, maybe you haven't. If I can remember how to spell and where O is, I could find it. Where is my? It's gone. Somebody fill in for me for a second.
Sorry about that, guys. Sorry.
Where the hell did it go? I lost my. Oh, here it is. Got it. Sorry. So right here, I have, this is called my sky sheet. It's the sky. It's where it's become opaque. It's just a sheet. And I have 10 feet on the other side. I have a light. It's actually a square light, but it looks like a round sun. Okay. Now Paige is off to my left. I say, where do you see the sun? And she points to the sheet. From her point of view, she sees the sun right there. If I drew a circle on the sheet, that's where she sees it. Well, I see it over here at the same time. Okay. So if we tried to triangulate where we see the sun, well, I know the distance to her, and I know, everything. It won't work because we're looking at two different points. And I believe that's how we all see the sun inside our personal atmospheric dome, if you will. So the actual sun, well, if it's a physical thing moving around, is it going, on the equinox, 24,000 miles an hour? I don't know. Right. But it depends on where the source sun is. So here, the example I give is get a flashlight and point it on the floor 3 feet in front of you, and then spin around at a rotation of 1 rotation per minute. So then you just drew in a minute's time a 6-foot diameter circle. Now all you do is just change the angle of that sun a tiny little bit, so it's pointing 6 feet away, and spin around at the same rate. That source did not change speed, but I just drew a 12-foot circle. Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
So is the sun even moving from its original place, or is it just focusing its energy, whatever it is? It's probably not a very respectful word for what it is. It's way more than that. It's everything. That's how I envision we see the sun, and there's lots of experiments that you can do that, like, hey, that matches up with reality. Like you've seen my my eclipse, Dave and Mark, where the moon goes behind the sun. Have you seen it, Dave? You're rolling your eyes.
No, I haven't seen that one. No.
Let me excuse me, clear my throat here. Let me show you. So if I go to the eclipses section, and I go to this puppy right here. So here's my, whoops, you can't see that yet. Hold on. Oops, I have to go back to, sorry about that.
No problem.
Where is it? All right. So here is my fake sun and the real sun. So I filmed the eclipse, and this is the real eclipse, and this is my simulated eclipse. I have a paper towel which represents the sky, and I have a light behind it, and I'm eclipsing the light with a circular object. We'll call it a Snapple cap, if you will. Okay. So
it's a Snapple cap.
It's a Snapple cap.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So here's a film. Somebody was filming the eclipse. Now the eclipse is like 85% here, but it's blowing out the lens, so you can't tell it. The eclipse is about the same amount as this, right? You have these two objects right here. Now, one of them is moving around with the camera, so that's obviously a lens flare. But why isn't this other one moving? What is this? It's not a lens flare. Okay. And it's the same amount eclipsed as the sun is. You can't tell because it's just too bright to see, but that's how much it is. So I say that's the projector outside or within the firmament. Okay. So we'll jump forward here a little bit. So here's my paper towel sky, and I'll show you how I do it right here. And so no one's ever seen the sun approach, eclipse, or leave. So you don't see it. You just see the eclipse. You don't see what's going on behind the sky, right? So you don't see what's eclipsing it. You just see it uneclipsing it. It's moving away, and you don't see it at all. Nothing you can do will let you see it. So then I thought, hey, what if the sky was a little more transparent than that? I believe that projector is always there, but you can't see it because the sun is too bright. But during an eclipse, under the right conditions, we're able to see it. So here it is again. I'm doing it again. Look, there's the projector right there. That's the projector I could see through to the projector behind the screen and compare it. It's exactly the same. It's exactly the same.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Well, that's Nobel Prize winning stuff.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah. What? Okay.
But just let me finish.
Yeah.
I don't have proof that that's how it works. Gun to my head, that's how it works. Okay, that's my bet. That's my bet right there. Right, and it appears that that's how we're seeing everything. Where everyone, you know, when you're driving the car and you go, "Mom, the moon's following us," and then they go, "No, you're not, you dummy." Well, she was wrong. It is following you. They all follow you as you move. All right. There you go.
Believe that so do you believe that the sun and the moon are in the firmament or outside the firmament? In that thing you just did right now.
I would so in or within that could be the same thing. It may be above the limits of the firmament, but does that put it? Is the firmament paper thin? No, maybe the firmament's millions of miles, hundreds of miles, tens of miles. Maybe it's within what we call the firmament.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah. Just curious.
I don't know. What does the Bible say?
Well, the Bible says that the moon, sun, and the stars are in the firmament.
What does that mean? Does that mean under it or in it?
Well, in is like in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So a lot of people believe that it's under it.
But couldn't in be it? Like, let's say you had a snow globe and the glass on the snow globe was a foot thick, and you had a marble in there. Is it if it's in the glass or below the glass? Which one is in?
Yeah, I believe people. I believe people interpret it as it being within the firmament or under the firmament.
Go ahead, Dave.
In the actual firmament, but Dave, go ahead.
I was actually speaking about this very thing a little while ago. About I was talking about that before you get to the firmament, right? There is a barrier of some kind, about 75 miles up. Okay, because of the was it Go Fast rocket that they shot up and it was spinning and going up, and it hit something and fell back to Earth. And then all of the Apollo and the space shuttle rockets they all arc under 70 miles. Okay, so that barrier of some kind, a barrier that stops us getting to the sun or to the moon, maybe that is the projection medium that David's talking about.
Exactly.
That barrier that's stopping us from going. And I believe there's a barrier as well at the bottom of the sea, stopping you going too far down as well.
Right.
Because of Mike DeGrue and his mini sub.
Right.
I don't know if you guys have seen that.
Yep, the super sailing lake within an ocean. Yeah.
That's what he calls it. But again, just like the Go Fast rocket bounced off whatever barrier there, he bounced off whatever layer was down there. I think there's a barrier to stop us going.
Jazz, let me throw something in. Dave, I don't know if you saw about a year ago, or give or take, I had a guy reach out to me. He said he was from NASA. I'm like, okay. And so we were emailing back and forth, and he was coming off second. I don't have any proof of who he is or where he is, but the things he was saying were really lining up, that he was with NASA. He figured out the Earth is flat. And he said that so you could ask me any questions you want. I asked him about the space shuttle. He gave me the ISS, what that was, and he explained how that's not the purpose of the story, but we can get into it if you want. But he said that I asked about the firmament. He said, as we go up, and I think about the distances that you were saying, he says it gets thicker and thicker and thicker, and then it becomes solid. And he goes, NASA has the capability to go up there and explore, but we're not allowed to. That's all he said. He didn't say who said we're not allowed to. We're not allowed to, even though they have the technology. And he was frustrated, he said, at that, where they weren't allowed to go up and explore this stuff. And then he said that he was in the process of moving out of the country, and it got to a point where I was getting some pretty good information, and bam, he disappeared. So, now the Globies will go, that was us, and we were faking it. It didn't come off like a Globie. It came off as very interesting information.
So, wow, that's a lot of stuff right there. So, that's, I mean, if you think about the Tower of Babel, in the Bible in Genesis, they're building a tower up to heaven, right? So, and they weren't allowed, obviously, to go up either. It seems that for me, like what I believe is hell is in the earth and that heaven is above the firmament. It seems like God is not going to allow you to go to either one in this physical body, and it's just stopping us from doing it.
Yo, anybody there?
Hello.
Hey, Platter. How are you, mate?
How you doing? Pretty quiet in here tonight.
Yeah, it's been like that. Yeah, since I woke up this morning. It's what, almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon now, and it's just been playing clips all day because we had a little break before, but it's very quiet.
Interesting.
I think maybe everyone had a big night last night or something. Friday night, Saturday night.
Must have been ladies' night. Are you in the east coast of Australia there, Timbo, or west coast, or middle, or somewhere?
I'm on the south coast, Melbourne.
Oh, okay. Wow. It's hard to believe you can just talk to people all over the world, all over the realm.
Instantaneous, too.
Instantaneous, like stuff of science fiction.
Yeah, like how are you getting? I'm not sure where you are. You sound like you're Irish, but I remember you being in. Are you in Canada?
I'm in Canada, yeah, in Ontario.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, like how far away is that from Australia?
That's a long ways, is what it is. That's a long ways.
I don't think you could get any further.
No delay. Just like when they called the moon, no delay. Oh dear, and they're buying it. Yeah, I don't know how it works. It's interesting to listen to Dave there. I really appreciate Dave Weiss' work. Like maybe 6 months, 7, 8 months ago, when I was kind of new to the flat Earth, but the more I learn and about keeping our feet on the ground and measuring curvature and everything, and less speculation, it's like, Dave, look at the Earth under your feet. He's doing a great work, but
yeah, he's doing a great work getting it out there. But sometimes you just hear it and you go, "Oh, why'd you say that? Yeah. Why are you making us sound like we believe, especially the outer landers? You go, we've got no evidence of that. So,
and the app,
relax.
I downloaded the app. I don't know if that story's true, what Paul Kicker said, but I downloaded the app as an APK file, so I didn't have to sign into Google Play or anything like that. And I didn't give any credentials. And I thought, it keeps pushing this location service feature where it shows where everybody is. And I don't want to be super paranoid, but it's like that could be used in a good way, but also not in the wrong hands in a not so good way.
Yeah. I always look at it like if you've got a mobile phone, they can get your data and they know where you're looking on that mobile phone anyway. So
that's what I had another guy say. It's like, they already know. So
yeah, they know that you're a flat earther.
Yeah, they've been doing that for a while now. So I would say to everybody that they've known about your location, who you are, what you talk about, what you're into, all that shit for quite some time now. And I don't think there's anything we can do about it, to be honest with you.
Nope. Unless you're going to jump off mobile phones, not have an email,
right?
Not have a bank, not have a job.
Right.
I don't know what you're going to do, but
participate in the system in any way, they're going to have a pinpoint location on you for sure.
Yeah, that's right. And then you got to forgo your medical. You know, like you just got to have to go out and live like a hermit your whole life.
Yeah, that's true. You're absolutely correct.
Might be, it's almost impossible. Possible.
Yeah, you can do it as much as like I think you can buy a block of land, go out and do all that, live as efficient, as self-sufficient as you possibly can. But in some way, you need to be on the system.
They're still going to know your location. If you bought a piece of land, they'd still know where you were.
Well, yeah, you got to pay property tax every year as well. So.
Yep. So the only way to live completely off grid and unknown, you're going to have to live on Forest Service or what's it called? Bureau of Land Management land, BLM, or National Forest land, which is illegal to live on both of them. So you have to be nomadic and very, very stealthy.
Yeah, and then if you got a car, you got to pay rego. So.
Yep. You'd have to have no car. Yep. You have to be on foot and just live nomadically, because you couldn't stay in one place for very long.
No.
Because some forest ranger or some BLM ranger would see your camp or see smoke from your campfire or something someday and want to know what the hell you're doing there.
Yeah, and what kind of life is that?
No, not good.
It's a pretty lonely kind of existence.
Yep, it sure would be.
And I'm not sure what they can do about us being flat earthers anyway. But at the moment, if it keeps going further and further and further, I go, oh, this guy's a flat earther. You can't don't give him a home loan, or don't hire this guy. He's anti-government.
You can't, because flat Earth in itself isn't a danger, but they try to put you in the same pool as, oh, he's a flat earther and he endorses this and this and this and this. So it's like they try to link you then to other things that, could potentially be.
Well, they say it's misinformation, and that's where it gets you. They're trying to put an end to people putting out what they call misinformation, wrong information, or bad information, or just lying, period. And they put the flat earth people in that category. So
yeah, because they associate misinformation with what are they called? Domestic terrorism as well.
Yep.
So
what?
Just because just because they're saying you're lying about something, you're a domestic terrorist?
Yep, that's what they're doing.
Leaps and bounds, it's crazy.
Yep.
Yeah, there was a man 2,000 years ago. They accused him of being a domestic terrorist. It didn't end up well for him because he said he would tear down a temple or something. And, they stitched him up good for crime.
Who was that? Guy Fawkes?
No, 2,000 years ago, the guy.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about Eratosthenes.
I could have stitched him up good and put him up on a tree or whatever. We could see the curvature from up there.
And then measure the shadow off the tree.
That's it. See if it was bendy.
Yep.
That is. It's the same old trick, just to accuse somebody of something they're not guilty of. Well, he's a danger to society. What a load of not. Just because you're interested in the truth and science, properly so called.
That speaking with Matthew about Eratosthenes really makes you understand how much these people who come in and quote Eratosthenes actually don't know, because Matthew says it as it is. He goes, yeah, but to get these measurements, you have to assume that the Earth's a ball. And it always goes back to, okay, how did they get to this when it was a ball? And all these people come in, well, they know it's a ball, so that's why the maths works.
Putting the cart before the horse.
Yeah, well, it's very circular.
Literally?
Well, it's all based around that. It's all based around the radius and the circumference, and which all stems back to those three numbers, 666.
Yeah, so true.
Seems to.
Yeah.
Yep.
A lot of people on TikTok I'm not on TikTok or any of those things, but somebody shared a YouTube link to some of the TikTok videos, and there was a lot of young guys and stuff sharing this 666 stuff, with the Earth. It's kind of encouraging to see.
It is. I think. I don't think there's been a generation so far that's been so into conspiracy theories. I know. We think they're all kind of. They just do whatever they're told, but I don't think they are. I think this generation that's coming through that are between 12 and 25 at the moment are really looking at what's happened in the last few years and gone, what the fuck are we in?
Yeah.
I know the information's limited, but somehow they find it. So
I think that pushing lies down into a bucket, it just explodes after a while. You can only force so many lies into one cylinder, and then that pressure requires a container. Lies require a container.
Yeah. They all come back to one thing, that we've been lied to for so long. That's the main thing. You can't believe anything they say anymore.
Oh, they even admit that. They said we haven't lied about some things. We've lied about everything.
Yeah.
They even admit that much. So it's like, but not everybody has access to that kind of, somebody bears their testimony and he's actually an honest person, that says, yeah, they've lied not just about some things, but about everything. And then obviously it's misinformation.
Yeah, we were talking about him speaking on Eratosthenes last night. The way that he even brought it up is because I asked him for the physical proof of the globe, and he says he believes it because of calculations. And then when I asked him about the calculations, I know, I'm talking to him. Oh, sorry. So I asked him about these calculations. He said sticks and shadows, and then we went through the whole rigmarole and said that it was all based on all assumptions. He has no physical proof for any of it. And then at the end of it, he says, even if we get these measurements from Eratosthenes, it doesn't prove a globe.
Yeah.
He said it himself. He's like, this isn't proof for a globe.
Yeah, that when you spoke, I think you spoke to him yesterday, didn't you? And
yes, last night. Yeah.
Yeah, I had the same argument with him the day before for about 2 hours, and then I just.
Well, that's the funny thing about the whole thing is, though, there is no proof for the globe. There is no physical evidence to support it. No matter how you come at it, in any angle you approach it to, there is no physical, real, tangible evidence for the globe. Period. It's all assumptions. It's all calculate. It's all fantasy. It's all not real.
And
Every bit of it.
So when I got him pinned down again, I said, okay, so give me a physical evidence for a globe Earth, and then he said sunsets. And then I told him about how when I first got into the subject, I was testing it for myself, and I lived near Sarasota, Florida, and I would drive down there and watch the sunset, and when it was about halfway down, I'd zoom in and bring the sun right back up above the horizon. And he says, well, that's impossible. If that happened, then the globe wouldn't work. And I said, okay, I want you to go down to the beach with a high zoom camera, and then when it seems like it's going to be setting, it's getting behind the horizon, zoom on it, make it come back up, and then you're going to come in here and tell us that the globe model was wrong, right? And he says, yes, that's what I'll do. And then he was skeptic, asked him, okay, so you're actually going to do this? And he goes, well, I'm not going to make a special trip out of it.
Oh, fuck. Obviously, not going to do it.
Right.
Yeah, I've seen the sun being brought back into view when it appeared to have dropped below the horizon and was completely gone, and zoomed back in with the P900, and there it was again, just like the ships when they supposedly go over the curve. It can be done. You're right. It absolutely can be done. And so But then the magical refraction comes up and whatever else, and that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, that's yet another argument. Is he says that it's always refracted, and then when I tried to pin him down on that, I asked him, can light be refracted when it's coming from outer space down to the ground? Doesn't it go through the atmosphere and refract? And he says, no, there's no refraction. And I said, okay, so if it's 0 degrees, there's no refracting. So then it's at 1 degrees it starts refracting. And he says, no, it doesn't matter until you get down to 20 degrees above the horizon. And so he's saying, like, there's no refraction until you get down to the point where it doesn't even matter anymore. And, the assumption is, the moon is infinity away and light parallel rays and curvature of Earth. And then when I asked them about the how did they know it was absolute high noon in one location and at the same location they're testing in another location, because the only way they knew it was noon was by a sundial. So both locations would not have a shadow. And he says no, they just assumed that that's when there was no shadow in the first location, and that's when they measured. Okay, so now your assumptions are on the wrong assumptions. And then the whole conversation started because I said I can't stand these people who are constantly circular reasoning, and then they don't have a problem with them not coming to an actual answer. They just keep going in circles.
Yep, it's all circular, 100%.
Well, am I hearing? Oh, there we go. It's
we hear you.
So he just goes through motions like just your everyday answer of how it should be answered, and he knows exactly how it should be answered by his side. But it just exposes. Yeah, it exposes how contradictory the whole thing is.
Yeah, it all stems back to academia, and that you're taught in school, all these calculations, and you're taught, everything about it, about the globe and all the measurements and calculations. And it all goes, it's all circular, like you just said. And there's no evidence for any of it. Like I just said a little bit ago, there's no tangible physical evidence for the globe whatsoever. None.
Yeah, and then all the tangible evidence that you bring them that the Earth is flat and stationary, they just hand-wave dismiss it, and they say, well, it's flat enough or stationary enough, it's negligible, right? When I talk to them about fluid dynamics, we have to figure out where every drop of water from rainfall goes for the next 100 years. It does not work if the Earth is spinning or curved. And he says, well, it's a good enough calculation. It's just ridiculous because any angle, changes the flow of the water, changes the speed, the collection, it changes everything if there's any slight derivation from 1 degree of angle. It changes it exponentially on a large project.
It sure does. But since how it doesn't change ever, that's not proof for it being flat. It's just I don't know what they come up with then, but it's just they just rely on the calculations, and it's just ridiculous, is what it is.
Yeah, someone in chat made a good point. Is that if we were not taught this as children, there's no way we would accept this in adulthood. It's just a physical impossibility because it's so nonsensical.
Yeah, no chance. You wouldn't even it wouldn't even cross your mind. You'd just be on a flat stationary plane, and you'd want to find out how far you can go. So that would be your first, reaction. Okay, we're on this flat stationary place. The sky's moving above us. How far can we go?
Yeah.
And that's the last thing they'd want anybody doing or allowing anybody to do. And that's why the Antarctic Treaty is in place.
Yeah, I mean, they portrayed that very clearly in the Truman Show, right?
Yep.
I want to be an explorer like Magellan. Oh, here's a world of the map. Here's a map of the world. There's no place left to go. Don't worry about it. Don't look.
Yep. That's the last thing they want any of us being able to have the capability of doing, is going as far as we want to in any one direction to see just how far we can go. When you get there, when you get close, there is someone to stop you, or some treaty that says if you do, you're going to be arrested or whatever, or you got to file for permits and they're never granted because you're not part of a government, experiment or government, facility that, takes you to the place of where you work, like McMurdo or whatever. Yeah, it's just impossible for anybody to individually go out and then explore anywhere, beyond the 60th parallel. It's not possible.
Yeah. Same thing with the, the blockade of elevation. Like, not just you can't go far enough. You're not allowed to go too far out. You're not allowed to go too far up. Right? Maybe that'll give you too much of a vantage point of seeing where you really are or what's going on. You can't do that.
I seen a video that Elon Musk did. It was in 2019. Seen a little short clip out of it, and he goes, "Man, I was so excited when I started to do this SpaceX thing." He says, "Man, I was so excited, thinking, man, I'm going to get to help to go back to the moon. I'm going to help, and we're going to actually go to Mars. I'm going to be involved in all this shit." He says, "I was so excited," and then he says, "And here it is in 2019." And I find out we have not even been to orbit yet. No one has been in what they call orbit. No one's ever been there. It's never been done. And that was 2019.
Yeah, it's actually becoming mainstream now that the moon landing was faked. And they say it was for, political reasons or whatever. But that's not even a problem for mainstream to say, yep, moon landing didn't happen. Where in 2016, it was a big no-no. You don't speak out against the moon, otherwise you're anti-American.
Yep. And when Bezos did that rocket where he just, what was it, a year ago or two, it was when he went straight up, went up like 52 or 62 miles, went up and then straight back down. Elon Musk attacked him on that on a interview one day. He was on stage and he says, Mr. Bezos, this is for you. He says, if you want to get involved in this space race, he said, that's all fine and dandy. He says, I got no problem with that. He says, but there's one thing that you've got to learn to do first. And he said, orbit. You got to learn to go into orbit. So another time he admitted that, nobody's ever been to orbit. He told Bezos, if you're going to get involved in this space race shit, then you need to go up and go into orbit because it's never been done. That's the first step. That's the first step. Because that's an impossible step. You can't orbit a flat plane to begin with.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The whole concept of orbit is ridiculous. Yeah,
Yes,
when you try to pin it down to the layman, okay, and you try to talk to them about orbits, they think they understand what orbits is. But then when you tell them, okay, what an orbit is that something is continuously falling and continuously missing the globe. That's what it's doing. That's what an orbit is. That's what they say it is. It's ridiculous.
Right. That's what they say it is. Right.
Yeah.
Yep. And the thing of it is, they send those rockets up and they do that parabolic arch. And as they go out and then they start heading downwards, they say that's when it's starting to fall into this orbit you're talking about, this falling over the edge of the Earth. Well, if that were actually happening, that's just check this out. That would be 4,000 miles away. Okay. According to their globe model, that would be 4,000 miles away. Just to get to the edge of the Earth, basically. And so when you look at a jet airplane, a commercial flight, or anything that's above you in the sky, and you watch it go across the sky, and then pretty soon it goes out of view and you can't see it anymore. How far away do you think that is when it becomes non-visible? Less than 100 miles, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, not that far because
less than 100 miles.
They're 3,000 miles up.
Right. That rocket that you just watched go up and arch over and go down, you watched it go all the way down until it disappeared over the horizon, so they say. But yet it was still in sight. You could still see it with your eyes. So it wasn't 4,000 miles away. It was only maybe 100 miles away at most.
Yeah, what I was going to say is disappeared. The elevation that they said that it's supposed to be like, because they have a little counter thing right before they cut to their CGI thing, And the elevations that they say that the rocket is, we shouldn't see the shape of it anymore. It should have shrunk into a indistinguishable speck. And it's not. You can still see the shape of the rocket. So it's definitely not as far away that they say they are. Not at all.
Right. That's what I'm saying. When that rocket goes up parabolic and arches over and comes back down, and you can actually watch the rocket the entire time till it looks like it's falling over the edge of the horizon, falling over the edge of the globe, but yet you can still see it with your eyes. That's not very far away, my friend. It's obviously dropping into the ocean.
And they're saying they're using rockets in a vacuum. That doesn't work.
No, there's nothing to push against. They don't work very well even in the atmosphere. I mean, if you watch those rockets go up, they're pushing a lot of thrust, and those engines are putting out a lot of power just to get that thing up to like the 30-mile range, and at maybe 500 miles an hour. Those rockets are not even breaking the sound barrier. I've never heard anybody say that they've ever heard a sonic boom from a rocket. Which I live here. I live by Hill Air Force Base, and they used to fly the jets out. There's a bombing range on the other side of the Great Salt Lake, and these jets would take off, and then when they get out over the lake, they would lay on the throttle, and then they would break the sound barrier, and a big sonic boom, kaboom, and all the windows across the whole Wasatch Front would rattle. Okay, and so everybody complained about it. So they told Hill Air Force Base, they said, you cannot break the sound barrier anymore until you're on the other side of that mountain that's on the other side of the Great Salt Lake. You're actually got to be on the bombing range, this military practice bombing range, which is on the other side of a big mountain. Until you're on that other side, you cannot break the sound barrier. So it's been ever since I was probably 10 or 12 years old since I've heard a sonic boom, because they told them no more, because everybody complained that it rattled all the windows across the whole Wasatch Front. Just one sonic boom, you'd be surprised how loud them son of a bitches are. When a jet breaks the sound barrier, it is one hell of a big bang. And so those rockets, I've never heard anybody, or I've watched many of them, listen to the rocket, the sound of the rocket engine. Never have I heard a sonic boom. So none of them are even breaking the sound barrier.
I've experienced that at MacDill Air Force Base in Florida a couple times. It is absolutely true. I mean, the speeds that they claim, the size that they claim, the distance that they claim, it's always nonsensical. And anyone who has a mechanical mind, when you put their feet to the fire and you actually point these things out, they're like, yeah, why does that happen? How can that work? But then when you try to continue on with it, well, because they're completely faking the whole thing, and they're like, oh, no, it can't be that.
Right. Yeah, that's too much. I don't know. They can never do that. Yeah, that's
And it's another thing when it shows video of them in the actual capsule of the rocket, and they're just kind of chilling out, like they're supposed to be increasing.
Nobody's in them rockets.
Yeah. And the noise, imagine the decibels. You'd die from the vibration of the decibels. Your body would just turn to jelly.
Yep.
Yeah. Is it like that they're experiencing 10G as well? They'd be liquefied as well.
Oh yeah.
Well, I don't know about liquefied, but I know that the human body can only take up to 7 Gs for a very short time before it's lethal. And so they got them G suits that press on the inside of your body to press the fluid back to the other direction from where it's being forced and force the blood. Yeah. They've got these G suits that are pressurized and they press the blood. But you can only withstand, even with the G suit, you can only withstand that for a very short period of time. So they're mainly used for sharp turns and jets and stuff like that when they make a sharp turn or whatever. They're never used for acceleration or for a long period of time where you're under G-force for, 5 or 6 Gs for minutes at a time, because you'd be dead. The body can't handle it.
Yeah. And they also say they're going to Narnia anyway, a place of space void of matter. I mean, that's just freaking ridiculous.
Do you think there's a place actually?
But I used to believe it. I used to believe it stuff.
Where nothing exists. Yeah, I did too. But if you think about it like this, so you're telling me that there's a place out there where there's nothing. Nothing exists. Nothing is nothing, and that nothing is not possible.
That nothing is so strong that it pushes back on our air to keep it here, right?
Right. If there's actually nothing there, nothing, okay, then there's nothing there. No outer space. There's nothing. Period. I mean, it ends there. There's nothing there. There's nothing. There's no more of anything. So nothingness makes no sense at all. I mean, it's totally nonsensical. There is no place that has nothing there. That doesn't exist.
Agreed.
It's not a real place. Nothing is nothing. It's not. It doesn't exist. That means nothing there. It's not real. It's not anything. There's nothing there. Period. It's real simple.
Right. Oh, let's go again.
Yeah, this nothingness thing, it's been driving me crazy for a few years. I just can't, I don't understand how anybody can believe there's a place where there's nothing. Nothing is there. I'm like, what? No, it doesn't work like that. Nothing means nothing. It means nothing. That means not real. Nothing means it's not real. It's all. There's nothing there. It's not reality.
You're caught in the house. Yeah, sorry I keep muting you. I'm driving around town. I just came from Flattoberfest, and we're trying to find a store that's still open. It's midnight 06 out here, so. Y'all know about Flattoberfest?
Are you talking about what's his name over in England? What's his name?
No, we're in South Carolina. Greenville,
okay.
South Carolina. Yeah, it's a bunch of
I've heard the words.
Talking about stuff.
Yeah, I've heard the words, but no, what's it about? Tell us.
So there's a flat earther by the name of Kara B, and she puts together this whole thing, and she has guest speakers and whatnot, and her and I put the first one on back in 2019, and next year she plans on bringing it over to, I believe, Vegas. So it's probably going to be a pretty big turnout. But we started Flattoberfest the same year that the Flat Earth International Conference went out.
Oh, I definitely know who Karen B is. So yeah, all right, I'm with you now. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
so,
what's your name? What's your name?
Just Jack Flat Earth. Just Jack Flat Earth.
Oh, okay. All right. So are you?
I've been around for a minute, but I'm on other people's channels. I have a channel, but most of my content is being interviewed by other people.
Did you do some stuff with Whitsitt during his tour?
I did.
Yeah. Okay, I remember you. I remember you.
Yeah, he actually camped out at my house for a couple months, and then we went out of town for a spring appointment, and I got to talk to Whitsitt quite a bit, and
yeah, you did some biblical stuff. Didn't you guys do some biblical stuff from Hebrew?
That's correct.
And whatnot? Yeah,
that's
I remember.
Correct. I do a stream with.
I watched all of it. I watched all of it, Jack.
Cool.
Yep.
I do a stream. I do a stream every Shabbat now with Karen B called the Anti-Religious Scripture Study, where I go chapter by chapter to defining the Hebrew words and not letting religion get in the way of redefining words. It's a very eye-opening experience. If anybody was to ever check it out, I'd recommend watching the very first episode of Anti-Religious Scripture Study to see what it is that I'm even doing. But I think it's important. It's what got me started in the journey and then into Flat Earth. And my first interview with Mark Sargent, I told everybody that. But yeah, but the Flat Earth thing, it doesn't matter if you're coming at it from a biblical point of view, if you're coming at it with a scientific point of view, a mathematical point of view. I'm pretty prevalent in all of them because these are things that I experience all the time because I do extensive research into the Hebrew. I'm an AutoCAD drafter since 2004 in civil engineering. I've done, I've also done structural engineering and, you know, all these other things where you have to consider everything that you do, flat and stationary, observable, repeatable, navigatable. When the sextant information came out, it blew my mind because I was like, this is the best one yet, because this one I can explain easily to people. Okay, so how does sextants work? You measure angles to stars. Okay, how do you have an angle? Two straight lines meeting at a vertex. What do you need? A flat baseline. The end.
Yep.
End of story.
Yep. Absolutely correct, Jack. You're so on target, man. Yeah, I do remember. I've seen all your stuff when you were with Witsit. Yeah.
I have a hat now that I'm selling at Flattoberfest that says sextants measure angle to stars on a flat Earth baseline, and that's my hat, and it's got a picture of sextant on it.
Nice. I just don't think people just don't get it. I mean, so there's got to be a flat line for it to work, but they think it's the flat line on the bottom of the sextant. They think it's the tool. But in order for it to actually work, it has to be continuous. It has to be an imaginary straight line that goes infinitely out in distance. You know what I'm saying?
You have you have the celestial sphere, and then you have to have a flat plane that goes all the way out to that celestial sphere. It has to be flat all the way to the stars. That's what the description is. And they do it from above the Earth. They do it from the center of the Earth. They do it from floating above the Earth, but they can't do it from the surface of the Earth. It's ridiculous. Because that's where the measurements are taken, on the surface. Like, duh.
Yep, it's pretty funny that people want to just, you know, hand wave away the most obvious evidence sometimes.
Oh yeah, like last night when I was talking to, and forgive me for those who are offended about hearing about scripture. I'm just using this as an example because he works at a Christian school or whatever. I asked him what rakia meant, and he says that it means sky, without a doubt. It can't be anything else. When the Hebrew word rakia literally means a beaten out overlay, and they use the same word to describe the plates on armor. Okay?
Yep.
The plates on armor are not made out of sky. It's just ridiculous.
Yep.
And they can't concede. They cannot concede.
I'm 100% biblical cosmologist. I mean, if you look through I don't care what anybody says. If they don't like me talking about the Bible, then they can just leave for a minute. I know it's not what they like on this channel, but biblical cosmology is so accurate that, you know, it talks about the four corners of the earth. It talks about, obviously, the firmament. It also talks about the pillars, the foundation and the pillars that go down. And it also talks about the face of the great deep that's below the earth is frozen. It's in the scriptures. And that's what the pillars go down. That's what the pillars are into. That's why the earth is immovable. The pillars go down into the great deep, into the face of the great deep, which is frozen. It says it right in the Bible. I believe every bit of what it says in the Bible about biblical cosmology. It all fits perfectly in the world I live in. It's reality to me. I can see it. It's obvious. It's what is it when it's self-evident? Very, very self-evident. Right. Everything in there. So speaking of, now this is just Jack's disclaimer that this is not a scientific proof. This is a speculation on my part. But the way that I perceive it, based on my study, is that the firmament would be, you know, the only three ingredients that were. It says that the firmament was made, not created. Okay, so that's one thing. And that means it was made with the ingredients that were already in existence. And the only thing that existed then was light, darkness, and water. Okay, so you have different phase changes due to light or darkness, which is heat exchange or pressure, okay, or frequency, whatever. And then when you think about it that way, if you approach, there's a theory out there in you know, scientism. Okay, I'm going to give that disclaimer. There's a theory out there that's called hard water. Okay, and what hard water is that the water is at a state that if you approach it too quickly, you smash into it, and if you approach it smoothly, you'll go through it like oobleck. Oobleck is half cornstarch, half water. When you hit it hard, it's hard. When you go through it soft, you can go right through it. And I think that is the best thing that I've seen about what the firmament may be like. Yeah, you could be right. That could be, or it could be frozen gases. Or that's another thing it could be made of. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I mean, it's definitely speculation, but I thought that was interesting when I started looking into hard water. You know,
yeah.
it's
There's
very much
stuff
like a
called
fluid
heavy.
body.
There's stuff called heavy water too. I've shown it at the bottom of the ocean, and submarines just bounce off of it. You can't even go in through it. It's too dense.
Yeah, ultra saline. Yeah.
Yep.
Crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. But you know, this is the stuff we do when we find out that we're lied to about everything. Then we'll look into anything. You know.
That's right. That's right. We dig deep, see where we're at, see what's going on. I mean, not that we find any real answers, but I'll tell you what, none of it makes sense with the globe. That's for damn sure.
Right. I mean, the flat Earth, flat sky, you know, with the sextant makes perfect sense to me. I know people like to hold on to the idea of a globe, but like globe is not literally, dome, excuse me. Dome is not literally brought up in the scripture. And the way that a sextant works, it does appear, and it's all about appearance at this point, that the sky and the ground have to be flat in order to measure those angles that we see that you know, get smaller with the getting smaller from going away with perspective.
Right.
You know. And of course, they took those angles and put it on a curve and said that's the face of the Earth. So
that's ridiculous. Yep, I'm a biblical cosmologist.
Yeah. I mean, the physical reality, you know, the physical reality is easy to tell. You go out to the beach. There's no way that you're going to look at that beach and say, globe. You know, it's just, it's not going to work. And when people talk about, like, you know, the water has a curvature that can't be seen, but it blocks stuff in the distance. But when it doesn't block stuff in the distance, then it's refracted. But you never see that curvature right to left. Only front to back, ever. You never see horizon bend down on the sides. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely. You don't see it bending anywhere, let alone right to left. So
Right. But I'm saying, like, even in their theory, they don't say that you can ever measure the curvature from side to side.
Right.
And going off in the distance where you can't see.
Right. You're looking at a horizon that's 100 miles wide or 200 miles wide.
Right.
And if it were,
the exact spot that you can't see, that exact spot where you can't see, that's where the curvature is. Duh. Right? So when you zoom in, it's not curved anymore because you've zoomed in. Well, that's because it's just running away from you as you zoom in, right? The curvature just runs away as you zoom in.
Yep. That's
hilarious.
Right.
Hilarious.
It's scared. It's scared of being found.
The horizon has a conspiracy against us.
Yep. Well, it's been an interesting talk, Jack. I remember, like I said, I remember you on following what's at store and stuff. So it was nice to finally met you and talk to you in person. Cool. Thanks.
Ditto. Yeah. I told my friend Alex Critical Inception that I didn't want to get on Discord because I get addicted to these things. Because, like, I was on Poncho Pete when I first came out, and I was there for hours and hours and hours and hours. And then I had a Facebook. But guess what? I killed Facebook because all I did was argue on there, like 24/7. Like, I had my own 24/7 Discord, you know, arguing with people on Facebook. So killed my Facebook, but you know, Alex brought me back in. He got me my first hit for free, and now I'm stuck. So.
Yeah, well, you don't have to come every day. You don't have to waste all your time doing it. But it's nice to see people like you come around because not too many people like you around, actually. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, I had to tell him about Matthew because I've been listening for the past few months and I enjoy it. I'm more of a lurker than a talker, but, you know, listening to Matthew and knowing that he has that big-ass YouTube channel and he made that video about Flat Earth, you know, trying to take it down, but he did a horrible job. He actually made a video on the comments that I replied to his first Flat Earth video to. and I called him dishonest, intellectually dishonest, and I said, shame on you. And I told him a bunch of flat earth proofs that he failed to mention in that video that he couldn't debunk. And then he made a response video to flat earth comments, and he highlighted my comments and only talked about the first part and the last part that had nothing to do with flat earth proofs that I mentioned. So he
made sure that he mentioned that he was being called names, right? So he called me dishonest and my feelings are hurt, but he didn't address the other comments in the comment, which is, okay, what about these other flat earth proofs that you know about, that you don't put in your videos? And he ignores that stuff, and he highlights, you know, the name, you know, he was called dishonest, so therefore he is offended, you know. Ignoring the actual statement.
You still got the blonde beard, Jack?
I do. Of
right
course.
on.
Yep.
I figured so.
How do real men shave? They don't.
That's right.
But yeah, man, I've been listening to Flat Earth debate forever, and you know, I'll write in every once in a while. But back in the day, Nathan said we need to like have them, you know, do a song about how they worship the R, right? It's always about the R. And I made a spoof song, and you can find this on my channel, Just Jack Flat Earth, but it's called Our Horizon, Mocking Song of the Glovers. And it's set to Our Father with God in Heaven, that song. Only it's Our Horizon. Right, so it's really fun. Check it out.
I will do that for sure.
And I
Nice.
did a bunch of mocking voices to make it more entertaining, so.
Sorry, guys. I just want to jump in, and there's someone in the chat called Elma, who's VC verified. I don't think I've ever seen them in here, but do you want to have a chat, Elma? Your mic's open, mate. No. Oh well. Sorry for the interruption.
No worries. Nothing important. Hilo Skeptics here? Oh, yeah, okay. Shout out to Hilo Skeptic. He was hanging with me last night when it all went down.
Yeah, I was on. I think you go back with Flat Earth Dude, yeah, like a while. Oh yeah, you guys are at Flattoberfest, aren't you?
Yeah, that's what we were chatting about. Yeah, me and Flair Dude met on Poncho Pete's, and I used to go around my town and black smacking people in restaurant drive-thrus and stuff. Fun times, good old days. But yeah, we're at Flattoberfest, and it's been a good time. You know, the energy there is phenomenal. If you haven't been to an event where you're hanging out with like-minded people, you definitely should check it out. It's empowering. Really, truly.
Yeah, I wish we had that stuff here in Australia, but we don't.
Yeah, most flat earthers are people that stay to themselves too. You know, they don't like to get out much. You know, it makes it difficult. But yeah, they did have a Australian event. What was it? 3 years ago. Didn't last long though. I think they they went to Australia and New Zealand, and that was a few years ago.
If they do it again, I'll be there.
Good deal.
There used to be a Flat Earth festival in I can't remember where it was. I don't know if it was New South Wales or Victoria, but it was called the Flat Earth Festival, and it was in the 90s. But I don't think it had much to do with Flat Earth. But that was what it was called. Yeah.
Ironically, right?
It was some sort of youth event run by maybe a church of some kind. I don't know. And they'd have bands and stuff. Yeah.
That sounds very funny.
What, you didn't go, Twad?
No, I found I found it in old newspaper clippings. announcements for it?
Well,
Reviews?
there were flat Earth get-togethers from the old school, which I do not approve of today. But the what's it called? There's still a website that everybody knows when we're talking about flat Earth. What is it? Oh yeah, Flat Earth Society. Yeah, like they actually used to be a thing. Like they actually used to have people and meetings and stuff like that. But nothing like what it is now. Like it's on. It's spreading like wildfire. Nathan talks a lot like he thinks he's just this little corner of the internet and he's not doing much good, et cetera, et cetera. But I've run into perfect strangers that when I first started doing activism in 2016, they never even heard of the idea. They thought it was crazy, stupid, whatever, the typical. But nowadays, it's like, oh yeah, I've heard about that. Tell me about it. It's happening more and more like that. Like it's not even that taboo to question the globe model anymore. And of course, the only ones that make it seem as if we're not making any headway are the globe religious zealots. Those ones make it look like, okay, we're never going to get through to these people. But Joe Normie is starting to get it. Let's put it that way.
I think when they can get their head past this space thing and us always having to be a ball, then it might register in their head a bit more, like because when they first hear of it, you go, no, well, gravity, so yeah, on a ball makes sense because of gravity. You go, just get rid of gravity, and then what are you doing? If you get rid of gravity, so you're saying you're automatic, you'd just be floating, yeah? No gravity,
yep,
you'd just be floating. That's fucking weird. Yep. Just so weird.
Yeah. Yeah, and whenever people bring that up, I'm a little more involved. I'll sit there and chit-chat for a while about it. Whenever somebody brings up gravity, I said, well, gravity was invented because they believed they would spin off a globe. The spinning of the globe was invented because they couldn't have daylight unless they spin the globe. And the globe idea was because they needed a geometric shape that would work. And the idea of a geometric shape floating in space is to ignore or to deny that there's a creator and that we're in a special place in the universe. So the whole thing was brought up on philosophy, and then they just built lies on top of lies on top of it, and that's where gravity came from. So usually when I tell people that, they've never even heard it, and it actually opens their eyes a little bit. And then, of course, I hit them with the, entropy, thermodynamics, how do you have air pressure next to a vacuum without a solid area? And
yeah,
they can't contest it, but they're still like, oh well, maybe there's a way. I hate always the excuse like, well, somebody must have figured it out. There must be a way. And
well, they go
the thing that
once
gets me
destroying. Yeah, sorry, go. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I'd say once you start going into that, they go into like overload, and then they go, well, why would they lie? And you go, fuck.
Yes.
Why do we always need a motive?
Yeah. Yeah, and I would say, well, if I was the liar, I wouldn't tell you why. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
If I was the liar, why would I tell you why I'm lying, right?
Then you'd be a liar that tells the truth.
Yeah. The thing is that I've been using the same slideshow that when I did the interview with Mark Thurston, I said I made a slideshow that I can flat smack someone in 15 minutes where they may not believe it, but they'll at least start questioning. And those same 12 slides I still use today. And one of the first ones I show is the original lunar lander. And I show how it looks like wet pieces of cardboard that don't stick together. They're held together by duct tape. They got curtain rods and construction paper. And you're supposed to believe that goes into reverse pressure deep. That's stronger than the deepest submarines. It's ridiculous.
You got rivets that are holding the sheet metal together with gaps and warps in the sheet metal. Sheet metal, and you go, man, if I did that at work, I'd be fired.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, literally, you can zoom in on, go to NASA, look for the first lunar module, zoom into the top middle right-hand panel, and you can actually see a piece of duct tape where they repaired it. Ridiculous.
And the foil wrapping that's on. Sorry, Todd. Go ahead.
The gold foil, yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's a far cry from the almost, seamless, shiny things they showed us, in movies from the 50s and early 60s, right? The little pods,
right?
And UFO type looking things.
Definitely did better in the movies for sure. But I mean, maybe they did that for the same reason that Elon Musk says it's real because it looks so fake, right? Like if it looks too good, they might think it's fake. So we got to make it look really crappy.
Oh, Earther. We've got someone called Whiskey Bent with a couple of rolls. Do you want to jump in? Whiskey Bent?
Yeah, why not?
I'm home.
What's the shape of the Earth, mate?
Yeah. First of all, I don't like my rolls.
Okay. Well, no one here can change them at the moment, so you'll have to put up with them for a bit. Maybe Twad can, but I'm not sure what.
I mean, I have been for like 8 months now.
What, a flat earther, or because it says?
Who gave you those rolls? Do you know?
No idea. I was hammered.
Oh well, okay.
Even more than I am now.
You've got Troll Earther, a walking, talking contradiction, and LARPer.
Yeah, I can't tell you why. Honestly.
Okay, so what's your take on the shape of the Earth? Is it flat? Is it round?
Flat as fuck, mate.
Believe in satellites?
Flat as fuck. All right.
I'm a flat earther for 100%.
How did that happen? How did you become a flat earther, bro?
It started with Owen Benjamin's stream. Then I looked into it about a year ago.
Took a little time, then I would dare say, yeah.
Oh, it took like 2 weeks. Then it was like, oh fuck, it's flat.
Hey, just to let you know, there are people that flip faster. I flipped in 6 hours, okay?
Well, yeah, but
So what's your best proof of the flat Earth?
what's that world record photo? 250 miles.
The Mount Canigou.
Isn't
Australia.
Isn't Canigou 175?
He's thinking of Peak Fen Australis.
Yeah.
Peak Dick
the world record one.
Australia, the longest distance land photography.
Oh, where is it?
France.
I think it's France.
I mean, any one of those. That doesn't really matter. It's too far.
For the model, yeah.
Exactly.
I like making Glober's heads melt when I say that we have an elevation 0, it's called sea level. And the same sea level at California is the same sea level in Australia. and it's flat level water in between.
How dare you? I'm just kidding.
So they can't handle that
They
threat.
just they short circuit. It's beautiful.
I know.
Yeah, that's what they show on Google. No elevation like the elevation profile of an ocean's just flat.
Even better than that, you know, a lot of them do believe that Google Earth is a globe model, and then if you like zoom in on it and rotate to where you can only see the entire globe on the screen, right? And you rotate it to where it should be 180 degrees, where you should come back to the same continent, you'll end up in the ocean. Like you won't reach the other continent. Sometimes you can flip the globe like 4 times before you get back to where you started from.
That doesn't make much sense, does it?
I'm getting quite tired of you making perfect sense. No, I'm just kidding.
What's funny is, you know, there's some stuff that you knew it was a flat Earth before you knew it was a flat Earth, right? You think back and I'm like, oh wait, I recognize that. I just didn't realize what it meant, you know. And what happened with me is we used to have to do large properties with aerial photography, and I used to download the GIS software aerial photography for the municipality I was in, whatever the county is or whatever. But some counties don't have up-to-date photography. So what I would do is I would go to Google Earth, zoom into its highest, you know, zoom, and then just pan over and then cut and paste it together like a puzzle, right? And the funny thing is that the county GIS aerials were square, and you can match them up, and you can overlay them to where you fade one out. You just, you know, give it a transparency so you can see that it's lining up perfectly. And whenever you try to do that on Google Earth, it was always causing these skews where you could not match up the corners. Like let's say you have it overlapping with this mailbox and this tree, and then when you try to overlap it, you can overlay the mailbox, but you'll never get the tree, or you can overlay the tree and you'll never get the mailbox. So it never matched up. It was always stretched and skewed. And it didn't make sense to me until I came to the flat Earth realization and said, oh, it's because they put that curvature into the model by stretching the aerials, and it's ridiculous.
It's manipulated, right?
Yeah, and the worst part is that this is a Google version that I, you know, have to pay a yearly amount of money to have it professional, and it's supposed to be the most accurate, and it gives me issues like this. But yet, if I go to the county municipality that gives me free images from their GIS system, it's perfectly square. It just, yeah, it was very frustrating back then, and it didn't make sense to me, but it does now.
You know what? These people in the live stream were sitting here watching us talk.
Those cunts.
Oh, what they say so often is so absurd. They don't operate by the scientific method, which is what differentiates theory from proof. And yet, what do we hear out of them all the time? Oh, we have proof of a globe Earth. We just don't like the scientific method. Seriously, this is, oh my God. I hope I'm not alone in this.
Yeah, but when you ask them for their proof, they don't. I mean, even if you, okay, let's discount the scientific theory for a moment. They still don't have any proof. Like they don't even have good stories. Their stories fall apart because they've circular reasoning. Because you ask them one question, they'll answer it, and then you say, okay, well, if that's true, then what about this? And then they'll answer that, and they're like, okay, that contradicts the first statement, and they're like, no, it doesn't. I don't think it does. And it's like, oh my gosh. They don't even have a theory. They don't have any proof. They don't have measurements. Their stories don't even work. It's just nonsense.
They presuppose assumptions onto observations is what they do. I know that's what they do because I used to do the same thing.
Right, and the fact of the matter is they don't start with the observation and then presuppose. They start with the presupposition.
Right,
That's the term
no,
pre.
and that's backwards. You can't do that. Not if you want.
Right. All right, I'm gonna go look for a glove. Okay, where's my evidence?
Yep.
They just think Star Wars and Star Trek is real life.
Right, but then again, it's like, I mean, where can we observe space? I mean, I get it.
Forget space. Where can we observe vacuum? That's a physical impossibility.
Please walk into a vacuum chamber with a spacesuit. Let's see how that goes.
Like space is real based on these 600 people who claim they've been to space, but we can't verify it. Oh, how fantastic.
600 Masons.
You're right. Yeah, they're all part of the same club. Oh, what a coinkydink.
And then when you have these 600 space people describe space, contrary descriptions. Look at man, the stars are so bright. They just cover the sky. Oh, I don't think we saw any stars at all. It's a deep satin darkness. It just goes on and on.
Checks out. Must be a globe.
It smells like burnt steak.
I'll be back in a bit, but yeah, I'm going to make myself some dinner. Yeah, talk to you guys soon.
Well, by the time we get this thing, we can put fire. So, I'm assuming just about everybody in here watches the Flat Earth debate. And he talks about how he enjoys the episodes where he's able to give the information without a lot of interruptions. But I got to be honest, I really prefer Globers coming in and being shut down. That is far more education and entertaining to me, because you can give the information, but it's not the same as when you have to deal with someone that is going to have arguments. You need to know the way to put out the information so that they cannot continue to beg the question.
Which debate, Jack?
I'm sorry, what's the question about my question?
What debate?
Oh, the Flat Earth debate.
Sorry, I haven't seen it.
Nathan Oakley. You know Nathan Oakley, 1980? Flat Earth debate? No?
Now this space feels like it's part
Yeah, I haven't seen it right now though.
It didn't feel good.
I figure we spent at least a couple $1,000 extra. Yeah, on Nathan Oakley, 1980. You know, he likes to distribute the information about Flat Earth, and he said that he prefers it when there's not globe earthers in there to interrupt. But I prefer when Globers come in, because then you can see how to have conversation with those who seem to think that they have all the answers, and you can shut them down so that they don't beg the question of a globe, curvature, non-refracted rays, etc., etc.
The cardinal sin. Don't beg the question.
But you know they're going to do it. They can't help it.
They're in too deep. They have to beg the question.
Yeah, what I love is, you know, when Globers come in and they say one thing to try to prove their point, and then, you know, just keep their head to the task, keep their feet to the fire, and just wait, you know, 15 minutes before they argue with themselves.
Remember time.
That audio sounded far away and broken up. Whoever just tried to talk.
Yeah, who is
Yeah,
that?
you sound really far away and broken up.
It was Emla.
Oh, it's Emla? Yeah, Emla, you're not coming through real loud. You're having some mic issues. So is the is Flattoberfest still going, or is that finished?
So we're down to the end.
It has another day tomorrow. But Flattoberfest is never. It's supposed to be a 2-day event, but it never really is. For instance, I invited people over on Thursday to come out to my house and have a little firearm play, and we have some. I don't know what it's like in other countries. I might not even be allowed to talk about these things. I don't know, but we took. Oh my gosh! I just saw a globe on TV when I was about to say globe. Oh, I'm so triggered. Anyway, so we took some globes and attached some tannerite, and we exploded them. That was fun. The next day,
I heard that on Globebusters.
Awesome, yeah. Globebusters, Bob actually lives a half an hour away from me, so we're out there doing that, and then we went to the park across the street from the event center, and we had, you know, flat earthers packing up the park. I mean, the park was packed. You couldn't walk, 20 feet without running into a flat earther, and that's always good. That's like, not a paid event. It's just everybody shows up, meet and greet type of thing. And then today they had a few speakers. and flat earthers selling their wares. So it's kind of like I think it's flat earthers helping flat earthers to support them in whatever it is that they're working in. And the thing is, I'm not there during the daytime because I'm a Sabbath keeper. But as soon as the sun sets, I'm right over there. And I was over there selling my hats. And somebody mentioned Witsit Gets It earlier. He was there performing music tonight with his new wife, and they're having a baby soon. By the way, congrats to Witsit. And yeah, it's a blast, man. The energy there is so high that there are testimonies of people that said, "Man, I shouldn't have eaten that gummy," or "Man, I shouldn't have, consumed that herbage because I got, the environment was so high that I got too high." You understand what I'm saying? And so tomorrow we still have one more event of people speaking and people selling their wares. And oh, by the way, on Friday night, this is before the event started, the people who own the event center put on karaoke with open bar. That was fun.
Oh wow.
Anyway, so tomorrow there's going to be another bunch of events, and then there's probably going to be an after party after the last day, the alleged last day, which is Sunday. And then on Monday, a bunch of us are going to be going to downtown Greenville and doing activism, including me, Critical Inception, Witsit Gets It, and a few others, where we just literally were out in public and flat smacking people. And, who knows where it'll go from there. Some people will stay for another 3 days after the event.
That's awesome.
That's fun.
That's awesome. I was going to ask, did any Globers turn up? Do any Globers turn up at the actual event?
I was told by Karen herself that there were some Globers that actually bought tickets because they wanted to. There are allegedly some well-known people that they just wanted to come and try to figure out what it is that we believe so that they can debunk it. But of course, they're not going to get anywhere.
Yeah, Bryant was supposed to be there.
Oh yeah. The physicist guy.
The physicist that debated Witsit allegedly bought a ticket. I don't remember seeing him today, but we'll look out for him tomorrow.
I think I heard that. Who is this?
Bryant, the guy
who was just speaking. No. Who was just speaking just now? You.
Me?
Yes. Who are you?
Yeah, Critical Inception.
Oh,
I'm right outside your RV.
You're the guy out on my front porch. I'm like, how do you know? What do you know about it?
We were at Karen B's house the other day. She talked about it.
That's right. That's one of the Globers. That's correct. Yes. I forgot.
Perfect. I mean, that's what we're.
He lost 2 debates, still going strong.
So is there anything new presented at the, I'm probably going to find out anyway, probably watch some videos or whatever of the event, but was there anything you're going to need?
Real soon, but it depends on your perspective of what learning something new is. I'm under the influence that, there's a lot of speculation, a lot of, let's just say you got to be an open-minded individual and you have to take what you can verify for yourself or what resonates with you and leave the rest.
Yep. So no groundbreaking proofs or anything like that?
No, I don't think so, but it's kind of like, we're all on a path of discovery, so when people present information, I absorb it and, take what I can from it. When I have my own things that I teach, and I don't expect that anyone should believe me based on scientific evidence. It's just my perspective on the studies that I've done, and you can do your own research, and if it resonates with you, take it. If not, take care. Bye-bye now.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. We can barely hear you, Emla. You're coming through really quiet. And crackly. There's something wrong with your mic.
Wait a minute. FE Batman.
It's a little louder, but it's still not the greatest quality. It's a little crackly, staticky.
That's a stand.
I don't mean to like throw off subject and ask a weird question, but I had a person that I ran into. I was flat smacking some people that were outside of the park watching a soccer game, and someone flagged me down because they're like, "You guys are into flat Earth?" And I'm like, "Yeah, we're here for a conference." And he's like, "Oh my gosh!" Like he was a flat earther, and his girlfriend or wife or whatever she did wasn't. But by the time we left, she was. But anyway, he was asking about. He's foreign to me. He has a little bit of an accent. I remember watching him, but he was talking about like getting some money up to do his own flat Earth test, and I think his name was Iwanon or something like that. Does anybody know who that is?
Uranon. You ran into Uranon. Iwaranon or whatever his name is.
Iwaranon. It's well known.
You ran into him. The guy that talks
I don't know if that was it or not.
Did he say, "Come with me on
this
the journey, friend"?
Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. This guy gave me a note here to look it up.
No, it wasn't
He didn't talk like that.
Something is definitely wrong with our history.
Maybe it was him. Look, one second.
I've always wondered if he talked like that for real or just putting it on.
I mean, there's no way he talks like that. In a world.
In a world.
In a World was said about a dozen times with Witsit up on the stage.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so he said that the guy's name is now Aewar. Aewar?
Yeah.
Is that the same guy?
Yeah.
Is he a guy that receives emails or anything? Or messaging or anything?
He did the whole lost history of flat Earth and with all the Tataria stuff and.
Gotcha. With the world map on the moon and whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah.
So is he someone that is easily reachable? Does anybody know?
I don't know. I've never tried to reach him. I didn't really feel the necessity to, but I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if he has an email link.
Hey, I'm just doing my due diligence because the dude was like, "Is there any way I can get a hold of him?" I'm like, "I'll find out."
Right.
But yeah, his girlfriend or wife or whatever wasn't a flat earther, and by the time we left, she was a flat earther, and we recorded it because Joshua Swift, otherwise known as Authentic Intent, sent us some spy glasses. So what they are is like sunglasses with a little camera in the center, and so we recorded, her conversion, into flat Earth. It was pretty epic.
Okay. Right, so I thought you were saying that he was Ewa, but so you
No,
he just wants
no. He was looking. He's
yeah.
Yeah, he was talking about, this is how he got into flat Earth, and he was talking about his wife not, she's not really there yet or something like that. I forget the exact words, but he was basically saying she's not a flat earther. And by the time we were done talking to her, she was, and it was good because, I think that we should always be open to have that discussion, and I trigger people to have the discussion. So, but Joshua, like I said, sent us a couple of glasses and stuff because he wasn't able to come down to Flattoberfest this year. So, shout out to Joshua, Authentic Intent.
Yeah, out there on the streets.
Critical Inception told me to add that when we were flat smacking her, he gave her a card to download the Flat Earth app by David Weiss, Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, Zodiac Clock app.
Nice.
And on it, there's a thing now where you can give them a referral code, which will tell you somebody just downloaded an app that you referred, right? So you know that they actually downloaded it. And so within, 13 hours later, we got a message that she downloaded the app. So it was pretty interesting.
I have 2 referrals on the app. So that's something.
Sorry.
But I said I given out 2 referrals.
Nice.
I beat you. I got 4, but I cheated because I have family.
Yeah, but I only
I got a bunch.
I only tried twice though.
I'll tell you what though, I'm definitely gonna try to blow you away on Monday because I'll be handing those things out like candy when I'm flat smacking people in downtown Greenville.
Oh, that's easy.
You should take a flight out and join us, and we can do it together.
Just drop $1,000 on a flight to the US.
Chump change. Yeah.
Yeah. It would be fun though. Maybe next year.
That's the question.
Yeah, like next year. Next year it's supposed to be in Vegas, so if you want to fly out to Vegas,
I can win back the money. Lies I tell myself.
Yeah, from what I hear, Vegas flights are cheaper than other places in the U.S. Yep. I hear that guy keep trying to talk, and it's like very light, staticky. I don't know if you can quit and join again or try a different microphone. I heard that's okay. That's awesome. I actually heard 2 words out of you.
That's on Red River Express. I will dance for the women.
Any Globers got some proofsies?
Of course I don't.
What I find really funny is these things that they find so established, distance to the sun, molten iron core, all these things. They thought that, they're quite established. And you look back in the history of the jumps that they've made, like the distance to the sun has jumped, okay, it's 1 million miles. Nope. It's 50 million miles. Nope. It's 10,000 million miles. Nope. 93 million miles. And then in the great US solar eclipse in 2017, they said that we're going to have to change the distance to the sun again by millions, plural, millions of miles. And then it went away. It was just gone. But they were talking about it for like a week straight, how they're going to have to change the model.
I haven't seen that.
And then it just went away. And now the molten iron core is being changed to some new magical water molecule that makes up a perfect geometric lattice on its own fruition for some reason.
They just won't give up.
I just find it funny that they put so much faith in their model. They think it's so concrete, yet they're constantly changing it.
Just a question. Red middle flatters to dance middle.
I agree, robot person.
I bet you're saying some really good stuff. I probably agree with you, but yeah. Wish I could hear you. So a bunch of philosophers were sitting around and they're like, you know what? I don't like the idea of a creator, so why don't we tell people that we live in infinite nothingness? And then there was something that came out of nothing that was like a big bang, and some stuff floated around, and some stuff decided that it would coalesce together into a giant ball of gas, and some stuff decided it'd be little bitty rocks. And they decided to turn into these balls that just spun around each other at very, very fast speeds, but not fast enough to sling each other out of each other's way. No. They stay just the same distance apart from each other for eternity because of their spin. And then one of the little rocks decided to form some life on it. Now, we know that little rock has to be a sphere because that's the only way that we have a perfect geometry. And then, since we have light and dark, we got to make that rock, that very round rock, rotate so we can have day and night. Yeah, that would work. That would work. Wait a minute. If it was spinning really fast so we get day and night, wouldn't we fly off? Okay, so then this thing called gravity decided to exist to keep us sticking here. Yeah. Sounds like a cool story.
Yeah, it must be a globe now.
Is this finally working?
Can't... Oh my goodness, we can hear your voice. Yes, it is finally working.
Yeah, I hate Windows drivers.
Well, we can hear you now. You're good to go.
Yeah. So I was asking, what model of flat Earth are you guys believing in?
I'm sorry, what now? Did you say model? Hello?
Okay, the Earth is flat, but is the sun... how is the sun moving? How are the stars moving? And all the stuff that can be easily verified.
Oh yeah, we can definitely verify that the stars are moving and not us, right? That's what you said, right? The stars are moving?
I'm asking, in your model, are the stars moving? Are they fixed to a dome? What's their approximative distance? And all this stuff.
Yeah. So first you have to designate that the stars are a physical object that we can actually measure to. And second off, that we live on a model. We don't live on a model. We live in the Earth.
Yeah, but you can make a model that gets close to the Earth. Or at least as close as possible.
It doesn't make it.
No, I mean we can make this. We can make descriptions. Like we could say, okay, so it measures flat, it navigates flat, it gets built on flat. We use all of our machinery on flat, stationary, and we can make a speculation about the stars, but we can't get up there and figure out exactly what they're made of, how they actually manifest themselves, if they're there in the actual position that we see them, because we do have such things as light refraction. So we don't even know if the stars we're looking at are in the position that we actually see them to be. So a model would mean that it's all physical and it's mechanical, but I don't see it as physical and mechanical because I think that there's, more to this realm than just the physical and mechanical.
I forgot to
Yeah, a model doesn't verify your assumption of what's happening.
And again, I would like to repeat that I said I, as an individual, to say that what model do you guys? Yeah, because that gets complicated too, because not everybody believes the same thing. Not everybody sees it the same way.
Yeah.
As far as what, Just Jack's perspective is the sun, moon, and stars are the lights for the individual to see. They're not in a physical location. They're manifested to the individual. So that's why when you go to the beach and you see sunlight go to your feet, it only goes to your feet. And it's because the lights in the sky are put there for us. And that is Just Jack's perspective.
Let me just clarify that. So nobody, not even Globers, we can't get outside this Earth system. So no one has a definitive model. We can speculate, but no one has the answer. Thanks.
Well, there are ways to define what stuff is made of without having to go there and touch it.
How would that be?
So if you see a white bucket up the road using a telescope, okay, just a bucket. Do you know if that bucket's made of glass, metal, plastic? Do you know what that's made of? Or do you just see white bucket?
Well, with my naked eyes, I will only see a naked bucket, but we have tools, spectrometers, which is, to be honest, just an improved eye that can see colors, but not the same way as we do. For example,
Right.
let me explain. Let me explain, please.
White bucket is white bucket, dude. It has nothing to do with the color.
No.
I just told you the color is white.
No, listen to me. Listen.
Yeah, it's a white bucket.
Let me finish. So, for example, your screen, the screen you are watching right now, I'm assuming you have Discord in dark mode. So what you are seeing is a dark gray. And your eyes cannot make the difference between a dark gray and a good combination of green, blue, and red. It will see it as gray. We have tools that can make this difference. So with the good tools, I might not be able to know what the bucket is made of, but I might be able to say if it's painted or if it's just bare steel. And this is something that works very good with gases. So there is a concept in physics. It's called ray of absorption. So if you make a light pass through gas, all gas have a sort of footprint that they are going to absorb certain wavelengths. And this is not just what the light we think of. It also includes radio waves, microwaves, ultraviolet, X-rays, gamma, etc.
Right, absorption spectrum.
Yeah. So using
I was gonna get into that. Hold on. You've been going on for a while about this. None of this is verifiable, right? They didn't take like a gas ball that they lit on fire and then use the spectrometer on it and said, "Oh, there's a burning ball of hydrogen using cold fusion," right? That doesn't exist in real life. They make great postulations, and that hold on. Not only did they tell you what's on the surface, but they also tell you what's in the core. So explain that with spectroscopy. It's bullcrap.
Well, we did not have a fusion stuff to make the light pass through it, but we can see that the light pass through hydrogen, through helium, and we can absolutely make on Earth and hydrogen containers and make a light pass through it. That's not a problem. Same for helium, same for pretty much anything on the Mendeleev table.
Yeah, sounds like a lot of hooey to me, and I like how you keep saying we. So you've done this? You've done spectroscopy at planets? Is that what you do?
I've done it at school on liquids. So it's
so you use spectroscopy on a liquid to find out what gases it's made of?
It works for anything that you can see through, or that any light can see through. Like you could use it on beryllium. You are not going to see visible light through beryllium, but X-rays pass very good inside beryllium.
So wait a second. You're talking about what's the light is passing through versus what the light is being emitted from.
No, there's just need to be light that pass through it. Light doesn't come from everywhere, so it has at some point to pass through a little bit of gas, and yeah, we can.
So how do you know that the gas that the light has passed through wasn't in between, like a considerable distance in between you and the light source? How do you know that the
Right.
gas
How do you know
that
you're
the
not
light
shooting
passed
through
was-
helium?
Right. How do you know where that gas is?
I'm pretty sure they also assume that helium is at the highest extents of Earth's atmosphere. So aren't they shooting through that? Don't they get a helium reading from that? Interesting.
Well, you would have one, but it would be very small. Like if you.
Oh, I've heard this before. It would be negligible, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Favorite word. Favorite word of the Globers is negligible.
No,
Also,
thing is,
you're speaking of correlation, right? It's just correlation. It's correlative, isn't it?
no. The quantity of helium we have on Earth is very limited, and the area of a sphere increase extremely rapidly the higher the radius is. So if you add a
What
layer
radius?
of aluminium,
What sphere? What radius? What are you talking about?
I thought we were talking about
I'm wondering where these.
Okay.
Yeah, but he keeps talking about spheres and radiuses. So what was he talking about when he says spheres, radius? What is that about?
Well, to be honest, without schematics, it's extremely difficult to explain.
You're pointing at a light. You're pointing at a light in the sky. How do you know it's a sphere with a radius? Explain that.
No, I am assuming that.
Assuming. Okay, yeah, gotcha.
No, let me explain.
Okay.
I am assuming that helium, you say, is on top of the Earth's atmosphere, is making a layer.
Okay.
It's not, but it's a simplification to take account of the maximum amount of helium inside of Earth's atmosphere light could see through, and I am showing it is extremely negligible. Like it's very thin.
You're showing it. So how much is it?
Well,
how did
like
you figure that out?
let's say for a square yard, how much helium is in a square yard at Earth's higher elevations? Can you give me a roundabout estimate? This negligible number.
5.
I am not talking about highest Earth elevation. I am talking about limits of atmosphere. But
okay, from here to the sky. Let's just say all the way from the Earth to the sky, and let's say cubic yards then. In the cubic yards between here and outer space, how much helium is there just roundabout?
Cubic meters.
Oh, cubic meters for you. Sorry, I'm in America.
Yeah.
Cubic meters.
Well, obviously not enough to affect their tests, because otherwise it'd affect their tests, right?
Okay, that was a bad argument. I am.
Yeah.
You guys are extremely It's negligible.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. We're being extremely picky because you're making some substantial claims here that you have no validation for. You're telling stories. You can tell stories all day. I could show you how I make an animated movie, and because I made the animated movie very well, you have to believe it's real. That's nonsense.
Well, that's quite a good explanation coming from someone that just told me stars might not be physical. But yeah.
I'm sorry. Did you validate that stars are physical? Did you go up and touch them?
No, I just said you
find
said
the
it.
physicality of a star? I understand that. Can you prove me otherwise? Can you prove that stars are physical? Other than a belief that they're physical, can you prove that stars are physical?
Well, okay.
Yes or no?
No.
Yes or no? Thank you.
Okay, that is an extremely. I feel like your standards about proof are extremely changent when it comes to what theory you are talking.
Yes, we are extremely stringent here. We are trying to find
we are
out the truth of
extremely
the matter,
picky
not
for
stories,
Globers
not fairy
and
tales.
very, very indulgent for flat earth.
No. It's we put the same proof standards on flat earthers as globers. In fact, there's a whole fight going on right now because there's people who make postulations about things that they can't prove physically. So what we're saying is we're talking about the Earth. First of all, you're talking about outer space. We're talking about the Earth. You're talking about we know that the stars are this and that and the other thing because we shined a light, and when the light comes back, it's in a different spectrum. Therefore, we know it's got this gas and that gas, and we can tell what it's made of all the way to the core of that planet. And then it comes back and it tells us exactly what it's made of. So we know exactly how far it is, what it's made of, the color. Because of the color, give me a break.
And the size, and not to mention that, okay, how it's actually producing light. They know that too. Like, it's crazy.
Well,
yeah, it's like they can't point at a red star and say, well, the red star is just red because it's a red star. No, they have to say, well, it's a red star because it's this far away, it's made of these gases, it's this big, and they have no physical proof of this whatsoever. Because it's just a point of light in the sky, no matter how high powered telescope you have.
Right. And the reason that we have such high standards upon what we consider evidence or proof is because this is reality. We're talking. This is fundamental. We don't want to just like go, well, it's probably that, so let's go with that, and then build our whole worldview on it. Yeah.
Right. When I gave my disclaimer, I gave a specific disclaimer that Just Jack believes this. This is a belief, this is a fundamental truth. It's not something that I can physically prove. But when you were talking about what you were saying, you said, we do this, we do that, as if we, as a human race, have already discovered that this is exactly how it is. But we're here to question that, because if you don't have this physical proof for these things, then they're just stories.
Interesting point of view.
Well, how interesting is it? And it's like, hey, I see an object in the sky that looks red, but is it red?
Well, we can call it an objective, for want of a better word.
Or, for want of a better word, a light in the sky that looks red. Well, let's call it that.
There you go. Hi,
red.
Helio.
Some people call it Mars, and for the most part, I'll go ahead and call it Mars too, because I've seen Mars in the, in the sky in different veins, many different times, and it appears like a little red dot in the sky.
Okay. So,
not always a little. Not always a little red dot, because if you zoom in on it, it can be a big red dot.
Yeah, sure, but it still looks red. Yeah, Mars,
and it's still a dot.
A dot, yeah. It never looks like what NASA shows us it doesn't matter what type of telescope you use on Earth. Somebody was going to ask me a question.
Emla?
Yes.
Yeah. What's up?
No, I was saying welcome back, Helio Skeptic.
Oh no, thanks, brother. Hey, so were you at the Flatoberfest?
I was. It was a blast, as always.
Oh, I bet, man. That would have been fun.
Yeah. I was waiting in anticipation to be able to hear this man's voice, and then when it came through, I get to hear stories again. I would love some physical evidence. I would love for some glow proof.
So
let's shut it down.
Let's change to what you can observe with your bare eyes and maybe a few dollars at local mall shop.
A
Wait,
workshop?
Can you repeat? Can you repeat? Anyone repeat what he just? What you can see with your bare eyes and your glow. What was that, Emla?
He said with a
No, I'm going to change.
there's a way that you can
change
test it.
approach because
okay.
Jack is extremely skeptic. So I'm going to.
No.
Well, this ain't on me. You said what you said. Say it again.
Yeah. No, I'm going to change approach. So yeah, about planets' positions.
Well, planets, if they exist the way that in the heliocentric model, they exist where they exist. They don't have to be explained. I mean, what do you mean by that?
I'm going to use
Emla, hold on. Wait. Can we please? Can we please bring it back to the Earth? You keep talking about these lights in the sky that you have no proof for. I would like you to talk about the Earth, how we measure it, how we find curvature, how we find spin, how we find anything that proves it's a globe.
Well, the thing is, I've done some visual flight navigation in France, so in the North Hemisphere. And in the North Hemisphere, please let me finish my phrase. We are using a map that is flat and that is centered around the North Pole. So if you live in the North Hemisphere, it's quite hard to find geographic differences. If you live in Australia, you can purchase or at least see today a VFR map of Australia, and you are going to see it's also a flat Earth map they are using.
Emla, how can it be a geographic if you're talking about the sky?
I don't know.
He keeps begging the question of hemispheres.
You asked me why I'm not speaking about the Earth. I'm not speaking about the Earth because we are living in the North Hemisphere here. I'm French. You are American.
No. Wait. Stop. Hold on. Yeah, it's not North Hemisphere. It's just north of the equator. Please don't beg the question of the sphere again. Thank you.
Okay, north of the equator, if you want. That doesn't change a lot.
It changes a lot because if you live on a sphere, then it's a hemisphere.
Yeah. North of the hemisphere.
Okay.
Works for both of us. Anyway, if you are living north of the hemisphere, differences
you mean equator?
Geographic are extremely thin and difficult to observe, and with your level of pickiness on details, that's not going to be something you are able to observe with your naked eyes. Whereas what happens above us is going to change a lot more.
In what way? We are picky, and you're right about that. Tell us in what way that would make a difference from our observations here from Earth.
Can you repeat, please?
Well, you talked about our pickiness.
Yes.
Just tell us about why we're wrong about our pickiness.
No, I'm not saying you are wrong. I took a bad example. That's not my fault. All I'm saying is that if I talk about the Earth in the North Hemisphere,
no, you mean north of the equator? North of the equator, just
sorry. North of the equator, its differences are going to be very slim, and with your
differences of what exactly? That's what we're asking. What is the differences? What are you speaking of the differences? What do you mean by differences? We're confused.
A very simple test is you take a compass and you walk this way for a defined duration, and you see where you end up. That's a very basic test. You agree with me?
You can't end up somewhere unless you move.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
He was just talking about flights in north of the equator, and he says if you take a compass and use
You walk,
compass
you
and
go
you
by
walk.
car, you go by plane, whatever. You
Okay.
if you
Okay,
move
what's
in
the
one
difference?
direction,
Tell me the. Yes.
you see where you happen by keeping this direction, and you see where you end
Yes.
up. That is a very simple
Okay.
test. You agree with me?
Yes, I know how to use a compass and walk in one direction. Yes.
Yeah, and you see where you end up on your map, and if the difference between
Are you talking
globers
about a
flat.
city map or
What
are you talking about a city map?
I am talking about my VFR maps.
Okay, so VFM maps are used for what again?
For visual flight, like you are on a plane and you
Okay,
want
so
go
you
from
want me
point
to
A
use
to
you
point
want me to
B.
use a flight map. You want me to use a flight map to walk with a compass, and that's going to give me a good analogy for what you use the map for flights for?
Well, flight maps have to be
I can't walk, 3,000 miles past the equator and see if it works out with my flight plan. That's crazy.
I don't know, rent a plane in Australia.
Okay. So when you rent a plane in Australia and you fly north, which way do you go?
You are not going to fly
North?
north because that wouldn't change anything, whatever the model. So that's not a good idea. However, if you fly east and keep the same direction, you are going to not end up in the same place, depending of if you are on a globe or a flat surface.
I don't understand what you're saying. If you fly east, you're not going to end up in the same place, meaning you won't end up east. I don't understand what you mean.
Okay.
Do you mean like you fly? Hold on. Do you mean like you keep flying east and then you end up back at the same location when you're flying east? Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm saying you point east and then you keep the same direction. If you are on a flat Earth centered around the North Pole, how do you call it the North Pole?
Sure.
Okay.
We'll call it the North Pole.
Yeah.
Sure.
So if you are using a map that is centered around the North Pole, and you do this with a compass and a ruler, you make a prediction about where you are going to end up.
Okay, this does not sound like very good globe proof. Okay, hold on one second. Let me give you an example. Hold on, I want to give you an example of how fucked up this is. Okay, so if you go on Google Earth, right, and you draw a line on Google Earth due east, okay, like let's say from California toward the East Coast, okay. You draw a line due east, and it looks like a straight. Hold on, please.
South of the equator.
I let you talk. I let you talk for a long time. Please let me talk. Okay. So you draw a line from California, and you're drawing due east for the East Coast. Okay, it looks like a straight line straight across the continent going due east, right? But then when you zoom out on the globe and you draw a longer line due east, it doesn't go to the right in a circle. It heads for the equator. And then when you do the same thing in the south of the equator, it will appear like it's going straight to the right. But then when you zoom out and you draw a longer line, it points towards the equator. That's why the bearings change, because east is based on the equator, not based on a direction on the North Pole. When you talk about GPS and satellite angles, you're talking about angles of easterly as going toward the equator and westerly as going toward the equator, not in a straight path or a circle path.
Okay.
If you don't believe me, try it for yourself.
Well, let me just. Notification sounds are extremely loud on my headset, but yeah. So yeah, the problem here is that I just had a look at Google Map, and the thing is that Google Map is using a representation that is not exact, because your screen is flat.
Not exact to reality. Not exact to reality at all.
Yeah.
Here.
The thing is that your computer screen is flat. So if you want
but the globe model is not. Their globe model is not.
It's not flat.
No,
The globe
listen to
model
me.
is not flat.
If you want to represent a sphere on a flat surface, how are you going to do it?
We don't have to. They give it to us.
Okay, so I am going to ask you a very simple question. I have a basketball.
Do you know what an AutoCAD drafter is?
No.
Sir, do you know what an AutoCAD drafter is? Okay. An AutoCAD drafter is someone who draws up plans for engineers, okay? So I do engineering designing all the time. I know how a sphere model is made in 3D AutoCAD. Yes, I know how to draw a sphere on a flat screen. It's just a drawing.
Can
it's
you
a
see
cartoon.
the entirety
It's not
of
reality.
Can you see the entirety of your sphere at one time?
Hold on, Emma.
No, but you can. You go to Google Earth.
No, hold on. No. He asked. This is the part of it. He asked us flat earthers if we can see the entirety of our sphere.
No.
Yeah,
that's what you just said.
Yeah,
you just said that.
You can't see yours.
No.
There
is a. I'm sorry. There is a language barrier.
I'm saying, listen. You can see the whole. You can see the whole globe for yourself. Just go to Google Earth, and you can see your not mine.
Google
your
Earth is going to show me a flat map.
Model.
So it's not a globe. It's a flat map.
I've already proven
it's a
that.
Flat map.
I already talked. No, it's not.
Okay.
It is flat maps stretched over a sphere. It's flat maps stretched over a sphere. They even tell you that in the instruction of Google Maps. And I didn't realize this until I was an engineer looking at GIS. I was looking at GIS images and went. Go ahead.
No, I want to figure out, since the language barrier is there, why did he ask us for this sphere that we're not talking about? Since there is this language barrier.
But still, I'm saying in the local municipalities, okay, we're talking about states, governments, counties, governments, and they give you images, okay, aerial photography called GIS photography systems, okay, and you use those GIS photography systems if you need to do very large projects. And when I try to use those images and try to line them up onto Google Earth images, it has to be stretched to fit it, because that's what the globe model is. You take the flat maps and you stretch it around a globe, because there is no globe.
No, it's because Google Map is using a representation of a globe to make it on a flat surface.
From flat maps.
And their representation
From flat maps.
is known to be wrong. Because it makes everything north bigger. So I just opened Google Maps.
So east is wrong on. So east is wrong on Google Earth. East is wrong on Google Earth. Is that what you're saying?
No. I am saying Google Map is stretching a lot of stuff. So I just opened Google Map, and you can.
Why do they have to stretch it
right
if it's
now?
a globe?
Please let me finish.
You guys are talking about the same thing.
I just opened Google Map, and you can do this too right now.
It's Google Earth, not Google Map.
De-zoom on the map.
No, Google Earth, please. No, it's Google Earth, not Google Map. Google Earth.
You guys aren't talking about the same thing. You guys are on different wavelengths.
Let me finish. I am going
I think that's
to
true.
tell
Hold
you
on, everybody.
why Google Map is stretching a lot of stuff.
Okay.
No, I think you're exactly right.
But Emma,
you're on the wrong program.
You can't see the whole thing. We can't see the whole thing. All we can see is it looks flat, right?
No, we're talking about
I
Google
live
Earth
in
now.
mountains.
Hold on, and then when
I know, but
Google
he
Earth-
asked if we can see the whole thing.
He admitted. Hold on, he admitted that
No one can
Google
see the
Earth
whole
is
thing.
stretching, whatever
Please,
that
one
means.
at a time.
No, yeah. What do you mean by stretching, Imla?
I mean that area are not the same as in reality. So as I said, you can do this right now. Open Google Maps.
You said it.
You.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying, man. We're looking at Google
Let
Maps.
me finish, please. For the love of God, let me finish.
All right.
So if you open Google Maps right now, you can zoom out to the maximum. You are going to see that Greenland is roughly the same size as Africa.
Yeah, we know how maps projections work.
Well, your friend seemed to.
Well, I
not
think you guys were
understand
just
what
not. You guys weren't talking about the same thing.
Yeah, that's the problem with language.
There was a confusion. Yeah.
He was talking about he uses a map, and then if you go east, right, and a north of the equator map, you will head in a certain direction. But if you go south of the equator, you end up going the other direction. In other words, it skews more south in the north. Okay. Then you tell me what's the difference between the north and south of the equator again, please. Thank you.
Yeah, please. I was listening to that. Yeah. Go ahead, Elma. Tell us.
Okay. Now, the thing is, wait a minute. I'm looking for free VFR maps of Australia.
While you're looking, why do you think that it's a globe, though? What's your I missed. I just joined.
Yeah.
Like, what's your biggest? What do you? what do you trust? What? But he trusts.
says these maps that he uses are it.
The maps. I don't understand how they demonstrate
Which one's
the globe. Though.
is it Google Earth or is it Google
Well, VFR maps.
or
Visual flight reference maps or something.
Yes.
I mean, which map are you trying to find, Emla?
VFR maps of Australia.
No, you should look at. Look, we all agree that that there's no perfect maps out there. I think you're misunderstanding. But if you look at international navigation, like flight navigation, you're looking up VFR stuff. Look up the biggest ones you can find, and you'll understand why planes fly the routes they do. There's a really good old map. It's like the 1946 flight map of the world. It's something they used for World War II or something.
Hollywood, there's some older maps that are even better. This guy's just trying to be Google Maps says.
Yeah, I don't understand. I think we agree with what he's trying to present is that that maps that we have are not completely accurate. Like all of us agree. So what
he's trying to say though
how does that make it a globe?
I have
But all of your maps here, Emla, how about every single map that you're talking about, even your VFR map, there's bodies of water on those maps, right? There's lakes, right? Those lakes are all at the same elevation, right? So if you have if you go to both sides of the lake, you can see the elevation, they're going to be the exact same. And then if you can go downriver, like the way water flows towards the ocean, sea level, you're going to lose elevation, right? You know how water works. It's demonstrated perfectly on your maps. Like the shoreline is going to be the same elevation all the way around your bodies of water, no matter the distance.
Fluid mechanics is a little bit.
And you're going to claim that there's some other curve, but you're talking about the map.
No. Could you guys please find a flat Earth map that you guys can trust?
No, we don't have a good map. We just have a general idea, dude. Yeah, I mean that's what happens.
Flat. Hello. All maps are flat. That's how they fit on the table.
Well, yes, and this is the problem.
Well, Emla, so I think what you could refer to, if anything, is it would look something like the UN flag map.
Yeah.
Something like that, right?
No, not
No.
really. Can you guys
No.
allow me to?
I mean, that's like the best variation you can have for now, you know, as a basic understanding.
How's that? No.
Yeah, I don't get that.
North Pole azimuth. Yeah, that's a North Pole
polar
azimuthal equidistance.
Could you guys allow me to post pictures inside live stream voice text?
No, I would like you to get to the point. I feel like you're
No,
taking too long. You're losing my interest. I want to know why you.
There is
Why do you think
there
it's
is
a
a
globe?
language barrier. So
No,
if
I
you
understand
don't allow
you
me to use
perfectly.
pictures, that's going to be very difficult to me to explain to you what I want to say.
No, you speak perfect English. I understand every single word you're saying.
Yeah, but
We're
what
looking
I
for physical
can
proof of the Earth, not maps.
Just tell us why it's a globe, because it doesn't look like a globe, does it? Or do you see a globe? Do you see curvature? That's the big question. Do you actually see a globe, or do you say that it looks flat like we say? And then magically it's a globe some other way. Like, can you tell us either or
I
which
live
way?
in
You see it,
mountains, where I
or you
live, it's
believe
not
it,
flat.
or both? No, but you understand that you can't see any curvature, right? So what is it then? If it's not flat, then what is it? Mountainous? Is it mountainous with a curve somewhere?
No,
or
I'm
is it
just using the
mountainous?
same level of thickness as you.
Right, but is there a horizon that you have? Is the horizon horizontal? Is there a reason they're called, like the etymology of the word is the same? I mean, do you observe any curvature, man? Like, it's
I
really
am trying
simple.
to show you a test that is easy to do.
I mean, I feel like you fall into a category of people that just end up living in a landscape that is not near bodies of water. You're in the mountains, and you think that there's no way the word flat could possibly be in the realm of the earth. But you know,
No, that was
you
a
don't
joke.
you don't see
Well, he
it.
was saying,
You don't see it, do you? Though,
Yeah,
right? You
so
don't.
what-
You've never seen.
what he was saying is, if you use these flight maps, okay, you take the maps that he's talking about, and you take a compass in your hand, and you start walking in a certain direction, then you can find out where you end up. That's what he said. That was his proof of the globe Earth. I don't understand what he's trying to say. I've
Okay,
tried to have him clarify several
I am
times,
sorry.
and it makes no sense.
I did not succeed at passing the point. So I'm going to explain it, to re-explain it, maybe with clearer words. And please tell me what you understand of it.
Make it simple. It should be simple. It shouldn't be
Yeah,
complex.
I am trying to make it as simple as possible, but you guys are extremely picky, and you are right to be extremely picky, but that makes stuff difficult to do. So yeah.
I found it difficult to defend the globe when I first learned of the flat Earth.
Well, yes.
Just let him talk.
Let me. I am proposing a very simple test. That is, you go on a plane in Australia. It has to be Australia or
Oh my
anywhere
god, that
south
sounds
hemisphere.
crazy. I'm already gonna say that sounds crazy. Why does it have to be Australia?
It has to be anywhere south of the equator. Argentina works. Brazil
I've
works.
been on a plane south of the equator. No, what?
But Australia is the best because that's
But I've flown
the
on
more
a plane.
south you can go without going into Antarctica.
But what's the issue?
Okay, so
Well, you can go to the south tip of South America.
You guys just keep
Why don't you go all the way
interrupting.
down there?
Can you just shut
Yeah.
the fuck up?
Yeah, sorry.
yeah. Anywhere in south of the equator is going to work. So the thing is, that wouldn't work north of it because a difference would be too slim to notice with your level of pickiness. So if you go east or west, doesn't matter. What is going to happen is that depending of what we are living on, you are slowly going to end up going north or going south.
Wait, you just said, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you just said you cannot go east or west, so you have to go north or south. And then you said you'll end up going north or south? Like, yeah, because you started going north or south, right?
No, No,
what
if you keep
I can clarify.
the same
Tell me
line.
if I'm wrong. Hold on. I think I got this. Tell me if I'm wrong. Okay. So when you go south of the equator and you think you're going due east, you end up going east to the north or east to the south. Correct?
Well, okay. Let me re-explain. So, if you
only
are
ever be south.
on a flat Earth centered around the North Pole, if you are in Australia, again, it's just an example, and you go east and keep that direction, what is going to happen is that not to east. You go east and then you keep this direction, but you stop.
Yeah, you go
compass.
straight. Not yeah.
You simply go straight.
You start east.
Okay.
So then what? You end up in the south, dude.
If you do this, you are slowly going to point toward the south.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if Earth is a globe, the opposite is going to happen. Is that while you go
negative?
Straight,
that's not true.
Wrong.
Because you still
it's the same on
why?
both.
Because it's the same thing. Because if you can't use your compass after you start, if you start going east, then you can't use your compass magically when you're on a globe because you feel like it, and not the other way. Like you can't just cheat. That's like.
Okay,
so you have to keep going straight. So on a globe, if you go only straight and you don't use your compass, you're gonna go south.
No, you are
correct.
Yeah, you are, dude.
I have a map. That is of Australia.
Okay, listen. It works the same way, dude. On the flat Earth and the globe model, the compass
in
points
the north hemisphere, not in the south.
Listen, the compass points towards the north. Okay, right on the globe. Imagine
Always.
that, right? So on the flat Earth, the center is the north. So you go in a circle.
No.
The equator goes in a circle on both. What do you mean? No, you can't say we're the flat earthers. We're saying that we think that it does. You can't define what we think for ourselves.
No, I am not talking about what.
Are you saying I'm wrong about the globe?
You are not stating an opinion. You are stating a fact.
I'm stating on both models you can circumnavigate and you can use a compass to navigate.
I'm not
and
denying
both
that.
models, your compass is pointing towards the north. Like, what is the difference? The only difference you said was that, like, on a globe, you magically don't go towards the south, but you would because you don't use a compass like you did on the first time. I don't understand.
Okay.
Yeah, on either model, it's going to work the same way.
Yeah, you don't understand.
And you don't live on a model.
Both are extremely similar.
No, because now you've lost me, so you can keep going on.
So
let's go back to the physical evidence of the globe, please.
No,
That's what
let
we're
me
actually talking
finish.
about.
Let me finish what I am saying.
Okay.
Just I am going to share the link of a
Physical proof.
VFR map of Australia.
We've seen maps.
We don't really care about Australia.
You're not making a point, dude. You're not making a point. Okay, so let's get to an actual point.
Let me
We're looking for
finish.
physical.
Let me.
No, you're done. You're done.
No.
Where is the physical
You
proof
did
of the
not
globe?
get
That's what
the
we want.
point. You did not get the point.
Oh, we got it.
Yeah, but we
No.
broke it in
got it.
half.
We both said the
Your
same
thing
thing.
doesn't make sense. We think it works one way.
I
You
don't
think it
know
works
if
the
I'm
other
bad
way.
at explaining, and that's probably the case because English is not my mother tongue. But
the difference is we think that you said on a globe, if you're on the equator and you go east and you
I am not talking if you are on the equator.
if you are below the
only if
equator,
you're
okay,
south of
let's
the
imagine you're below the equator, whatever, same
Yeah.
fucking thing. If you're below the equator,
It's changed everything.
I'm asking you to clarify your statement because I'm so confused. I don't think you're right. So if you're below the equator and you go east, right? You start east. I think on both models, the globe and the flat model, you end up going south. Now, do you think on the globe you end up going east still?
Well, you continue going east, but the longer you go straight, you are going to quite quickly start
on which model? One of them or both of them?
on the thing is that on the flat Earth model you are going to point south. on a globe Earth model, you are going to point north. And this is why I think it's an easy to do test.
Here we go. I told you.
Okay, so I disagree with.
Maybe somebody already brought this up. Emla, are you familiar with?
He doesn't know
the term "dead reckoning." Do you know what that means?
He's like trying to he's trying to use that, but only on half of his argument to prove something.
Because
it's unfair.
I know it's unfair
That's what you're
he's talking
describing.
about
You're
dead
describing
reckoning, but
dead
he
reckoning
doesn't even know what it means.
because
okay,
it's a
inertial-
globe concept, dude. It's the
Dead
same fucking
reckoning.
thing, dude. Like we use it. I learned it on a globe. Like that's why it's the same fucking thing.
Okay, dead reckoning, is it like physical,
No, it's
inertial
it's a
navigation?
straight line.
No, it's like
Hold on,
starting
hold on.
east and then
Since
not
you're
using
asked-
your compass.
hold on. He asked what it means. I'll explain it to you. Dead reckoning is you travel in a straight line, ignoring the compass.
Instrumentation. Ignoring all instrumentation.
No, you can't. Well, that's almost impossible.
No, it's not, because the only thing you have to use is the horizon. And if you use that for dead reckoning, never pitching or awing, you'll be going in a straight line.
That's absolutely not true either. But anyway.
Yeah, you use the horizon as your reckoning. Because look, Helio, if you're using only the horizon,
you're gonna get lost.
I know you're gonna get lost. That's the point of dead reckoning.
So, Emlo, what do you think about that?
Well, let me find some thing explaining it in French.
The GPS model, actually causes.
We only understand English here, so tell us what
Hollywood.
that means in French. Go ahead.
Okay,
He explained it.
Helio,
His demonstration was an explanation of it. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Can I speak to Hollywood for? Can I speak to Hollywood for like a couple minutes, like really short? Okay. So what happens on the Google Earth model, which is based on GPS coordinates, when you draw a line for a very long time, like let's say a couple thousand, please don't interrupt. I'm talking to Hollywood only. If you use the GPS reckoning and you draw a straight line due east anywhere in the northern of the equator, it goes towards the equator. In other words, it goes southerly. And then if you draw it due east anywhere southerly of the equator, it automatically goes northerly. In other words, the only reckoning for east is the equator on the GPS model. Check it out on Google Earth. You'll find out that's what it does.
Yeah, so what do you mean? Hold on. Can you
No, but that's
can you
not
paraphrase that another way for me?
That's not what dead reckoning
If you like, let's say if you're drawing a line from.
Go ahead.
Because this map that he's talking about is based on that. Okay, it's based on the GPS coordinates. The GPS coordinate system, if you draw a line from the west coast to the east coast of Australia, it's going to look like a straight line going from the left to the right. But if you go
on the Mercator projection or on the globe
globe model.
Wait,
on Google Earth.
Hold on. Maybe we should start from the standard, right? We're talking about, but as far as dead reckoning,
hold on, I'm going to pull Google Earth up. Hold on.
You have to ignore the compass. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm not talking about dead reckoning. I'm just trying to explain what he's talking about with the flight. Yes. Okay. So
I'm
what
doing
the
it right
thing
now.
is that if you use Google Earth, zoom out till you see the whole ball, and then where it says you can put your actual degrees in there, right? Like start at a location and draw a line to a different location. And when you draw a line to a different location and you go due east, it always heads for the equator. So if you're south, it'll go up to the equator. If you're north, it'll go down to the equator.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain.
Where's the heading? I can't see it.
But that's a GPS. That's a GPS model.
It's like anybody in their right mind. Think about this.
Well,
hold on.
See, I tried to say this a long time ago, and now he's saying I'm right.
Yeah, I know. Anyone in their
I'm
right
zoomed out.
mind would, if they're traveling on an airplane or a ship, would just travel from one port to another, and they wouldn't use dead reckoning that way. Dead reckoning is only traveling in a straight line, but you're not traveling to a port. You're just going in a straight line.
So he has to use he has to use GPS, and if the GPS isn't working, then he can use this flight map, because the flight map will cause the eastwardly lines to head north. That's what he's talking about. And it's
Sure,
based
or
on GPS
maybe
coordinates,
south.
which
Maybe
is the
south
way
if
that they invent the ball.
Yeah, maybe south. If there's certain local distances or whatever. But yeah, all airplanes and ships travel port to port.
So
Nobody
did you figure it out?
travels on
Hollywood,
dead
did you get
reckoning.
it work?
I'm looking. I mean, I see it turning, but yeah, I don't
Yeah,
understand.
if you zoom out far enough on Google
Oh, yeah.
Earth, if you zoom out far enough and go beyond Australia, way far to the east, it'll start going up towards the north, because it's based on GPS coordinates, which is the coordinates that causes you to think it's a ball, to think, not to realize, but to think.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
my test.
That's a good point, Jack.
My test was saying if you go in a straight line south of the equator, on a globe model, you end up going.
You will head north.
Yeah, but if you
on a flat Earth model, on a flat Earth model centered around the North Pole, you are going to end up going south.
Oh
And
my God!
This is
what flat Earth model?
So if you ignore your map, hold on,
special.
Hold on. I got a way to debunk this guy right now. So if you ignore your map and you use a compass, do you end up going north, or do you just end up keep going east?
well, if you keep
If you
using
use
your
a compass
compass,
only, you keep going east.
you are going to continue going east. You are not going to go straight, whatever your model. And
Emla, how can you keep going
And it will no
east
longer
if you're
go
not
north? I
using
just
a
said that.
compass?
So what
well, I am not asking you.
Yeah,
to,
if you don't use your compass,
if you don't use your compass
You
and
told
you go
me
straight,
before,
you
you
are
told me-
not going. You are not going to go east. Going east is east
Yeah,
at
but-
some point, and if you go east and then stop using your compass and go straight, you are not
You
going
can't go
going
straight
east
and
is
east
turning.
at the same time.
I exposed.
Going
Yes,
east
I
is
exposed-
turning
Excuse me.
whatever your model.
But only
I
if you use a
exposed your magic
compass.
trick,
Dude.
and now you're mad. You're mad because I exposed your magic trick.
You can
No,
only
you
go.
ignore
No,
the compass,
no, I
You
am
can
not
only go
telling
east
you.
or west using
Allah,
a compass.
Please,
That's,
please,
right?
please,
That's basic.
please. Let me
Your
explain.
magic trick is
So
done, dude.
what I am saying is that you take your compass, you go east, then you put your compass in your bag and you stop using it, and you go east.
No, you don't.
If you do that, and you
that
think
doesn't
you're
work like
traveling
that.
in a straight line, you'll end up
Yes,
south.
you
If
are
you
going
stop
to
Just
travel.
like Jack said earlier.
No, if you stop using your compass, no, it doesn't work like that. The way your
If you
compass
stop
works,
using your compass and go in a straight line, you are no longer going to go east. You are going to go a little bit north or a little bit south. And
Same with the globe.
No,
Same
I
with
think
the globe.
only.
Please
I think
let
only
me
south.
finish.
No, I don't think you're
Please
gonna go
let
north.
me finish.
But you're not going to go north.
On a flat Earth, you are going
Well, Hollywood,
to go south.
He is
On a
Hollywood because
globe
he's
Earth,
using
you are
his
going
map.
to go
He's-
north.
Oh,
Yes, because you're using your map, because you're talking about using your map, right? You're not talking about flying straight. You're talking about using your map. You end up going
local
north,
map.
correct?
Well, at the end, when you said, okay, I have traveled enough, so now I'm going to check where I am. So that's why you have a map.
Okay,
Yo, but why are we arguing?
Are we talking about maps or
but
models?
Emla, why are we talking about
Yeah,
maps? Dude?
Back to the original subject. Physical proof of the globe, please. That's the original subject. We're not talking about maps with your nonsensical redirection.
I am not
based
even
on
making
GPS.
mass. Like, you want me to go trigonometry? We can do it.
But Emla,
That's not the question.
But we're not here to talk about maps. We're talking about the Earth itself.
I am not
not
using
a
math.
representation
I am
of
not
it.
using math. I did not use a single number.
Map.
I did not use a single equation.
No,
map.
No, Emla, you said model many times. I've heard you say it.
Map.
Like,
You
how
said
many
it
times
too.
did he say model? How many times did Emla say model?
I said
don't you
map.
just have-
At least 20 times, I think he said that.
Just admit you've never
I
seen the
didn't say
curvature,
map, I said
Emla.
map.
I did not talk about curvature. Let me get my point.
Just admit
across.
you've never seen it. Can you do that, or have you seen it? Tell me the truth. Have you seen curvature or no? That's my question for you. My only one. Why are you afraid to answer? I don't understand. This is a very simple question. I have not seen curvature. Have you seen curvature?
I'm going to return a question to you.
Why can't you answer my simple question?
Have you
Dude,
ever seen
why is
the
it
wind?
so-
Have you ever seen the wind?
I mean, depends on how you want to say it. I've seen leaves blow in the wind, if that's what you want to consider.
Yeah, and
wind.
I've seen ships go over the horizon. That's not because you can directly see something that it doesn't exist.
But so you've seen ships go over the horizon. But I asked you, my question was, have you seen curvature?
Have you seen the wind?
I told you my answer.
Curvature is wind.
So hold on. So will you admit? Fine, Emla, I'm gonna play this game back then. Will you admit you see boats? You see boats disappear behind, or however you wanted to say it, behind a flat horizontal horizon. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So
There
you see how water works. You understand, at least you're honest, how water works, right? So you've seen flat water. You know how the horizon works. That should be enough, right? But why do you think that there's a curvature then? Because the boat disappears because it goes so far away and goes so small you can't see it?
Again, it's not because you can't directly see something that it doesn't exist.
But so do you understand that if a boat is 10 miles away from you and there's a wave 5 miles away in between you, that wave might be bigger than the boat in your vision? And the wave is going to come from the bottom up, the higher it goes? Do you understand how there's visual things that come into play when you're talking about something really specific, like a boat not being visible on the bottom where there's waves of a boat? Where if you have ever been on a boat and you watch the boat drive through the water, you'll see that the wave line on the boat, it changes while it's driving, right? It never stays exactly like the ocean and the water moves. So of course, the water might disrupt your vision of the boat from the bottom to the top because that's where the water is, right? There's no water in the sky, right?
Okay. So I'm going...
So the bigger the waves, the more you can't see.
Okay.
And the bigger the waves, the bigger the curve in your mind, right?
So
Hollywood, you're never going to see the curve because he already said the curve is like wind. It's invisible. It's invisible.
I mean, he admitted that he sees a boat disappear behind a flat body of water. Horizon.
I'm not saying it's flat. I perceive it as flat, which is
but it's not curved. It's not curved, dude. Right? It's not curved. Is it? It's curved or is it flat, bro? Or
can I ask you a question?
You already said flat.
Listen, I just posted a picture.
Can I ask you a very simple question?
I just posted a picture in the live stream voice text. Can you hold on? Can you point to the curve that boats disappear over in the picture I just posted in the live stream voice text? Thanks.
Well, can you please
Where's the curve?
Point at the wind that is making the...
Could you just point at the geometric horizon that boats disappear over in the picture I just posted in the live stream voice text? Thanks.
Do you think water has curvature?
He's trying to make it very clear to you people. You're never going to see the curve because it's invisible like wind. He just told you. It's invisible. You'll never see it. You'll never see it. It's invisible.
He's saying it's a physical obstruction at the same time, though. So he's trying to have his cake and eat it too.
A very simple.
It's invisible, but it hides things. It's an invisible thing that hides things.
Can I please ask one simple question?
I can feel the wind.
Invisibility cloak, dude.
Can I please ask?
No, you can answer the question I asked first.
Yes.
All right, shut up. Hey, real quick, somebody give just Jack Flat Earth, OG Flat Earther, please. Thank you.
I can do that.
There you go.
Thank you.
What's up?
What's up, baby?
What's up, Dr. Flat, dude?
It's fucking awesome. He's fresh out of the conference there.
Okay.
He's been around a minute, man. He's been around.
I have a question for you guys. You all are.
Why do you always come back with a question, though? I just asked you a question. There's
Yeah,
a
that's
question on the table right now, and every single time you want to try to reverse it onto us. Can't you just answer?
Yeah.
Well,
He's
I would
asking
gladly
for the
show you
curve. The
the
curve.
curvature. Sadly, I can't post pictures.
You're gonna have to man up and make up your mind on something.
Look, you don't need to post a picture. I just posted it, and I have a really simple, straightforward question for you about it. Where is the geometric horizon that blocks boats in your vision in that picture?
Well, allow me to post pictures, and I will show you where it is.
No, you don't need to. I just posted one. I got a question about it for you. I gotta get an answer.
It's invisible like the wind. You know it's there, but you can't see it.
Well, what's good is that on this photo you clearly see.
You can feel the curve.
You clearly see the effects of a curvature, but sadly I can't post pictures.
Where?
Hey,
Where
no,
am I
but
seeing those
explain what
effects?
you just said. Explain what you just said.
Well, I
obviously.
First question about this picture: are those two platforms the same?
You know, in that picture, I shouldn't be seeing the surface of the water at all. It should all be obstructed by 1.2 miles. That should be the cutoff. That should be the furthest edge of the surface of Earth that I can see. 1.2 miles. I'm seeing all the way to 10.
I mean, I could explain it.
Well, further
you guys
than
are
10.
not going to
But
understand.
doesn't it make sense with how water works, Emla? Like water doesn't curve, does it? Have you ever seen water curve, the surface level of it curve, like at any scale, like in a bathtub, in a pool, in a lake? Have you ever seen water curve? Like it makes sense why it doesn't, because that's just how it is, right?
Flat water.
What are you saying? What?
So you pour
You
it
never
back, then you
filled up a
see
glass of water? You never filled up a glass of water?
Yeah, and when I fill
He's never filled his
a
up.
glass of water, there is something in French. It's called a menisque.
Yeah. The surface tension, right?
No,
So that's related to surface tension, right? Is that related to the globe?
Yeah,
That's the globe.
The point is that
Is that related to the globe or surface tension?
the point
He's got
is
a globe
that
in his
water,
Is there
water's
a
shape
globe in your cup?
depends of an equilibrium of forces. And
Okay, I get how the meniscus works, but do you understand the meniscus goes away as soon as you have a larger bowl or anything bigger than that?
A larger container.
Yeah, larger container at any level, right? Like the meniscus only works
like a lake.
with no, but he knows the meniscus only is a matter when you use a test
Small
tube
water.
or something small container, you know.
Even if he does want to argue a meniscus for large bodies of water, he's now arguing a concave Earth, which is the opposite of what he wants to prove.
I'm
It's
not arguing a menisque. I'm just using this. I'm just trying to be as picky as you guys.
No, and that's okay. But you realize you're being picky, and you're like throwing trash at us. We're throwing like grass
Yes.
at you, like nice
I'm
flowers and
absolutely doing
stuff.
So, let me download this and open Paint.
So you've never seen a lake on a calm day when there's no wind, and it looks like a glass or a mirror.
I don't live near lakes.
I know, but you never in your whole life seen a lake that's calm, or no?
I live in a windy place.
You okay?
Maybe on the internet you've seen a picture of a lake where it makes
Have you
mirror
ever-
image.
Have you ever been in a bathtub? You ever been in a bathtub and filled up the bathtub?
All right, we got a newbie.
Yeah, it has a bulge on the top.
We got Lapster. Somebody want to unmute him? Talk to him, maybe. This is going real.
Yo, I'm just here to listen for the
Oh.
most part.
Oh, okay, cool. Right, Lapster.
If I'd like to see if it's flat or not.
You can go out and check it out. You don't believe us, please don't believe us.
Yeah, you gotta trust yourself,
believe
dude.
anybody.
Honestly. Exactly. Don't trust us or anybody else. Trust yourself. Look with your own eyes. The Thelma guy.
No,
he's
stop.
clearly not looking.
Not looking good.
Windows.
No sé, no sé, no sé. Oh, that's Spanish.
Yes, he's definitely. No, he definitely has looked. He just knows for a fact that the curvature is invisible, but you can feel it, just like the wind.
You can feel the curvature, but you can't see it. Is that what
never seen?
Well, he said it's like wind, yeah.
He's never seen flat water, but he agrees that the horizon is flat and that he's seen a boat disappear supposedly behind it.
It's so at that point. So the horizon,
even though he also says he's never seen a larger body of water.
Yeah, the horizon is the curvature of the Earth.
Yet the horizon isn't where it would be if it was the curvature of the Earth. So what are you watching boats disappear over, Emla?
Yeah, where's this at?
Well, maybe it's wind.
Yeah, doesn't the horizon
wind,
go down?
Wind creates.
Wait. Don't. If you look really far away on the globe, you have to look down eventually.
Right. Not really. No.
Down.
No.
No, on the globe model.
Oh, you would have to.
No, they haven't answered. No,
What
they
if you're
haven't
watching
answered
the
that.
boat,
The answer
right?
is no.
And it seems to be getting to the horizon, and then suddenly the horizon moves.
Right.
Bro, yeah, exactly.
Well, that's because the Earth got smaller or bigger in that moment. You have to realize that the Earth's curve is like wind. You can feel it, but you can never see it. I want to make sure that you all look. You guys need to put a quote on Elma because Elma has finally figured out the answer. That's why we can't find the curve. You can feel it, but you can never see it, just like the wind.
Hey, thank you, Elma. Hey, we're gonna shut the server down now.
Hold on. His name is Emla. Emla.
Oh, sorry.
Am I pronouncing? No, it's fine. It's fine. Emla is.
It was a mistake. Sorry.
No,
I mean,
fine.
it's really crazy.
Is he misrepresenting what you're saying about this? Because we're all saying kind of the same thing, So Emla, is he misrepresenting you?
I am trying to.
I mean, it's really crazy how it's such a masterpiece deception where it has like the ability to just manipulate someone and like us formally, I guess, or me at least.
Right.
But then when you actually take it front on and try to break it down, it's such a piece of shit, and it's almost like laughable.
Sure, that's why I was asking Emla. Can you?
I actually thought it would be like there'd be more to it, but like it's just the way they've organized it. Just must be some like symphony of fucking brainwaves and brainwashing technology.
Yeah, I think so, man. It's like
they have some like they must have tested so much fucking shit on humans and like guinea pigs and shit like that, and they've just got us down to a science where they just know how to mass hypnosis like so many people.
100%. It's called Edward Bernays. Yeah, they got it.
I mean, because there's no other way. Because it's such a
Jack, go ahead, brother Jack.
Yeah, I was saying that mass hypnosis is on our friend here to the point where if you ask for physical curvature that you can see, he says, "Can you see the wind?" So he's comparing it to something you cannot see, but you know it's there because you can feel it.
It's magical.
So therefore, the mass hypnosis, and that is exactly why when you zoom in on the horizon, it always runs away from you because you can never see it. So it's afraid of you seeing it, so it runs away when you zoom in.
I chase the horizon around all
edit
summer.
of your picture showing that you see less of the second platform, meaning the second platform has at least
That's not the
part
question.
of it.
Okay, but that's kind of ridiculous. I just got to stop you right there anyway, because but hold on. You're trying to argue that the geometric horizon is now obstructing the bottom of the platform, yet the horizon in that picture is behind the platform. So how is the thing that's supposed to be obstructing it, which is behind it, how is it doing that?
As I'm saying, you see on the platform that is 6.20 miles away.
Hold on. You didn't answer his question. Why is there a horizon behind that platform? If the horizon is behind the platform, it can't be blocking the platform. You can't have a horizon in the front and the horizon in the back.
Part of it.
There's only one horizon. No, it's not. How can it?
No, it's not. That's just perspective. Things get smaller when they get farther away.
Yeah,
Don't you understand how this works? Like a train track.
I'm not using scale. What I'm using for reference is the
what the horizon
you see
does
on the platforms. You can see that on the platforms that 6.20 miles away, that there is
those are different platforms.
Below the platform. There is
those are different platforms. Those are different platforms. Those are different platforms.
Yes.
They're not.
And is there water behind the platforms?
Oh.
Is there water? Is there water? Is there water behind the platforms? Yes or no?
Yeah, it's really weird. Yeah, that's a good question. Is there water behind? I don't know what he's coming from. Where he's
I actually wish the globe had better,
the horizon behind. When you see the horizon behind the platforms,
I wish it was better,
dude. I mean, because I feel more.
Is
like,
there
I
water?
feel retarded for believing it.
Yeah, since the horizon's behind the platforms. Yeah. Is there water behind the platforms, Emma?
So there's water behind. Yes, thank you. That's what I need to ask him.
We're good. Yeah.
It doesn't matter. To be honest, we can't tell if there's water behind the platforms, but we can see the horizon behind.
Yeah, we can. That's because there's water behind them that we still see.
I know that, but we're as far as the general description we're talking about. We're talking about the horizon, not water.
I secede. Yes, we're talking about the horizon, the invisible horizon that you can never see, but you can always feel.
But he wants to say that the horizon
everybody sees the horizon from everywhere anytime they look across the earth.
Yeah, but Emma wants to say the water blocking the platform, but it's behind it. So
there you go.
Come on,
there you go.
Just come on.
There you go.
But
Emma, can you
maybe
try
what
something
the
else
horizon
real
does.
quick?
Yes. Go ahead, Jack.
He's figuring how paint works. Oh my god, Emma, you're wasting our time.
Yeah.
I think he left.
So what the horizon does, the horizon goes behind the platform.
Sorry.
Yeah. So what you do is you got to trace the horizon, right? So the horizon goes from the left side of the screen, and then it goes down in front of the platform, and then it goes back behind the platform, and then it comes up in front of the platform, and then it goes back behind the platform, and then it goes to the right side of the screen. That's what it does.
Oh, that sounds like a magic horizon. I don't know where that.
Did you guys see his paint job there in the live stream voice text that I just posted?
Not yet.
He's trying to show you the parts of the platform that are missing, but he still doesn't get it. It's a moot point because the thing that's supposed to be blocking them in his is behind the goddamn things.
Yeah, it's really.
It's okay. It's okay.
He doesn't see the water behind.
It's okay, Alma. It's called cognitive dissonance. It's just your mind's kind of swirling. You're trying to come up with answers on the fly. You're trying to figure it out on the fly, and it's very difficult.
It's all falling apart.
And you got to take a deep breath, step back. Observe the world that you live in. You can observe it. Don't believe any of us.
And it's okay to be wrong, dude. Right? It's okay to be wrong about something, man.
It's okay,
we were all
man.
wabout this too.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like dude was just wrong by calling you Elma when it's Emla. Right? Dude was just wrong because he called you Elma instead of Emla. So it's okay. We can be wrong sometimes.
Come on.
I mean, at the start of the conversation, you said optical observations are unreliable, and you are using optical observations.
No, I didn't say anything about not using optical observations. No, hold on. I know what he's talking about. I was here at the beginning of this conversation. He's full of crap.
Yeah.
He's trying to say that this is the same thing as spectroscopy. Are you freaking kidding me, dude? We're talking about the Earth, not the lights in the sky.
At the beginning,
we're talking about the Earth, not the lights in the sky.
Refraction, you cannot be sure that stars are at the place we see them because of refraction, which is a valid argument.
Correct.
We agree with this. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So what we are seeing here is at least 6.21 miles.
Hold on, Amla, you're not. Listen to me. Do you see the horizon behind the platform? Yes or no?
Yes.
There you go.
Okay, then how can it block the front of it if it's behind it?
Welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome.
How can there be a horizon behind the platform if it's blocking the platform? It can't block it and be behind it. It can be one or the other. It cannot be behind the platform and blocking the platform. You need to use your brain, man.
Well,
the horizon is beyond the platform.
As you said, we cannot.
Beyond.
No.
Beyond. Behind.
That's just how hopeless it is. But I mean, the horizon was supposed to be at 1.2 miles. It's nowhere in that picture. We're zoomed in way further than 1.2 miles. It's out by 10 miles. Like, it's just hopeless for the globe.
I don't know what elevation this picture was.
Yeah, but the horizon that's supposed to be behind it is blocking the front of it. He said he sees the horizon behind, but yeah, it's blocking the front. He doesn't get it. His brain doesn't work right. Something's wrong here.
No.
He's holding on.
To explain
holding on to the globe for dear life.
I don't know why though people do
that.
It holds you
complex.
You hold yourself back when you're not honest with their shit.
Okay.
Yeah, they're lying to themselves. It's ridiculous.
Like, who's paying?
Like, yeah, I see the horizon. Yes, I see the horizon behind the platform, but it's blocking the front of it. That makes no sense, dude. Use your brain.
All right, he'll get it eventually, man. Give him a couple days, and he'll work it out, man.
And
we got.
I have to say this is a good argument.
Yes, thank you. We worked very hard at that.
Yeah, it's literally the best argument of anything. That's why it's like. Yeah, that's why you have to kind of
you
like.
Guys
secede,
worked 3 years. I'm here for like.
Exactly. That's why I'm
trying
to get everybody to back off.
Since you're new.
Yeah, you're
All
new.
right, so since you're new, we're going to give you the benefit of the doubt. You're new here, okay? We'll give you the benefit of the doubt. So, since you just said this is a very good argument, you're new here, we've been at it for a few years, okay, we'll give you that. So, now that we have established that there's a horizon behind the platforms and they cannot block the front of it, then you must concede that the horizon is not blocking the platforms, correct?
Okay, I conceded.
There you go,
Thank
Jack.
you. Okay.
You got it, man.
The earth is flat. Congrats. Welcome. Welcome to Florida.
Okay, so now I have a question.
He says no. He just said
guys,
no.
You guys are attacking the globe model, and you know what? It's always easier to attack a model than to make one.
Okay. So is that why you... Hold on. Whoa. I want to hear what you just said there. It's easier to attack a model. What was the first thing that you asked me when you got into the chat? What model
I was
you
attacking
use so I can attack it? Come on.
You said
oh my
you are
god,
extremely picky. So I'm gonna ask a very simple question to all of you, since I think you are all in the USA. Do you guys see the sun right now?
Nope.
Look outside.
No, it's not here. No.
Well, I am in France. It's 8 in the morning.
Good for you.
Here.
Fantastic.
So
That's
I see the sun.
Great.
So I think we all agree.
Beautiful.
That the sun is high in the sky.
I see.
I agree that the sun is high in the sky.
Sure.
I'll say it's high in the sky.
Yep.
Okay. Why
yeah,
do you guys don't see the
it's high in the sky. Yeah.
Sorry. Why do you guys don't see the sun?
Because it's closer
further
to you
away than I can see.
It's closer to you than it is to us. That's why.
100%. It's just closer to you. That's all. It is high in the sky, but it's not so high that the whole Earth can see it. Come on, man. Get real. Nobody believes that crap.
I see it at about.
Oh, sorry. You do. You do. Sorry.
Okay. So
yeah,
I'm going to ask you for numbers. How high is the sun?
I measured it. I measured it last month on the solstice, and I measured and calculated it with a mathematician, Matthew Learns, and it came out to 3,477 miles.
Can you please write
and that's where it appears, correct?
No, there was a calculation.
Yeah. Can you please write the numbers the number you got?
I got to ask Matthew, man. He did the math. Math professor did
No,
the math.
I am asking for the number.
Yeah, let me get a hold.
What did you say?
I didn't do.
You'll have to go to the. You'll have to go to the Globe Earth. You'll have to go to the Globe Earth mathematician. His name is Matthew. What is it? Matthew what?
Learns.
Okay, so speak to Matthew Learns. He's a Glober. He does math, and he's the one who figured it out. I mean, he probably didn't want to figure it out that way, but he figured it out. Yeah, it's only 4,000 plus miles away, but that is apparent. Okay, it's only apparent because you cannot go up to the sun and touch it. It's only apparent.
Right. We can't.
You can't lay it. You can't put a tape measure on. You can't put a tape measure.
Same with Earth, Jack. You got to take a tape measure to Earth, man.
I am sorry, but
nobody's ever done it. Nobody's ever taken the tape measure to Earth. Why not?
Right.
I don't get it.
I am sorry, but you don't need to tape measure to get
apparent location. That's what you're talking about.
To get if you know where you are, you take a friend. You know where he is. You take the angle you see the sun at the same time, and you can do.
And then you consider the Earth, and then you consider the Earth flat, and then it works out to be about 4,000 miles. Yes.
No, and then if you do this, you get the height of the sun on the flat.
No. Hold on.
Okay.
Wait, I gotta correct you on your own globe logic here because that's wrong. In the globe model, okay, this is the model you're supposed to believe in. That only works for the moon. When it comes to the sun, yes, sir. Listen, please. I know more about the globe model than you do. Okay. When they take angles to measurements, that works for the moon. It does not work for the sun. The sun is based on the transition of a quote-unquote twin planets crossing in front of the sun, and they consider how long that takes, and that's how they get the size of the sun. They've never considered the distance to the sun by angles. It's only by that. When you want to consider using angles to measure to something, then you can get the moon at 239,000 miles average. But then if you measure the moon, considering that the Earth is flat, then you only get, again, at the most 4,000 miles away.
I am not talking about the globe model. I am only talking about the flat Earth model.
Yes, it works. Hey, listen.
I just told you.
Real quick.
On the flat Earth, with two friends, with two people, you can measure the height of the sun. We
already did this, dude. We already told you. Yes, we already told you. It's already been done. Yes.
Calculate.
So, I just took... I take the number Eratosthenes put, so that's 3959 miles high. So I'm gonna translate this to kilometers.
Who came up with
I don't know
59 high? Wow, maybe that is the number.
He's got the radius of the Earth which is the distance to the sun.
Okay. What? Okay.
So the flat Earth uses a radius to No, the flat Earth doesn't use a radius for anything.
No, I'm not asking for radius. I just want to know how high is the sun. How high do you measure?
I calculated the sun last month. On
okay. How high was it?
3,477 miles.
Okay, so this would be the height of the sun on a flat Earth. Do you agree with me?
No.
I just calculated. I don't know if it's true or not.
It's a calculation. Yeah. It's a calculation of it's a calculation of a apparent location of the sun.
Well, it has
until we can go up there and physically measure.
Yeah, I'm on the 32nd parallel, right? We had to start with that was our first.
Yeah, and you're measuring angles.
Right.
Yeah.
We did the plumb bob. We measured the shadow, and then we calculated it from the length of the shadow. Well, Matthew did it, man. I was just standing there while he did it on paper, and the
globe mathematician.
Mathematician, yeah. It probably took us about 40 minutes or something. It took a while. We did it both on the flat Earth and the globe, and it worked out the same number. So that was pretty interesting. Yeah.
So with a globe model or a flat Earth, the calculations done by a globe-believing mathematician tells you that it's no higher than 4,000 miles. No higher than 4,000.
3,500 miles.
If your friend is using Shadowlens to
Good calculation,
determine,
man. That's all it was.
the distance of the sun on the globe Earth model, he is a very bad mathematician. I am sorry, but
Matthew, you're bad, Matthew. You're a bad mathematician. Damn, bad Matthew.
He's calling out a glober. He's calling out a glober as a bad mathematician. That's great. That's great.
I love that. That made my day. Thank you. That was funny.
I can't wait till Matthew comes back on and just say, "Hey, Emma says you're a bad mathematician. How dare you do calculations to figure out the height of the sun?"
It's just calculations, man. It's all it is. It's just funny little math. Math can trick you, man. I can prove it to you in 2 minutes, but you guys already know that.
Can I explain the daisy and the elephant hanging off the cliff? Can I explain that? It's fun. I love this story. So, once upon a time, there was a man who wondered if it was possible for an elephant to hang off a cliff by just holding onto a daisy. So what he did is he gave a calculation of the weight of the elephant, the strength of the elephant's trunk, the tensile strength of the daisy's root system, and he found out that, yes, indeed, an elephant can hang off a cliff by hanging on to a daisy. There you go. That's math.
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah, exactly.
Now we can go find the elephant and put it to the test.
Yeah, we can do it real world, what we call objective reality observation, right? And
calculation.
No, objective reality observations. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Test it with a real elephant. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not going to be good for the elephant. I'm really sure that the math, even though the math works out, I'm scared for the elephant.
I'm sure that density will win out in that regards. Density always wins, man.
Funny how, the elephant will have to be organized in its place, in the medium it's in, of course.
So how was the Flattoberfest, man?
Flattoberfest?
Yeah.
It's the bomb diggity. It's the bomb diggity. I heard freaking
Did you go out on the street and tell people that the earth is flat?
Okay, so check this. You know how I am. Right?
Yeah.
So we're at the park on Friday. This happened before I called you last night, right? So we're at the park on Friday. And I'm walking out, and these people are watching a soccer game, and it's finishing up. And I'm seeing them kick this ball around this flat field, with the lights on. Right. And I'm like, you can't play soccer on a spinning ball. The earth is obviously flat and stationary. You need to wake up. And this girl screams out, and she's like, "What? What are you saying?" And so her boyfriend or husband or whatever he was, I wasn't quite sure, but he was already a flat earther, and she was not. Okay. So we had a little chat with her, and by the end of it, she was a flat earther. She downloaded David Weiss's Flat Earth Clock app, and we know that because we get a verification email now when we suggest with our referral code. And so she's a flat earther now as well. And it was really easy because she was close, but she wasn't quite there. But she objectively said, the globe doesn't work. You're right. And that was the end of it.
That's it, man. When you get to the brass tacks, it's I'm going to prove the globe, man. I'm going to prove that globe. Damn. And you just fail after fail after fail, man. At some point, you go, oh, shit.
Monday will be the day. When I call in on Monday, when I get in here on Monday, we'll be talking about, the hundreds of people that we flat smacked. Then we'll talk. That'll be more fun. But as far as the event goes, it was, it was always just the energy.
I love it, man. I love talking to people about their worldview.
Yeah.
And
it's awesome to be about. You can have an actual conversation. You can have a conversation without people looking at you like you have a ferret on your face or whatever.
Exactly. I mean, they come in here, they try.
Yeah, I don't think this guy's new though. I think I've heard him before. I think he just keeps taking his name.
It's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he came up with some very weak sauce. But he wanted to like explain. Let's take about a half an hour to say when you fly east in the north it goes south, and north in the east it goes.
Yeah, I was listening to that.
If you fly east and it all has to do with the GPS system, and that's what those maps are based on. It has nothing to do with real world.
Mm-hmm.
Like Helo Skeptic was saying, if you were using Dead Reckoning, that map wouldn't work. If you were using a compass, that map wouldn't work. So it's nonsense.
I've been really on this, looking into the Trans-Pacific Sail Race and then the Pacific Sail Race, Transcontinental or whatever it is.
Yes.
Wait, is it Transglobe, Transcontinental, Northern, Southern? Which trans are we talking about here?
The one from London.
Helo Skeptic, it's whatever it chooses to be. It's whatever it chooses to be, okay? You don't get to decide what it chooses to be, okay?
Okay, well,
trans, okay? That means trans. You're transiting.
Over there, send the word, over there, because the Yanks are coming, boom.
Boom.
Boom. Mic drop.
Okay, so you were learning about the sailboats.
I'm looking at the sail races, right? There's one in the Atlantic and the guy out here, the Pacific. Well, the one in the Pacific only goes to Hawaii, man. It doesn't actually cross the Pacific Ocean all the way to Japan or something. That would be cool, right? It would be just like, I'm a sailor, man. I would be like, let's do that. Let's go from California to Japan in the Pacific, where it's nice and warm, sunshine. It's, it rains a little bit here and there. It's beautiful, man. The Pacific Ocean is crazy cool, man. It rains every day, but it's sunny and warm every day too. It's just amazing. Yeah, let's sail across that.
How many rainbows is not sunshine and rainbows just sunshine?
It is. I don't know if you guys have ever been to Hawaii, but I have. I don't know, 4 or 5 times, and it's just like, what place is this? This is so amazing, man. Shit, So they're hiding all this land out there, is my theory. That's why they don't have a actually scheduled professional sail race from California to Japan, because Japan is way north of.
But you can fix that, dude. You can fix that. You can fix that. You can have a sail race. Yeah, but this is what you do. It's very simple. What you do is you have the sail race from California to Japan by way of Alaska, and then you're fine. It works out just fine if you go through Alaska. Yeah.
Anyway, and that's the reason they don't have that as an official race. They only go from California to Hawaii. That's the Pacific Sail Race, and they do it every year. They've only been doing it for like 60 years. But the one across the Atlantic, man, they've been doing it for like 150 years. And it's almost the same distance as, almost. Supposedly.
That's the claim.
I don't know. They say that Japan is 6,000 miles from my house here in California. That's what they say. 5,900 something. I don't know.
That's a hop, skip, and a jump.
On the globe, it's supposed to be like due west of me, man. And it's not. It's like way, way north. Way north. So that's, if they were to have that real sail race every year, man, somebody would be like, hey, man, why the fuck are we so far north, bro? It doesn't line up with the globe over here.
That's because it's a globe.
What happened?
No, it is because it's a globe.
Yeah.
It is because it's a globe. Because if you're a glober, everything is because it's a globe. Don't you know?
Don't you know?
It's got to work out somehow. they have figured it out, right? Other people smarter than you have figured it out.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously it's a globe.
Yep.
How dare you question it?
It's an appeal to the masses or consensus.
Authority.
Yeah, well, anyone
Authority.
else work, right?
Yeah.
All three work.
Well, I said men smarter than you. Men smarter than you is authority.
Appeal to men that are smarter than you. How dare you, Jack? Come on. I like hanging
love
out
talking
with
to men
people
that are supposed to be.
Here's the
I
funny
like
thing,
talking
Jack.
to people who are supposed to be smarter than me. It's great.
Yeah, I love hanging out with people that are actually in this Discord that are way smarter than me, but they put up with my fun attitude. Keep it light, but keep it real, keep it light and real. I'm real simpleton, man. Hey, man, get some bendy water. Count me in. Where do I go see that? How high up do I have to be, man? 100,000 feet? Okay. Let me get a balloon.
No.
I'll be right back.
You got this wrong. You want to know how high you have to be to see the curvature? It's at least 3 joints, a couple hits of acid. It takes quite a bit of highness to see the curve. So
there you go.
I mean, you start seeing the warping. You start seeing
also
the warping at
feel the spin, man. Right? When you're totally right.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You feel the spin.
Like as soon as you start and you start seeing the walls melting a little bit, you're about to see curvature, man. It's coming. It's coming. It's right around the curve.
I got to tell a quick story about Jack, man. We used to do the live streams, and Jack would take his phone in and just hit everybody up, man, constantly. He got gas. He'd be like, dude, flat earth, man. And you busted balls, man, for like a couple of years. You were out there just like a soldier. Thank you, man.
I still do it.
I'm sure you do. I do too,
I still
man.
do it. I just don't have the same kind of platform, So
no, exactly. But we still do it in real life.
I miss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I miss that
Poncho Piece was fun, dude.
It was. It was fun. It was real. We were trying to get to the truth, any weird way we could, right? And we did really good, man. I haven't talked to you since the whole Cocoa Puff thing that came along a couple of years, almost 3 years ago now.
No.
Oh man, how was that for you?
It was before that.
Yeah, it was before that.
Well, I ignored it. Yeah. So the last time that we talked was probably right before the what is that? Very salty sea and no. The very salty sea in California.
Salt and sea, yeah.
Yeah, salt and sea, yeah. Salt,
like
the very
20.
salty sea, salt and sea, yeah.
I'd say like late, 2018, early 2019.
Yeah, so it was before that we stopped, but in 2020, which we know that year, right? When that year happened, yeah, I was in a, I was going to a box every day from 9 to 5, and when this whole thing went down, I had to wear a face diaper.
Right.
But when I wore the face diaper, they had me wear it from the front door to my desk. Then I could take the face diaper off. But if I had to go to the bathroom,
right.
But if I had to go to the bathroom, I had to put my face diaper on until I walked into the bathroom. But as soon as I walked into the bathroom, I could take my face diaper off again. And then when I was done going to the bathroom,
take your mask off inside the biggest germ producing bacteria.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about a mask. I'm talking about my face diaper, man. Okay, so I take off my face diaper. I go to the bathroom, and then when I'm about to leave the bathroom, I'm like, "Oh crap! Got to put my face diaper back on to walk to my desk." Right. So I went to the front desk, and I was friends with the secretary there because I had already flat smacked her and told her some other interesting stuff about high altitude aerosol injections and whatnot. Right. When I was talking to her, I started talking about this ridiculousness about these face diapers and how it doesn't seem to make any sense that if we're afraid of these itty bitty little thingamajiggers,
it makes
that these face diapers and the first half week of this week, and he sent me 2 full paychecks.
Man,
that's how it's been for me. That's how it's been for me. The troubles of this world do not, they don't tell me how to live my life. They don't.
I live the same way, Jack, man. I mean, I've been so blessed so many different ways.
I believe it.
And I'm like, oh shit, man, why did that happen? Who did I meet? How is that possible? Today I met that person. It's like, oh, this is just too weird, man. I just shake my head and go, okay, man, you got this. I guess you got this.
Yep. Let it go and move on,
I'm gonna love it.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, if you don't watch the news, you don't even know there's something bad brewing. I mean, it's amazing.
Well, I mean, I think I'm advanced enough to even actually watch the news, read the news, and say, hey, man, oh, that's cuck. This is cuck. Oh, shit, that's a bunch of cuck.
Yeah.
That I can go through it that fast. Trained myself, man. I
but when
see it so fast, I mean, there's not even a hesitation. I'm like, oh, no, that's cuck. Moving on.
When you watch it, though, when you're able to watch it and you're like, okay, that's a bunch of bogus they're doing. That's a bunch of bogus they're doing. Okay. When you do that, though, you're now aware of the bogus about to come.
Well, yeah.
I don't even have to, think about it.
Oh, the bogus that's coming, man, could be totally bogus.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be totally bogus. But that's just my prediction. The bogus that's coming is going to be bogus.
Thursday.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Thursday before Flattoberfest, we had a bearing arms party in my backyard, and I was teaching my 7-year-old how to
safely discharge. They safely discharge projectiles. Yeah,
home protection. Yeah, home protection. Yeah. So my buddy Alex Critical Inception has a nice little bang bang that does what size? Yeah, that size 5 blank 5 blank
50,
right?
With a 5. Tell me 50.
No. 5 and
50 would be fun.
6.
I've always dreamed of having a 5.
Oh, that would be fun. Okay, so she was using home protection that has a 5, a 5, and a 6. Okay, and it was great. And then we had some stuff called Tenorite, which is a little jar, and when you shoot the little jar, it goes pop, and it's really fun.
It shoots like a big giant.
It does a big pop.
Big cloud.
Yeah, right? It's big pop. Yeah, and then we stick a little bit of we put a little bit of cornstarch on top of it, because then it makes a pow.
Multicolored?
More flame. It's fun. Yeah, multicolored, yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, I love those days, man. I used to go out and do damage to like appliances, cars. Yeah. It was fun, man. Old abandoned cars, things that I love.
If dude comes on the East Coast.
Yeah.
If dude comes on the East Coast, dude needs to get in touch with Just Jack. That's what I'm saying.
All right.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not planning on going down there just yet, but you never know.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows?
I'm gonna hold down the West Coast out here and just do my best, keep going, man. I'm laughing at all this shit, Jack, man. I mean, it's getting funny up in here.
I hear you.
More people coming in here every day going, hey, man, what about gravity? What about the moon? They go off in like a million different directions. You don't know where they're going to go. I mean, there was a couple guys in here last week who were like, how do you know that anything's real? These kind of types, they're just like, oh my God.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what they do. Like if you ask them about the globe, they'll be like, yeah, that's 100% real. It's tangible. It's a real thing. And then if you pin them down and say, okay, there's no physical evidence. Well, how do you know anything's real, man? They flip the script really quick.
Yeah, well, that's it, man. What happens is the cognitive dissonance sets in, man. They just on the fly try to start figuring this stuff out, which is impossible because
totally.
We got 8-10 years up in here. Yeah, it's like going into the like top end, senior year physics class versus high school physics.
Kindergarten.
What? Yeah, like
I don't know. I think some of it's kindergarten, dude.
it is. Well, we try to bring it back down to kindergarten for them. Say, hey, man, in kindergarten you got showed this ball, but what evidence do you have for the ball exactly?
Well, you can't take their ball away.
Just shut up and let them talk. It's just you just closed them right there, man. What evidence do you have for the ball? And they're just like, well, the sun and the moon and stars and the tides. You're like,
well, when you fly east, if you go below the equator and you fly east, you're going to go north. But if you're on a flat Earth, you're going to go south. And I'm going to use my map. And you're not allowed to use anything. That's what he said.
Right. Hey, I got the map. The map works every time.
I got the right map here, so.
I always tell people, man, hey, man.
And if it works, globe.
I always go, hey, man, guess what? All your maps, they're flat.
Yep. How do they fit on the table? They're flat.
That's all of them,
Not only that, flat, when you have those flat maps, when you have those flat maps and you're trying to figure out where you're at, you have to draw circles on those flat maps to figure out where you're at to get a exact distance away from you.
3 circles.
Yeah. So when you draw those circles, they should be smaller because it should be bulging up in the middle, right? Like they don't stretch it out that far with the maps. It's really peculiar.
It's got to go up and down.
It's as if we're traveling over.
Yep. Well, they don't.
It appears as though we're traveling over a flat plane. I don't know.
They don't account for the curvature when they draw the 3 circles, and when they fly the plane,
not at all.
They don't account for the curvature there either. Is that what you're saying?
No, the Coriolis. Removes the curvature while they're flying. Don't you know?
Just the curve. They don't account for the curve or the Coriolis. Oh, I know. But
no, they don't have to. No, look, you have to use Glober logic here. Obviously, there's not going to be a curve to figure out when you're flying because the Coriolis removes it.
Right.
That's why you don't sense Coriolis or curvature because they single each other out. You see, that's how it works. The math works, dude. The math works.
How do you see air? I love it when they just blow something like that out of nowhere, man. They'll just go, well, you can't see air. But hey, man, air,
so therefore you can't see curve.
Since you brought up air, man, let me talk to you about gas pressure real quick, man. You got a minute? Gas pressure is really cool, man, because it's kind of like a law. Yeah.
You don't want to get to me. You don't want to get onto me too much about air because I absolutely believe in entropy and air pressure and all that jazz. But when they start talking about bouncing balls, dude, I lose my shit. Sorry.
Well, don't lose it, man. Just kind of just take a breath and go, okay, here we go. All right, I got this.
And I'm not talking about Globers. I'm not talking about Globers. Other people describe air as bouncing balls too. So I'm just saying, man.
It's something, man. We can't put it in a container, and we can't not have it doesn't exist without a container, man.
You need a container. That's correct. Yeah,
you gotta have a container. It's just, that's what they call that.
And if you want to, if you want to take the air out, guess what you need?
A valve.
If you want to create an area, if you want to create an area with no air in it, you know what you need? You need a container.
Right.
That's right. Let me clarify what I'm saying. I'm talking about like a vacuous area. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
To create a vacuous area, you need a container as well. So.
Right. Exactly. Vacuum or pressure. They're both.
Yeah.
They're both the same.
Containment.
They're exactly. They're both the same containment. That's it.
We bought these balloons for my son's 18th in July, and a 1 and an 8, right? And they're still inflated. They've got like a special little inner valve that closes. Just you don't need to tie it up or anything. Just closes. You just blow air into it, and it'll just close automatically.
Yeah, you pinch it off. Yeah.
No, it's just the air's just pushing it back onto the valve and closing it. I think that's how it works because you just blow it up and let it go, and it doesn't seem to have deflated. I haven't like tested the pressure on it or anything, but they're still inflated. They're still got them up, and I'm just wondering how long would it take? You know, I don't know that any air could escape from this. Like I said, I should get a pressure valve, a pressure reader on it, and see what it says. Yeah, and
yeah, that's impressive because I've gotten some of those high quality.
Because I want to see how long it takes for the gas in there to fall to the bottom and it all just deflate. You know.
Yeah, so only the top would deflate, right? Because it would fall to the bottom on the inside.
Right, unless they're saying
it would fall down and go boom boom.
Yeah, and eventually just settle in a pool on the bottom.
Yeah, so the top of the numbers would deflate and the bottoms would be filled up with helium, is what you're saying? Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's not even helium; it's just.
What I think. Oh, it's just air. Okay, but what I find interesting is that the air has stayed in there that long because I've bought some high quality. Now, in my case, I'm talking about helium and high quality foil balloons, and they still deflate within a few days. And you said those have been holding air for months. That's crazy to me. That's wow.
Since July.
That's impressive.
Yeah, well, since the end of July.
Wow, those are some good balloons. That's all I gotta say about that.
Hey,
I
want to talk to Red Eye Jedi, baby. 818. Shout out to the 818. Let's see.
Sir?
How are you doing, brother?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
I mean, you know,
I'm not buying it, man. Relax. Come on. Take a breath in through the nose, out through. I don't know. Drink a couple glasses of water. You'll be all right, man. You got this. I'm just messing with you, Red Eye Jedi. That means late night Jedi, man. Red Eye.
Okay.
Red Eye Clyde. I hear a baby crying.
Yeah, that's the Balloon Man. That's a Balloon Man, right?
Agent.
Is that a Glober crying? Is that what I hear? It's a Glober. I'm pretty sure.
That is not crying. That baby is talking. He's having a good old conversation.
There you go. Yeah.
Hey, Jack, have you ever seen those, like, where they take the baby's speech, the talk?
And it's very Hebrew.
They reverse it. It makes total sense or something. This was years ago. I was like, somebody hit me up with that. I was like, "What? That sounds interesting." Anyway, yeah, that's a baby talking. Yeah. Can you guys decipher this for us? Anybody? Anybody speak baby here around here? Come on.
I think it was the Australian guy that was talking about the balloons. I think that's his baby.
He's totally upside down.
Is that his baby?
Don't believe it. He said. He's upside down.
My mic's closed. I don't know who's making that noise.
That's not your baby?
No, it's not, man.
It started when you started talking, so I was thinking it was you.
It's McGator. It's okay. I thought it was funny, man. I was kind of just playing along with it at the time.
It was adorable. It was perfectly fine.
I thought it was a Glover crying, and you're like, no, it's that baby's talking, and I was like, immediate mind shift, right? I was like, oh yeah, you're right. That's what it is.
Can I ask you guys a few questions?
Hold on. I want to.
Oh boy.
Okay, Jack, you up for some questions, Jack?
I guess.
Yes, you are. All right, I'm up.
Those are not going to be Flat Earth rated or not currently. So, do you agree that the higher you go, the less air density goes.
The less what goes?
You mean I think he's saying the higher up you go, the thinner the air is. I think that's what he's trying to say.
Yes, that's that.
There you go.
Pressure gradient.
Yeah.
We were just talking about gas.
Pressure gradient. Yeah.
Pressure gradient.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep, we all agree. Yep.
I agree, 100%.
Do you agree
Okay.
that?
Good
light-
question. All right.
Great question.
Another question?
I have a ton.
So we're going on to another question.
Hey, I'm gonna
I
get
thought it was
Jack.
one question.
Jack, just give him he doesn't. This English is not his first language. Curtis,
Right.
maybe.
Yeah, let's keep using that one. Okay. We'll keep using that one. Okay, go ahead.
He's doing
Go ahead.
great. I can see where he's missing and misfiring a little bit, but that's okay. Man. It's
Light is a wave.
I do not know that.
It is?
No way to prove that.
What?
There's no way to prove that light's a wave, man.
Light's a wave.
Here we go.
Here we go to down under. Here we go.
Well, light has a frequency.
Yes, okay. Yeah, I can buy that. Yeah, sure. Why not? Me too.
I don't know about frequency, man. Define
You said
frequency.
safety. You saved me.
Frequency's a wave. It's the same. They're the same thing.
A wave form, yeah. And not necessarily a wave, it's a wave form, right? Yeah.
They're both.
Yeah. Also,
I'm in the frequency business, man. I know what a frequency is, and
you can see additive and destructive interference on light. So that's something that is.
That's great, man. That's really beautiful, man.
What are we talking about? What are we talking about here? Is there an actual question, though?
Okay, light is a wave is okay for you?
No, it's not. They're not clear on light. Not a wave. I'm not sure. 100%.
I'm gonna say that light. I'm gonna say that light is light. Okay. Well, other than that, I don't know. I've never held light in my hand.
Yeah.
I've never weighed it. I've never,
You've never held
felt
sound
it.
in your hand.
Never held
I can
sound
hold some light in my hand.
Sound.
You can't hold a wave
not sound
in
either.
your hand.
No,
So-
never.
Nope, I've never held a wave in my hand. Nope.
That's correct.
Nope.
You're
Haven't
correct.
done that either.
You agree that sound is a wave?
So
sound is a wave. Yes, I agree.
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. Dude, you got to understand about this guy. This guy makes weird analogies. He says the curve is like the wind. Now he's telling me that the sound is like light. Sound and light are exactly the same thing because you can't hold light in your hand and you can't hold sound in your hand.
No.
Okay.
They are waves. They are not going in the same medium. But
Wait, they're not using the same medium?
Yeah.
I thought they were both going through air.
Air and
light
space.
goes in whatever you want. You can prove that light goes
in
through
whatever you want.
vacuum if you have what it takes to make vacuum.
What's a vacuum? What's a vacuum?
Nothing.
It's
literally nothing.
Where is this nothing? Where did you test this at? Where's this nothing that you tested light through?
Okay, that's what I wanted because if I do a demonstration and you pull something like this out, it's going to be hard.
Where is the curvature? Where's the curvature?
Yeah, if you keep that's the problem. If you keep playing with it, it gets hard. Yes, that's the problem.
Yeah, so I'm asking questions.
That's what she said, Jack. Come on.
Exactly.
I had to, man. That was too easy. I mean, I was
that
was a dead giveaway.
Yeah,
man.
I had to do it because she was so easy. Yeah. Okay, moving on. All right.
No.
Okay, let's get back on the subject at hand. Okay, so he says sound can't go through a vacuum, but hold on. You said sound can't go through a vacuum, but light can. So when you were in this vacuum and you were listening for sound, Did your ears pop when you were inside this vacuum?
I wasn't.
Because I imagine if you were inside of a vacuum that your ears would pop and then you couldn't hear sound anymore because your ears would explode from turning inside out.
I know sound doesn't go through a vacuum from experience made in an old physics
Really?
class.
What experience? What?
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me go back there. When did you experience this vacuum? I want to hear about your experience with the vacuum,
but
please.
Let me explain.
He did not.
What the teacher did is that
you said you experienced this in physics class.
Yes.
You said you experienced it.
Yes, I experienced.
Did you or did you not experience a vacuum?
I did not experience a vacuum, but let me please finish.
So what are we talking about here? You can't even talk about what you're talking about, man.
All right, hold on. Let him finish.
You said
man.
sound doesn't travel in a vacuum. Okay. So
are you
you're in a vacuum
affirmation, or do I have to explain how I know it?
Give him some rope, man.
Do you simply agree that sound doesn't go through a vacuum?
Rope.
No, I can't agree on that because I've never been in a vacuum and tried to hear sound. So I can't agree with that. Sorry.
I will tell you how I know it. My teacher took the clock to wake you up. How do you call that?
Alarm clock. Alarm clock.
Okay.
He took an alarm clock.
So she took an alarm clock and put it inside
the vacuum
device
chamber.
Of a vacuum chamber, a small one.
Yes.
And she pumped the air out, and we no longer heard.
You no longer hear the sound. That's correct. You are correct.
Okay, so when you took, I want to touch on this a little bit more. So when she took the air out of the vacuum, there was no air inside the vacuum. Not any air at all. It was complete zero vacuum.
I cannot prove that it wasn't, but she also did another demonstration with a small air balloon, and when she pumped the air out, the balloon grew up because of pressure differences.
Yeah, the balloon exploded.
Yeah, there's a pressure difference.
Hey,
I agree in this. Okay, we'll call it a very low. We'll call it a very low air pressure system. You can't hear sound from outside of the container. But what about if you were inside the container? Could you hear it then?
No. Well, no, you couldn't.
Well,
how do you know? How do you know?
Well, I've never been.
I've never tried it. Maybe we should try that.
Well,
Sure. Right.
I would not advise putting a human in a vacuum. You can put a microphone that would work.
Does a microphone work in a vacuum?
Yes.
Really? Because it's electron.
Okay.
Really?
The electronic survives, but it's not.
How does a microphone?
Interesting. I've never heard this.
I'm pretty sure that a microphone works from vibration, and if you sucked off the vacuum, that it would cause it to be fully extended and not be able to detect vibration.
It's not working because there is no longer air, but the electronic inside survives, and it's still. If you tap on it, it would still record it.
It would record the sound from inside of the vacuum chamber?
No, like if you put a microphone inside of a vacuum chamber and you use a microphone to tap on it, it will record the tapping sound, and that's it.
Okay, so you're saying if you tap on the microphone, it works. You put it in the vacuum chamber, it works, but you don't know. Then you take it out and you tap on it, and it works again, so you know it was working inside the vacuum, right?
You use a machine to tap on it inside the vacuum.
You have to have a mechanism to
tap. How can it hear the tapping? Yeah. How can it hear the tapping? Isn't that making a sound?
Here's how it hears. I don't know if you know about this, man, but I do know a hell of a lot about it. They're called piezocristals, man. And that is in a guitar pickup, which we use them for. That's how I know about them, because I'm a guitar guy. And these piezocristals work off of vibration. They don't work off of hearing a sound and producing, like a microphone is like a little diaphragm that, it vibrates.
That vibrates.
To our voice. It produces this amazing electricity that goes, and that's why we're talking on Discord tonight, because it's that good now, man. It's so amazing. It's totally works every time, man. I guarantee it. Anyway, so piezo crystals, they're if it was a piezo crystal microphone, it would hear the tap because it's just taking vibration and transferring the electricity. And
so if the alarm clock bell was tapping on that microphone, would you hear the alarm clock bell?
Yes, if it's a piezo crystal microphone.
Okay, so
of course.
So it's picking up the sound in the vacuum.
It's not.
It's gonna pick up.
It's not transmitted by the air. It's transmitted by the solid material, like if you put your
a physical touch. Yes, I get it. Yep.
That's how the crystals work, by physical touch. That's how they work.
Yep.
They don't work magnetically.
So if you put right. Okay, and if you put the alarm clock, next to the touching microphone, then the vibration from the alarm clock would make a sound.
You would hear it.
Yeah, gotcha.
Just if you put the microphone like 6 inches away from the alarm clock, it's not going to hear shit.
Not so much. Yeah.
No, it's not going to hear anything.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially in the back.
Works for me.
Another question. The eye is a passive
low pressure system, not a vacuum, but yeah.
Low pressure. You're right, vacuum. Okay, go ahead.
So
sir.
The eye is a passive sensor.
Hey, my French friend, you guys make great wine in France. Thank you. I'm just trying to throw you off your game, man.
Yeah.
Just try to relax a little, man.
So, next question. Do you agree that the eye is a passive sensor?
Whoa. Never ending one question.
Yeah. So, do you agree that the eye doesn't emit anything other than light that is...
My eye doesn't emit light, sorry. No.
Okay, we agree on that.
Yes, agreement. Yes.
The eye is passive.
Yep, agreed.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah, it's not very aggressive. Yeah. I got a nice eye. It's passive.
It's not aggressive. It's just not. It's not really. I was just kidding. Anyway, carry on. What's your next question?
Moving on.
I'm curious to what your next question was going to be. Do you want to
agree the Doppler effect can be trusted?
Doppler.
Can the Doppler effect be trusted? What is the
you guys are okay if I use Doppler effects?
Sure, yeah. Doppler.
I'm sorry, I'm ignorant. I'm ignorant of the Doppler effect.
Do you explain? Or
can someone explain the Doppler effect to me? I don't know. I'm asking you.
So,
you're the one who's talking.
The short answer is that the Doppler effect is how you know if an ambulance is going to your direction or going away from you.
It's a radar. I think it's a radar thing. Yeah, radar.
It works.
Like weather Doppler, Doppler radar systems, like weather. Yeah. Okay, I got it. Yep. Oh, sorry. I never heard it called the Doppler effect. That's my fault.
Okay, it's when there's a great GIF placed by Donato. It's when a sound, a wave source is moving. It distorts the wave, so you can get relative speed.
I'm going to stop you right here because the Doppler effect works on a globe and flat Earth both.
Yeah.
Of course. So let's move on. Let's move on to something else because it works on both.
He said no. He was talking about sound in a vacuum, and then he switched it to Doppler because Doppler can detect sound that's not in a vacuum, I guess, or something.
No.
It's to do with
I am just
the distance and the rate.
asking for what you guys. Sorry.
Right. It works on both.
Oh no, it's all right. You go ahead. I barely understand what it is, but I know I got the basic idea. But you go ahead and explain it.
No. The thing is that
radar sound bouncing and stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need tools to make a demonstration, and I need you guys to agree with this because otherwise it's not gonna work. So yeah, everything you say will be held against you.
We've been arrested, Mongos. He just said everything you say will be used against you. So I'm going to tell you what,
I've
man.
heard this before.
Hey, how about this, man? Everything you say is going to be used against you.
Hell,
That's a better question, man. Let
That's
me tell
also
you.
the answer you should give to cops.
No, we should
thing.
not. Definitely should not do that. But that's cool, man.
No, the answer you give to cops is I don't answer questions. That's the answer you give to cops.
Also works.
Exactly.
Anyways, going back to this. Okay, we'll hold each other to our statements. Therefore, the curve is like wind. You can't see it, but you can touch it.
Everything that's said from here forward can be used against you.
Okay.
Bring it, man.
Okay.
What's your question? Go ahead.
Bring it on.
Bring it on. What do you got?
Okay.
Bring it on, man.
So, do you agree that distortion will affect waves such as both light and sound?
Distortion affects both sound and light. Sure, we'll go with that. Yeah.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah.
Distortion affects sound and light. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes, we agree.
Yep.
Okay.
No, distortion would be. No, wait. No, distortion would be the effect.
Yeah, but distortion affects sound and light. You okay with that?
It can happen to sound or light. Sound and light can be distorted.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
We get that.
By
They can be distorted, which means that it is the effect, not the cause.
He's saying it'll affect.
Yeah, no. This is the language.
ECT, not effect.
This is the language barrier.
It's a language thing,
Yeah,
man.
it's a language barrier thing. Yes. Okay. We believe that light and sound can be affected, or more appropriately, it can be distorted. Right? Light and sound can be distorted. Okay.
Yeah, we have shadows. We have sound interference. Yeah, I get it. Like walls. And,
sure.
Okay. So next question. Do you agree that waves tend to stay in the medium they are the slower in?
Waves.
What?
Slower.
They don't stay anywhere.
They're slower in different mediums, yes, because water can.
Okay, I'm gonna rephrase in 2 parts because.
Okay.
So you agree that depending of
it's actually wave pattern. It's actually pattern, not wave.
Okay,
right? Because a wave is like
some pattern. My question.
It's what something does, not what something is.
So. First, you have to agree that light and sound change speed depending of the medium they are in.
I don't agree on that. No. I agree that there's a difference in the. Hold on. Let me re-explain. I do believe that there is a difference of wave pattern as it travels through different mediums, which causes a distortion. Okay, I'll go with that. How about that?
So what do you mean? Do you mean the wavelength, the wavelength changes? Or?
Yes, that's the wave pattern. It's not a physical. It's not like like every sound is going up and down as it's traveling through the air. It's just the way that it's picked up in its pattern. It's a wave pattern function. Okay, so when you're talking about a wave pattern function and it changes mediums, it can cause a distortion because the wave pattern changes, right? That's what you're talking about. We agree on that. Okay, continue.
Okay,
we agree on so much. I just want to point out that we agree on so many things that it's very disturbing.
Well, what I'm saying is supposed to be very hard to not agree on. So next up is the denser a material is, the slower a wave will be in.
The denser the medium,
the slower the wave is.
Like water and air are completely different densities, right?
Yeah,
the more spread out, you mean the more spread out the wave function is.
So I'm taking the same medium. So in my case, air.
Yeah.
And if I change the density of air, light is going
in a container,
to be slower
you mean?
in it.
Okay, so how do you change the density of air? Explain that.
I'm lost.
Well, there are a lot of ways to do pressure gradients. You agreed that it was possible for a physics teacher of public school in France.
No, I had a problem. I definitely
on a local scale.
Yeah, you can change the air. Sure, let's say you can change the air density of a local scale. Okay, we'll go with that. Yep.
Okay, so
and this is within a glass container, right?
Yeah.
Hold on, this is within a glass container, right? So
yes.
So the light, or the sound. Okay, so sound is already in the tank, but then you're going to talk about light coming from outside the tank, going through the glass, going through the lower pressure, going through the glass, and coming out the other side, right? That's what we're talking about.
What I say is that it's faster when it is outside the glass container. When it is sorry, I messed up.
It's okay. It's called cognitive dissonance, bro. You'll be fine.
So no, it's a language barrier. I have to think. Yeah.
No, we're good. Keep going. You're fine.
So what I say is that the light is faster
outside the water than inside the water, right? Through the glass.
Wait a second. Wait. Stop. This is what he's doing again. Okay, now he's saying light is faster. No, it changes wavelength due to the wavelength pattern of changing between mediums. It doesn't go faster or slower. That's not that. It has nothing to do with speed. It's not like it's not like the light runs really fast and then it crashes into the glass and slows down and creeps through the water and gets to the other side and then runs really fast again. That's not how light works.
So
it has nothing to do with actual speed.
Okay,
it's a wavelength pattern.
I'm just gonna do something else different. Optic fiber.
First of all, you have to admit that he brought up the wavelength pattern. You brought up the waves. You brought up light waves, sound waves. I get it, man. I get and if light is a wave, which, you would probably be in that camp, but go ahead and transfer those waves through a medium of water versus air. And, you'll see some difference, man. We already know that. We're going to see some difference.
But I agree with that, but I don't need it in the demonstration.
It's common sense. It's not even an argument.
Okay, so
what is the light deviation about, though? I'm trying to figure out where he's getting to with this light deviation, sound deviation. So can we just get to the final result, please? We agree on so many things, so let's just wrap it up.
I am sorry you won't have the final for today. Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe.
Yes, I ping it up.
Tune in next time. Same bat time, same bat channel.
So, optic fiber?
I do. It's called
fiber optics. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
Optic
so fiber optics.
Cabling.
Cabling. It's making light pass through. There's actually three elements
through glass. Through glass. Yeah.
Glass.
Okay.
It's a glass.
Through the glass elements. Yes.
That's actually plastic inside of optic fiber.
It's the same as glass, though.
I don't care what you use.
So
whatever.
It's shiny. It's very shiny and reflective.
Yeah. So
it's called fiberglass.
Optic fiber is made of 3 components and isolant to avoid light from outside getting in. So that's not what's interesting is. But inside there is 2 mediums. There's 1 cylinder of a denser plastic, and around it is a layer of another plastic. And in this other plastic, the light goes faster, and then it uses reflection to carry the light through the cable.
Yeah.
You agree with that?
Yeah, you know they did this.
Yeah.
They did the same thing back in the day. Back in the day, they used to do with copper. It was called coaxial cable. It does the same thing. So yeah, we understand how fiber optics work. Only they're using light instead of electricity. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes.
You just admitted that it been light, but okay.
Yeah, they're using light and
we're transferring light down a very shiny cable.
Okay.
And
So the point of this is that light.
Therefore, the Earth's a globe.
I love you, brother.
I'm just getting to the end. I'm getting to the end. That's all. Therefore, the Earth's a globe.
Yes, of course, without a doubt. Fiber cable, 100%. Hey, did you know that like 98% of all telecommunications is done through cable?
Fiber optic cables going under the ocean floor instead of outer space satellites.
In the ocean floors, yeah.
Satellites.
There's like millions of miles of ocean floor cables, dude. Millions. It's like, it's ridiculous how many cables.
99%, dude. 99%.
Yeah, and I said 98.
But the extra 1%.
It's in between 90.
You got to
98.
You got to remember the towers also help with the transmission of the data, and then you have coaxial cable setups and fiber optic cables. So we're back to fiber optic cables. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just saying, your numbers might need an update because, Starlink and stuff. Even though you don't believe in it,
he's bringing a paintbrush, man.
But that's not the subject. But maybe update the numbers.
A big paintbrush.
Now they're blaming it on Starlink, huh? Because too many flat earthers were calling out fiber optics. Now they got to go to Starlink. Starlink does it. Starlink does it.
That's not the subject.
All right, go ahead.
Hey, so I'm sure.
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing with you. Starlink is the master. So, move on.
We love Starlink around here, man. I love Elon Musk.
Starlink is the guy.
Starlink is the reason.
He's so amazing. He put a car in space. Did you see this car in space?
A Tesla. A Tesla.
A Tesla Roadster in space.
Guy,
oh my! It was amazing.
He said,
I said Elon Musk is an idiot. He's a fucking.
Elon Musk is an idiot. He agrees. Elon Musk is an idiot. Okay, good.
Thank you.
So when you believe he's So you believe he's an idiot? Did that idiot put a Tesla car in space?
Well, to be honest, not
to be
him.
honest,
his extremely expensive engineers team did it,
again,
according to me.
To be honest, you don't know.
So he hired people.
Come on, man. Be real, man.
So he hired people. No, he didn't put the Tesla in space. Smarter people that worked for him did. Okay, I get it. And that's why he said, when I saw it, man, I was tripping. Man, that thing was... it had to be real. It had to be real because it looked so fake, man. It had to be real because it looked so fake.
So real, they had to remove the rear view mirrors.
Hey, did you guys ever see the movie Gravity? Oh my God. It's amazing. Gravity.
No, I don't want to. I cannot. I don't think I could sit there and be triggered for 2 hours straight. I don't think I could handle it.
It's a 2-hour trigger, but it's a exercise in your ability to realize.
Don't you want to see? Don't you want to see? Dude, come on, man. Come on, dude. I want to find out how fiber optics prove a globe, man. I want to hear the end of this.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's finish this.
So go for it, Amla.
Yeah. So,
globe.
you agree that waves that includes both sound and light stay in the medium. They are the slower in.
Mm-hmm.
The waves stay in the medium it's slower in, so the waves go to a certain point and then they just kind of chill out there in the slower place.
No,
I don't understand what you're saying there.
They bounce back.
They bounce back to what?
To back in the medium they are the slower in.
They bounce back to the medium they're slower in. Do you understand what he's saying, dude? Because I don't follow that.
Okay.
Maybe you could explain it to me.
So
he's
that's how
saying-
fiber optic
he's
works.
saying that there's
Is
an
that
interruption in the wave pattern that produces a latency of nanoseconds. That nanoseconds.
So
anyway, nanoseconds
A
is
latency of nanoseconds.
Yes, of course.
As I said, optic fiber works by putting a medium the light is slower in, and then putting a medium the light
It's a globe, man. That's it. This guy
is faster in around it, and then you can send the light through the cable through a very long distance, the curvature, the whatever the fuck shape you want.
Why would I want a shape of curvature? What are you talking about?
No,
I don't understand.
I'm saying that optic fiber works because light stay in the medium, it's the slower in. Do you agree with that?
So if you bend a fiber optic cable, it still works?
Yeah.
Because I worked for a fiber optic company, and they said be very careful. Do not bend the fiber optic cable because it causes issues.
Yeah,
I was told very clearly.
Yeah. That's because you break the thing inside. But you agree that it's stored on rolls.
Yes.
And that it can.
So it's stored in rolls. So when they install it, do they install it around corners and stuff, or do they lay it straight and then have hubs to split it off into another straight line?
Straight. I'm gonna go straight, man.
Straight. Yes,
Yeah,
it's straight. Fiber optics have to be laid straight. They have to be laid straight. They cannot go around a curve.
They don't bend. Wow. No.
They can't. Okay, so this is what I wanted to avoid when I'm doing my demonstration. So you can't even do a very light curve on it.
Yes, you can do a light curve, very light. Yeah, like 3,959 mile radius. I think you can do that with fiber optics. It would be tough, man. But do you know how they came up with the radius? Because the radius of the curvature, if there was a guy that actually measured, not calculated, the curvature of the Earth, we would be super interested in finding out who that guy was that measured the curvature of Earth. And if you
I walked away. My chickens were getting attacked. I had to see what was going on.
I'm asking if anybody ever in human history has measured the curvature of the Earth with like a tape measure or something. That would be
theodolite.
I'm looking for that guy that measured Earth and the radius, the circumference, the diameter.
You know what would be a really good? You know what would be a good way to measure the curvature of the Earth?
What's that?
Is like you put down a level, and then it doesn't go to either end of the level. It just keeps curving down all the time. That would prove the curvature right there.
Right. If the
because
level...
a ball would have to be curving down all the time, and the only place the level would ever touch anything would be in the center.
Exactly.
I don't think I understand what you're saying.
Well,
because even when they use celestial navigation, they admit that they must have a tangent plane. That means a very long flat surface. And where does that sit? On the very tippy top of the globe, because you cannot put a level surface on a ball, because the ball curves down in every direction all the time, and a level sitting on top of a ball would only be able to sit on the top. It would not be able to wrap itself around the ball. So anytime that you want to test the shape of the sphere, all you got to do is put a level on the ground and watch the ground go to the down to the left and down to the right, and the level is only gonna sit in the middle on the globe. There you go. Measure that curve. You can even try it in water, right? If you hold the level up, just hold the level up so it's just touching the middle where it comes down on the left side and the right side.
Right.
But every time I try it, it seems like the water touches the whole level. I can't seem to find that curvature.
That water doesn't bend? Is that what you're telling me, Jack? Oh my goodness.
It kind of appears that way.
Yeah. I mean, if there was, first of all, man, if there was any chance of us seeing curvature, we would have all gone out and taken advantage of this beautiful field trip and said, hey, man, we're going to check out the globe today. Okay. We would have gone on a field trip in 4th grade or something,
Hey, there was a man who actually suggested this. He actually suggested we should build something like this so students can see the curvature of the Earth.
It's called Force.
And what happened to that guy?
Force the line.
Force the line. And you know what happened to that guy? He almost got fired because a Glober didn't like the suggestion.
Oh, George.
He just didn't like it, dude.
Good old George.
Rest his soul. Rest his soul.
Where the hell is George these days, man? He's nowhere to be found.
He died. No joke. He's dead.
No,
he died
really?
recently.
Yes.
Netanyahu died just recently. Yep.
He must have went out and got the cocoa.
Never mind. Yep.
Cocoa ice.
Cocoa Pops. Cocoa Pops.
And the Cocoa Pops. And the Puffs and the poo-poos. The Cocoa Poo-poos. Yeah. He went out. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. Don't do that.
So that's the thing. I mean, if you suggest, okay, we have a way that could definitively prove that there is curvature, and then students could take a field trip out there and see the curvature for themselves. But then when that guy suggested it, there was a globe earther that didn't like the possibility of proving the curvature, so much so that he tried to get the other guy fired.
He called the State Board of Engineers.
Yeah.
Said, hey, man,
disgusting.
I got to talk to George one time, man. And the only time I got to talk to him, man, I was like, dude, you're the guy that called on Brian Mullins.
Brian Mullins.
And I go, you're a cuck. And I just have to tell you that to your face. And that's all I had to say to him. And he goes, oh, I guess I'm in the wrong call.
Yeah, we saw him in person. We saw him in person in Dallas at the Flat Earth Conference.
That's right.
He actually showed his face there.
Yep, he did.
He got chewed out by quite a few people, myself included, but still.
Thank you, Jack. Man, that's a soldier going out and saying, hey, man, you guys got believed. You guys got tricked. You guys got magic tricked into the globe, man. And if you can't see it, I don't know what to tell you, man. I went through physics school.
I told him.
You're telling me I went through physics school and I'm wrong? Oh my God! No, physics are real, man. Bridges are real. I get those pressures of different. you have to do the ratios. And that's civil engineering, but physics are real, man. No doubt.
So,
Yep.
Go ahead.
All right, so I'm sorry, I was interrupted when we were talking about fiber optics, and he said you can put them around the curve or whatever. But I'm pretty sure they have to lay them straight, and then they have to go to hubs, and then those hubs point them in a different straight line. So they can't curve them. They said you have to be very careful not to bend them. You have to be very careful, and it's not just because of breaking the fibers, as you may assume. But even if you pinch the fiber, right, not just breaking it, but even if it bends a little bit, it messes up the whole thing. And it costs a lot to repair a fiber optic cable break. Oh my gosh, it's horrible.
Yeah.
$10,000 minimum. Yeah, these guys.
I work in plastics.
You can't
I had the occasion to visit a factory that makes fiber optics.
Yeah, they can't replace just a piece of it. They have to replace the whole line. They're not allowed to just chunk out a piece and say, "Oh, we'll fix it with some tape." It doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
You have to replace the whole line.
Fiber optics, very impressive.
Yep, it is. It's very impressive. Very fine, minute work.
Yeah, I love those guys, man. Thank you, guys. Hey, if it wasn't for
Thanks
those
for
guys,
fiber optics,
we would not even be hanging out on Discord, man, right now. Thank you.
Totally. Good invention. Really
Good
smart.
Thank you. I mean, what I learn here is I could pay $100,000 a year to learn what I learn here, bro. And I wouldn't learn what I learn here, and it costs nothing, man. I love that.
Yeah, I worked for FiOS, and the reason that they even take the expense of laying fiber optic cables is because back in the day when everything was switching to HD, it was supposed to go through the government system that it was going to be required that fiber optic cables replace all of the coaxial. And then they backpedaled on it, and Verizon was already contracted in. So they had all this fiber optic cable that they had to lay in. And so when they started laying it out, people were getting fiber optic cable for less than regular cable. And, the thing is like they had to install it regardless because they already signed the contract. You guys are making us all this fiber optic cable. Right? They couldn't backpedal on that. So they're still laying fiber optic cable to this day because they thought that this is going to be the way it's going to be forever. And we're going to have all this business. And it's a very, very expensive process to get fiber optic cables even to, like, let's say it's in a neighborhood 2 blocks away from you. It costs like $1 million to get it 2 blocks further to get to your house. It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. Yeah. Of course it is.
But once it's in there, it works really well. But if it gets damaged, it's really bad.
Well, hey, what about the satellites, man? Jack, come on, man.
One last question.
Okay.
This is the last one. Let's suppose we are living on the ball. If I plant...
No, we're not doing that. We're not playing that game. No, let's not suppose that.
Let's take a boat ride, Jack. Come on, let's take a boat.
Okay.
I think he said ball, or
I'm a sailor, man. Let me just dream with him for a second, man.
Did you see ball or boat?
We're on a boat.
BALL.
No, he said ball.
No,
man.
BALL.
Ball. We're on a ball. I thought
Jesus,
we were on
a through, man. Come on. Clear those canals.
So,
close that.
Get the crap out of yours. He wants to be on a ball, man. He wants to be on a ball.
I thought we were on a boat.
Let's suppose we are on a ball.
No, let's not. Let's not.
Yeah. But if you want.
No, let's not.
Let's say I plant 2 poles 100 meters or yards away.
Are we doing sticks and shadows now?
Where? In the ball?
Sticks and shadows.
Okay.
In the ball? In the ball?
On the
in
ball,
the ball?
Yes.
On the ball.
Where
do you get this ball? Where's this ball come from? How big is the ball? What size is the ball? What's the ball made of? Where did it come from? Where's it going?
For what I am going to say, it doesn't matter. You don't even have to.
It doesn't matter
to
if you have a
live
ball.
on a ball. You just take a ball, okay?
6-inch ball. So you're living on a 6-inch ball and you put 2 sticks in it.
Okay, I'm going to use radiant, and you are going to have no way to use units because of this.
I gotta go bad.
Radiant?
Yeah, that's an alternative.
You mean radians? You mean radians? You mean radians? Degrees?
Oh my god, dude! Come on.
Yeah.
Degrees?
No, the other way to measure angles. With
what's the other way to measure angles?
Percentages of half circle. I don't know the name in English.
Again, because you have to believe it's a ball first, right? And I said I'm not going to do that. So let's use the other measurement. Let's use actual units. Because if you're going to suppose you live on a
are used
ball,
in engineering to make motors, to make a lot of stuff that you use every day.
we're not making models. We're talking about where we live, and you said we live on a ball. And I'm telling you, if you live on a ball, then you're going to have to tell me what that ball is.
Okay, so let's assume you take a ball, let's say a yoga ball, so that you can.
Okay, we're living on a yoga ball.
No.
Okay, we're living on a yoga ball.
You don't have to be living on it. Okay, so you are going to plant 2 poles perpendicular
in the ball
to a tangent plane.
Perpendicular to a tangent plane.
Yeah.
You can't place two. You can't place 2 poles perpendicular to a tangent plane.
Well, you are going to use 2 different planes. You are going to make both poles face toward the middle.
Okay, so you're talking about 90 degrees, right?
I am talking about whatever degree that is somewhere between
perpendicular
1 and 179.
You just said perpendicular. Perpendicular is 180. I mean, sorry, 90.
It doesn't. No, perpendicular to a tangent plane, meaning the pole is how to say it, is pointing towards the center of the ball.
Yeah, if you put a stick anywhere on the ball, it's pointing towards the center of the ball.
No.
Radially inward, yes.
Yeah, all sticks and it doesn't matter where on the ball you stick it. As soon as you stick it, it's pointing towards the center. Yeah.
No.
Yes, it is. Sure.
You can put a stick inside
unless it's leaning over
and not make it point to the center.
Okay, so it's leaning over. It's not perpendicular to the tangent.
Well, perpendicular to the tangent. Okay, whatever. The pole is straight and is facing, is pointed toward the center. Okay?
Okay, poles are straight, pointing towards the center. Got it. 2 of them. 2 poles.
I put another pole at another place, whatever the angle is.
4, 5, 6 poles, 7 poles.
No, 2 poles.
Oh, I thought you said 2 already, and then you said another. Okay, so it's only 2. Okay, 2 poles.
Okay, 2 poles, and they are. It's also facing the center, and it's also straight.
Both poles are facing the center. Yes, I got that.
Okay. The angle, whatever the angle is, if it's different from 0,
90 degrees, let's say.
90 degrees.
Let's say 90 degrees.
15 degrees, 1 degree, 180, all of those works. Okay,
so let's say 90. Let's say one is straight up and one is directly to the right. So it's 90 degrees, okay? Go ahead.
Okay.
90 degrees.
The top of the poles are going to be closer than the top of the poles.
You mean the bottom's going to be closer than the top, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Is that all? If you put 2 poles into a ball, the bottoms will be closer than the top. Yep, agreed.
Okay.
Anybody in chat got a problem with that? Oh, sorry, voice chat. Or however this works.
No problem with that, man, whatsoever.
Okay.
I'm laughing. I'm laughing. Go ahead.
Is that all? That's the last question. Oh, yeah, that is the last question. Never mind, I forgot.
Yeah.
All right. So just to let you know, dude, if you put 2 poles in a ball, the bottoms are closer than the tops. Just so you know.
Okay. We agree.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. That is an easy way to do it.
To do what? What are we talking about now? It's an easy way to do what?
Well, I'm going to have to go to a specific place.
Okay.
And I will be able to demonstrate that the Earth is a ball.
Okay. And how would you do this?
Dude, I've been waiting for this shit.
Hold on. No. Wait. I got it, dude. I got it. He's going to figure out where the center of the Earth is and point the bottom of a pole to the center of the Earth because he knows exactly where that's at. Got it. Awesome.
Getting the
Sounds like a
center
bunch of
the
bogus
Earth
rap
is
to me.
quite easy. I mean, you just put weight on a rope, and you hold the rope, and the weight is going to point you towards the center. Easy.
No, that's not true. A plumb bob is what you're speaking of, and what a plumb bob points to is
the dancer.
Down. Not to the center of anything. It points down.
Okay.
Not to the center of anything. So what are you talking about? It's pointing to the center if it points down. It's only pointing down.
Well, it points down on the flat Earth. If you are on the globe, it points down.
No, it points down on any. What are you talking about on a flat Earth? Okay, let's say you're standing on a hexagonal geoid. You're on a hexagonal geoid. You're on a hexagonal geoid. You're on a hexagonal geoid, and you pull out a weight. Which way is that weight going to point? Down. You're on the top of a pyramid. Which way is that weight going to point? Down. It doesn't matter the shape. It's going to point down.
Okay.
It ain't got nothing to do with a ball, man. You're ridiculous. You're a cartoon man.
No.
You have to believe in a globe because we just showed you that the horizon was behind this. No, we said the horizon was behind the objects, and you said you concede. That means the Earth is not a ball. So why do you keep proposing it's a ball?
Just a little question. So let's suppose
No, you asked your questions. You said no more questions for you. I heard it. You said you promise. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
You just keep going in circles because you want to believe in a ball. Not because you have evidence, not because you have proof, because you want it to be a ball.
Okay.
No Glober in the past 4 years, no Glober in the past 4 years has ever shown any physical evidence for a globe. Never. And you think you're going to pop in here and stick 2 sticks in the ground and say, I proved the ball?
So
refusing evidence. Look who's talking about refusing evidence. We just told you that if the horizon are behind those platforms, that the Earth is not a ball. And you conceded that the horizon was behind those platforms. Well, guess what? That debunks your ball math, and therefore you can't live on a ball. You conceded the point, but you must believe that you live on a ball because you're a globe zealot. The globe is your God you cannot let go because it's a strong belief, and you're afraid that if you stop believing in your globe, that your whole reality disappears. But guess what? Listen to these people who are on the other side. It's so enlightening to know the truth that you're not lied to about being a speck of dust in an infinite vacuum of nothingness. You're not an infinite speck of nothingness. You exist here because you were put here on this plane that was built for you. Not because you're an accident of millions of years of average transmutations and big explosions that accidentally created life. That's nonsense, dude.
Well,
you must hold on to the ball because that is your God. That ball is your God. That ball is your God.
I do not believe.
If you believe in one part of the globe model, you have to believe in. Listen, if you believe in one part of the globe model, you have to believe all of it. Therefore, you believe that you came from Ponska. That's not you, dude. You were fearfully and wonderfully made by the Creator.
There are a lot
just
of
like this place was.
That believe we live on a globe. There are
yes, there's a lot of disingenuous, lying creationists that must believe that they live in a ball. Yep. Because if they don't, they get shut down for being crazy, for believing that they live on a flat Earth.
Bro,
how dare they question with science, with mathematics, with measurements?
No, you don't get shut
We
down
have
for saying
tested.
this.
We have tons of evidence for a flat Earth. You have none for a globe.
Available mean of communication. That's not
because you're disingenuous. You're disingenuous. You keep saying that. Oh, one last question. But you're doing what's called leading the witness. You're trying to trap us into a corner that you can say it's a globe. But guess what? You still can't do it because you're not going to convince us of a lie. It's not going to happen. No matter how loud and how long you talk about a ball, it's never going to be a ball.
Okay. This.
Okay. I'm glad you agree. It's not a ball.
No. What I want to have is that you tell me that there is this proof, and if I give you this proof, you accept it's a globe.
Show me curvature, show me spin, and then you can tell me about it. Show me curvature, show me spin. Not sticks in the ground. Show me curvature of a physical ball. If the ball is physical, then it must have measurements, that's physicality, of curvature. The same thing with movement. There must be measurable movement of the rotation of the Earth for it to be a spinning ball. If you don't have those things, then you're just telling fairy tales and you're full of crap. That's all there is to it.
So.
Okay, I'm glad you agreed. Okay.
So what you want is
I agree too.
A picture of the curvature. You okay with that?
What picture? A picture of the curvature. Yeah. A picture of the curvature from where? From outer space?
Can you be serious, Emily?
No. What I want to know is what level of proof do you want that would
physical.
Make you say
I'm going to tell you again. I'll explain to you again. I'll explain to you again. What evidence that I'm looking for is physical measurement of the surface of the Earth to be spherical. Pictures are not going to do it.
Okay.
It's not going to do it.
So
pictures stuff.
I can show you a picture of Superman. It doesn't make him real.
Yeah, I agree. The thing is that a curvature is different from being round. So just showing
oh my gosh, are you really going to do this? Are you really going to do this?
No, I know you're extremely
all right.
picky.
You're full
I
of
want
crap.
to take no risk.
You're full of crap. No, you're full of crap. Curvature is not round? Is that what you just said? Are you serious?
Like
curvature is not round, y'all. Curvature is not round.
There can be a curvature without it being a ball. That is extremely unlikely, and no one believes
philosophy,
it. But
based belief, bro.
Yeah,
it is all belief.
So,
yep.
If I show you a curvature,
100%.
Is it enough?
A curvature. Okay.
If I measure curvature.
Okay. Let me explain this to you again. I'll explain this to you again. Okay. No, you just said the right thing. If you measure curvature. Okay. Yep. That's what we want. Measure curvature. And you know what's a good baseline for measuring curvature? Water. Because water will go to its lowest elevation and fill its container and lay flat at the surface. So when you measure curvature on the surface of water, you got something, man. We'll shut it down.
Okay, curvature on the surface of water.
Yep.
This is harder, so I will take my other example. You know about the two sticks both facing the center? Is it enough
Oh my
of a proof
gosh.
of curvature?
No, absolutely not.
Why?
Absolutely not. Because it only points down. It doesn't point to the center of anything. You have to pre-assume a globe. Hey, if I tell you the globe math and then I show you a horizon that goes beyond the globe math, will you then concede that the Earth is flat? No. Why? Because you want to hang on. I wanted to hang on too when I believed in a ball. But it took me 6 hours of investigation that I was like, oh shit, I guess the Earth is flat. Because the reason that it came so quickly to me is because I work on AutoCAD designing land development where I know we do all of our developments, all of the drainage, all the road systems, everything is based on a flat stationary Earth. I just didn't think about it until somebody presented it to me. And then a light went off in my head and I'm like, it is literally impossible to do the work I do with a curvature and the spinning and all the nonsense that I used to believe. The only reason that you want to accept the evidence is because you want to believe in a globe, because you just saw evidence tonight that debunks your globe mathematics and you refuse to believe it, even though you conceded that the horizon is beyond the platforms. If the horizon is beyond the platforms, the Earth cannot be the globe of the dimensions that you believe in. Cannot be. It's a physical impossibility, and you admitted it yourself by saying, yes, I admit the horizon is beyond the platforms.
For the perfection.
And this was after you told me the horizon was blocking the platforms, which you were lying about because the horizon was behind them. Stop being disingenuous, dude. Just accept the fact.
So, what is...
You live on a flat, stationary Earth. That's all there is to it, man.
Jake, calm down.
Stop being a globe zealot.
Jake, please. I am trying to explain.
Jacques? Jacques?
Sorry. That's how you pronounce Jack in the French.
Jacques? Yeah? Jacques? Oui?
Sorry. So, what experiment result would you accept?
Okay, now you're talking about experiment. We were not talking about experiments here. Well, I'm talking about measurement, right? I said this. So what measurement would I accept? Okay.
Experiment. So what,
no.
Okay, what measurement?
An experiment. Experiment is like testing a hypothesis to see the cause of an effect. That's different from this. So what we're talking about is a measurement, right? So, like, let's say, like, you have a large body of water, okay?
Yeah.
And with that large body of water, you see with your naked eyes something getting obstructed because it goes off into the distance, right? Then if you take a set of binoculars, a telescope, a zoom camera, whatever you want, you can zoom in on that object and bring it back from behind the horizon. Then, if it goes further away, it'll disappear behind the horizon, and then you can get a better zoom and then zoom in on it, and then it'll come back, okay? So I want you to do this to where you have a pair of binoculars and you see a boat driving off in the distance. You can do this on a lake yourself, right? You and your buddy, whatever. You're sitting there with a pair of binoculars and say, okay, I see you went behind the horizon. I want you to stop right there because you are definitely on the other side of the curve. And then I want you to pull out something with a higher zoom and then pull that guy back. And if he doesn't come back for you, then you can keep believing in the ball. But if he comes back, I want you to not only concede to it, but I want you to come back here and apologize to everyone that you were wrong, that there is no globe.
Okay, so I know of I've heard long ago of an experiment. So it was a guy.
What is an experiment?
Oh,
What's
sorry,
an experiment?
a measurement. So
Okay.
there was a lighthouse, and the guy managed to place the camera perfectly so that when the camera was on the floor, you couldn't see the lighthouse, and when you raised it 2 meters high, so that's 2 yards or 6 feet, you would see back the light of the lighthouse.
That doesn't have anything to do with my test, but go ahead.
Would you accept this as
no, because you're changing your field of view. You have to be looking in the same location for both of the tests, with your naked eye, with a certain zoom, and then with a further zoom. So at 6 feet, okay, let's say you're 6 feet tall, okay? Maybe you're a little shorter, it doesn't matter. Let's say you're 6 feet tall, right? You're watching the object go behind the horizon, and then you convince yourself. Don't convince, anybody else but yourself, okay? Then you get out a pair of binoculars that are pretty good, but they're not great, and then watch the boat come back. And then when it comes back, you'd be like, oh, nope, I guess he's not behind the horizon yet. You're going to have to go out a little bit further. Okay, go out a little bit further. Okay, oh, stop there. You're behind the horizon. Then you get a higher zoom at the same elevation, the same 6 feet high, and then watch him come back again and again and again. When that happens, with several zooms, when do you concede that the horizon is not Earth curve? When do you finally admit that it's not a ball blocking the boat from going beyond the horizon? That's what I want you to do for yourself. I don't want you to do it for me. But if you do this, it would be great if you could come back here and apologize for being wrong about the globe.
I would not accept this test.
Oh, of course you wouldn't. Of course you wouldn't.
I have a lot of trouble
with model
optical experiments that involve going through a lot of air.
Okay. I'm gonna place you under arrest and place your words against you. Okay. Do you believe that the globe, as purported by mainstream science, that the globe has an average radius of 3959 feet? Sorry, miles. 3959 miles. Sorry.
That's a small ball.
Yeah, that would be a really small ball. Okay, so 3959 miles. Would you agree?
Says the number again.
3959 miles.
Okay, so that is 6371 kilometers.
If you say so. I don't know the conversion. Would you agree?
Okay.
Yes? Yeah.
Yes.
Say yes?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a mathematical
I
formulation.
Agree that the radius of the Earth is 6371 kilometers.
Okay, sure. Fine. If that's the conversion, fine, whatever. I don't care. So with that mathematics, right, that picture that you saw with the horizon behind those platforms is more than 10 times farther away than the globe model allows, with a radius of 3959 miles. So can you now concede that the globe model does not work?
Okay.
Because you said you saw the horizon beyond the platforms? No, answer the question. Answer the question.
What math did
you can ask the question after you answer the question.
What math did you use to measure the curvature drop? Because
not my math. It was the math of it. Excuse me. It was not my math. It's the math of the globe model, not the math of Jack. It's the math of the globe model. Okay? From the elevation, from the height that he took that picture, that horizon should be no more than 1.5 miles. Okay? No more than 1.5 miles. And he sees 10 times farther than that. So if he can see 10 times further than that, can you admit that the globe model is wrong?
Again, I said
here comes folks. Here comes folks. It's a yes or it's a yes or yes or no question. It's a yes or no question. It's a yes or no question.
That is not
okay, there you go. There's the answer. There's the answer. There's the answer. So there's nothing whatsoever that could stop you from believing in the ball, except for your masters, your rulers telling you that it's not a ball, right?
No.
Your science masters, your government masters, your media masters, unless they say it's flat.
It if you manage to make better prediction about stars' positions and planets' positions.
What are you talking about? Predictions of stars?
What are you talking about?
We're talking about the shape of the Earth. What are you talking about stars, dude?
Well,
predictions of stars. Okay, shut up for a second. Predictions of stars were being done thousands of years before NASA. So what the hell does that have to do with anything? Okay. Predictions of stars is the pattern of the lights in the sky that happen all the time. They've been doing it for thousands of years. Before our technology, before they believed in the globe, they could predict the stars' movement. So that's a definite non sequitur. You're getting away from the Earth. You're getting away from the Earth because you want to believe in the ball. You heliocentric zealot. You worship that sun god so much.
To say it another way, when I look up at the sky, I see that the position of the star is revolving.
Dude, why are you changing the subject?
No, I am explaining why I believe it's a globe. Okay?
No. Oh, you're explaining why.
Because of the stars.
Or you were just told how a 3,959 mile radius is not physically possible, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, look, the stars.
Yeah, if you can predict the stars' movements, the stars' movement, then I know it's a globe. Then I know it's flat. If you can predict the stars' movement, then I know it's a globe. If you can predict the stars' movement, then I know it's flat. That's nonsense. That's bullshit, dude.
Yeah, but that's my criterion.
The lights in the skies move, therefore globe. The lights in the skies move, therefore globe. That's nonsense. Shut up. Quit talking about the sky.
Well,
tell me about the Earth. Tell me about the Earth.
You're not even arguing scientifically at this point. We're arguing with your belief.
No.
Yeah.
Yep.
I am.
Yep.
If you show me the demonstration,
where's the curve? Where's the curve? Where's the curve?
And maths, I can understand, and trust me, I can
show us the curve. Yeah, dude. You know what? I think you're full of crap that this is your first time here. I think I'm familiar not only with your voice, but with your arguments, because you have the same nonsense as always. If you want to prove the Earth, what are you going to have to measure? The sky? No, the Earth. That's it. Not sticks.
You don't have to measure.
Not lights in the sky, the Earth. Measure it.
You know, in France, we have a concept called the liberty of the proof, meaning the proof.
I don't care about your concept, dude. I don't care about your concept. I don't care about your concept.
The proof can be whatever form you want.
What?
Oh, of course it can. And you can be whatever thing you want to be. All you have to do is believe, and then clap your hands, and the fairies will come back to life. You can believe.
Meaning,
any form you want. Any form you want.
Just Emla, no.
I believe the Earth is a globe because
the form of the proof, like if you do a
any form is okay for you. You just said it.
A sky watching test, whatever. But
nope, wrong. Because the sky has nothing to do with the ground. The sky has nothing to do with the ground. You're lying.
Your optical tests do not convince me.
Liar.
Dude, you're
a liar.
Using beliefs as proofs, and you're trying to say, "Oh, what can you do to convince me wrong?"
Well, I can tell you what it takes to convince me wrong.
What would
no, you don't, because you keep talking about stars.
Okay,
you're not talking about the Earth. We're talking about the Earth.
There is a way.
There is a way.
Yeah, there is another way that does not involve any
This is
star.
the way.
Yeah.
Tell us the way. Tell us the way.
So it's about the sticks pointing down as you want
it. Wrong. No sticks. Nope. We're not doing sticks again. Nope. We've already disproven the sticks. You got to stop with the sticks, dude. Give up on the sticks, dude. You got to come on. You got to be more scientific than freaking sticks in the ground, dude. Come on. Get over yourself, man.
Well, you know, there's a bridge next to where I live, and it is said that...
Cool story, bro.
On top of the pillars, they are so tall.
Oh, they're a little farther apart because of the curvature of the Earth, blah, blah, blah. We've already heard this story, dude. It's a story. It's a fucking story, dude.
12 feet.
Okay, so why don't you look at a picture of that bridge and see the bridge curving and the water flat underneath it? Okay? Why don't you look at that picture?
No water
because the bridge curves and the water is flat. The water is fucking flat, dude. It always has been, always will be. That's what water does. You're so disingenuous that you keep going back to the sky.
The the shape that involves the less energy.
Oh my gosh. You are so full of shit, dude. It's coming out your ears.
I would love to see a demonstration of where water curves over the exterior surface of a spheroid. Please.
Oh no, not just that. Curving water over energy. So he can make an energy ball.
That's what he's saying.
He can make an energy ball and make water stick to this energy ball. Is that what you're saying? You can make an energy ball of water? I want to see this.
I am saying that water...
Because you're lying! Because you're lying!
You are just not understanding physics. You are not understanding.
Oh, I am understanding. I am understanding astrophysics bullshit. I'm understanding that it's bullshit. Yes.
Yeah.
I know the physical reality. I know the physical reality, not stories. Physical reality, not physics stories of
Fluid
astrophysics.
mechanics
The astrophysics
is something I do every day. It's part of my job.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do.
So
I'm sure you prove the globe every day. It's your job.
So he manipulates water, but we talk about natural state of water outside.
He manipulates water and turns it into balls.
Fluids. To be
you turn them into balls?
To be more accurate, molten plastic. But
and you use this with balls? Yep. You turn these in balls? You turn these to balls?
I turn them into any shape I want. That's the point of my
Okay,
job.
so can you make a video where you turn water into a ball? That would be awesome to see. I want to see that. I want to see the surface of the water come up and turn into a ball. That would be awesome.
Well,
that would be a cool magic trick, dude. That would be so cool magic.
Over the surface too.
Just a question: would you accept any liquid?
Nope, I just said water.
Would you accept?
I just said water.
But we don't have any liquid outside.
I just said water.
Well,
I just said water. Water.
Obey to the same laws.
If all fluids. Hey, if all water, if all fluids, if all
experiment was.
If all liquids follow the same laws, then why can't you do it with water? You just said you could do it with any liquid, so why can't it be water? If I said water,
okay.
Watch her make a ball out of water. I want to see it.
Okay.
In your shoes, I'd be like, crap.
Show me your water ball.
I will need a few days of preparation, but this is entirely.
Wait, so you can actually make that?
That's it. That's what he's saying. He can make a ball of water float up off the ground.
It's not gonna. It's not gonna. Envy the job.
Maybe not a ball. Maybe pear.
That's what he does at his job every day.
Maybe it will look like pear-shaped one. We'll see.
Wait, it's not gonna last long, but it's gonna.
Pear-shaped one. It's gonna be chubbier at the bottom.
Hold up. What's so hard about making a ball out of water? I can do it.
Well, the thing is that there is an universal law that say stuff fall down. So if you make a bowl of water, it's going to fall down.
And well, we're talking about adhering to the exterior surface of
energy.
Ball.
Of energy.
Or
of
energy.
a ball. Of a ball. Okay.
Yeah.
Doable.
So.
Okay, stick water to a ball.
Okay,
let's see that.
I want to see this GIF.
That would be really
water sticks around the surface of that ball.
Okay. Okay. You know what?
Do you see the GIF?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, can you please stop lying for a minute?
But
can you please stop lying for a minute, please? Can you just stop lying? I mean, it would be really helpful.
I am going to do it.
Okay.
To do this GIF, except it's going to stick to it.
To the shape of the ball.
Yes. He's gonna
do it with a GIF.
Okay. Just a question.
I can do lots of stuff with a GIF.
Just a question. Let's suppose I do it. Will you accept it's a globe?
No.
I will accept that you can make a ball water. I will. Hey, if you make look, you will get mad props if you can make a water ball or a water stick to a ball. You'll get mad props.
Our disagreement. You'll get mad props by the mainstream.
I'll give him mad props. I would be like, oh, that's a cool trick.
Okay. Well, that
But would I say that's how the ball works?
That is going to take a lot of time. But
in the meantime, in the meantime, you got to stop believing in a globe until you can prove it to yourself, right? With this ball.
But
you got to stop believing in the globe until you get that done.
He has to use gravity to make that ball the water stick around the ball.
No, he said he doesn't. He just has to make energy, and the water will follow the energy. That's what he said. Yeah.
That's difficult to explain.
Hey, all your words will be. Hey, all of your words will be held against you. All of your words will be held against you. And you said you could make a ball out of energy. Ball of water out of energy. I want to see this. It'll be awesome. It'll be a cool trick. In the meantime, you have to stop believing into a ball until you can prove this to yourself. How about that? Sound good?
Okay. I am going to sleep because I've been up for 22 hours, and I am going to send you.
Glad we could keep you up, man.
A video of
glad we could keep you entertained.
Making water stick to a ball.
Awesome. That'll be awesome.
Thanks. That will take time, but one day you will get it.
Okay.
Schumapel.
Okay.
Team.
Awesome. Cool.
All right, man. Come back with your proof
someday
when you have it.
Someday.
Okay.
We'll love to see it.
Well, have a good night, and bye.
Good night.
Thanks for coming in, though. We appreciate it.
Yep. Very entertaining. Thank you. Awesome. I can't wait to see water sticking to a ball with energy. That is going to be so cool to see.
No, he
can't
tried
wait.
to change the liquid, for goodness sake.
Yeah. I said water, and he's like, would you accept any liquid? No, water. We're talking about water here? Oh, maybe I should have gave him the option for salt water, right? Because that's more logical. He can have salt. That's fine. So ridiculous. Yeah, the globe Earth doesn't. The globe Earth math doesn't work because you can't predict the stars. Except they were predicting the stars long before they're believing in a globe. Hello. Ridiculous.
He just has. He has a different set of standards, I guess.
Yeah. Well, the standards are, it is zealotry. I mean, let's face it. It's literally a belief system. And I can understand slightly. Like I remember believing in a globe. I remembered how it was logical enough for me. But when I looked at the evidence, the logic went out the window. There was no logic left. It was nonsense, all of it.
Globber too, 100%.
You gotta.
I swear that
your
guy's not new.
argumentation there, buddy. You're a little bit of a spaz.
Yeah, I am. It's always been that way. Ask Flat Earth, dude. He's known me for a long time. I've been dealing with this for a long time. I deal with it in the streets. I deal with it in in public and private. I'm constantly arguing with Globers. It's my passion. I love it. It's fun. And the thing is if you see how he reacted, like anybody who was actually offended about my aggression, I'll call it out. My aggression. Anybody else who it was like, this is a hostile environment, they would leave.
No, I know.
He's here.
He sounded super nervous, though.
And that's fine.
No, it is fine, but like when you're going at him hard, when he's already like nervous, you're like, just most of the time you were talking over him. That was just let him hang himself with his own stupidity.
Yeah, an ugly approach doesn't help anyone.
I rant from time to time, and I know it's
fair enough.
it's it's how I am, and this is
At
not
least
the only
you're aware of it.
Are you aware?
Oh yeah, I am. I am aware.
No, I mean, are you aware of those toys, those fiber optic toys?
Oh, like from Disney World and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm aware of those.
I didn't see, because you could have still acknowledged his argument within that sense, like, oh yeah, maybe over long distances it's not the same. I'm not claiming, because I don't know enough about fiber optics myself.
Yeah, when you you have to lay them deep so that they don't like jump at all, because if you bend it, to where it causes any kind of a crease or anything, the whole line has to be repaired.
Right, but there's toys that have them completely in a circle, a small circle too, that it still functions, you know what I mean?
Yeah, have you ever bent one of those fiber optics?
Oh yeah, like I've ruined a bunch of those.
Yeah, and when they get bent, you see it get really bright in that spot that it breaks off, or not breaks, but bends.
Yeah.
And so he's talking about, he was trying to prove, about light waves and, the physicality of it. So, that's what I'm saying. Like, it has to be a straight shot. It has to be not deterring, because the light doesn't act like this thing that's, bouncing around. It has to be a straight shot.
Well, I didn't even hear his argument. See, I wish you had that kind of discourse with him. Because he brought it up for a reason, right? He brought it up for a reason.
Yeah, we tried to let him. We tried to let him get to the point, and he kept changing the point. Right?
That's true. No, you're right.
He started talking about sound waves, and then light waves, and then the different mediums, and then fiber optics. So he was trying to get to a point where he could beg a question, and then he's like, "Okay, let's believe we live on a ball," and it went right to the ball.
I know. Yeah, I agree with how you called him out on that.
Yeah. So I mean, I am aggressive about it, but I'm not going outside of the parameters of what he's trying to do, because I can see it, because I've seen it before. I've heard this guy before. I'm pretty sure he's the same guy that talked about the laying on the ground and standing up to see the sunset. I'm pretty sure he was the same guy that said that on Nathan Oakley's channel, like, I don't know, a year ago. Do you remember that? I don't know if you all heard that before, but whatever.
Yeah,
I'm not
heard that one
familiar
before,
with
yeah.
that guy.
I think that was a different guy, probably.
Okay. Well, he sounded a lot like him, and his arguments, he was also talking about the flight map, and that was brought up by the same individual, something about flight maps. So when he went there, I knew exactly where he was going with that. When he talked about when you go east in the north, it's different than when you go east in the south. I already knew where he was going, because that's based on the GPS programming, that when you go east over long distances on the globe model, you're actually heading for the equator. Regardless if it's south or north, you're heading for the equator every time. It's really weird, but that's how they got the GPS programmed. Jaron did a special on it a while back, and I checked it out for myself, and that's what it does.
Wait, so no matter
can you
on
link
the
that video to me? I'd like to.
Wait,
take a
so
look.
I'm new to Discord. I can try to find it, but do I just hit the chat bubble and?
Yeah, you just right click my name, and then it'll say message, and just
right.
send.
I'm on a phone. I don't know. Yeah.
It should still work.
you can post it in live stream as well. I want to see it.
Yeah, live stream as well.
Okay, let me search through Jaronism's billion videos and see if I can find it. Give me a second.
What time? Yeah.
So at any spot or location on the globe, you face east, you're gonna head towards the equator.
And if you head west, you're going to head towards the equator as well.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'm just having a hard time kind of understanding what you're saying. I understood what he was saying.
I can't really visualize it. It sounds weird in my. Looks weird in my.
Yeah, if you get Google Earth, it's the easiest way to test the GPS system. And if you draw a line, right, to measure a length, when you click the first line, it actually gives you the option. It tells you on the screen what angle you're going at. And if you head due east or due west, you head towards the equator, which is either north or south, depending on which side of the equator you're on. Man, I haven't even been on this channel in a while. Oh my goodness. I wish YouTube used to be like it used to be. Like if I typed in Jeranism and I put East, if that was in the title, I would find it instantly, and it doesn't let you do that anymore ever since the blockade. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It would be so much easier.
Gotta censor that misinformation, bro.
Yeah, we're dangerous.
Can't have people thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks for looking it up. I'm
No worries. I'm 9 months in now so far.
I'm really interested in, I don't know it all, and I'm really interested to learn.
Yeah, to some
see
people
new
it doesn't
things
matter.
every
but
day.
To me, that was weird,
Yeah.
I mean, because I deal with bearings and distances all the time, and when I think about that grid line, it's always pulling east and west towards the equator. It gets weird, and the only reason it does that is because that's the only way it would work for the globe to work with the distances and whatnot. Oh, I found it. Yes. Okay, hold on. Share. I guess copy link, right? Sorry if I sound like a noob.
No, you're good.
All right, so chat bubble. I just drop it in here, right?
Yeah, sure.
No, I'm talking to somebody who uses Discord. This is where it goes, right? Right here.
Yeah,
just drop it in
live
here.
He's
stream
talking
voice
to
text.
somebody.
Slide it. Okay. Go back. Okay. Slide that message away. It doesn't slide away. Sorry, we're both looking at the app now. It says done reading. Check out the live stream locker room. That's the wrong. Sorry about the echo. Is this it?
Good, man.
No. Let's close that locker room.
It should be below the live stream voice text for the live stream.
Yeah, it's not on my phone.
It's weird on the phone. So like you have to slide when you're back on the Discord. Well, you could do share to and then Discord, and then it should pop up a channel
on here.
Yeah.
He's looking. We're right here. We're in here. Yeah. So where's the
voice text?
Okay, so at the bottom right now, we're looking at Donato what curve, right?
At the bottom is Donato posted a image. I don't. Of
okay.
Fiber
Yep.
optic.
No, it's not letting me paste. Nothing's happening.
Huh.
Is it possible that I'm not allowed to type in chat? Do I not have permission, or?
No, it's you should. It looks like you should at least. Posting links. I'm not sure.
No, I can't even tap in it to type or anything.
In live stream? Are you sure you're in live stream? Live stream.
Live stream dash voice text dash keyboard icon.
Yeah, that's weird.
Okay, he told me to close the app and come back, so give me a moment.
Okay.
That guy's fucking nuts. Oh, look, he showed a fiber optic toy.
Oh, you're still on it.
It still didn't work. How am I still on here and still okay, disconnect?
Don't worry, Donato. You're not nuts.
You're nuts.
What is this guy? Crazy? Posting a fiber optic that's bending, which was totally relevant to the conversation. You're crazy. I mean, I was going to interject, but when he was talking about that, because I wanted to hear where he was going with whatever he was going with that. But Jack was.
Well,
Jack was on a warpath.
No. Well, he is kind of used to dealing with a lot of that.
Well,
he gets gaslighted like all the time.
Well, I mean, getting
And so,
gaslighted is something that's in your
where
control.
they just make up fictional scenarios that are not real.
Well, you want to talk about the stars refracting also up in the sky?
I mean,
bendy light.
I mean,
I just wanted to see where he was going to go with it. That's all.
Yeah, I hear that. Yeah, yeah, I get
Did
it.
it work? Okay, so Critical Inception posted it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I see it.
And for some reason, allegedly I have permissions, but it does not work when I try to type chat.
That's kind of weird.
Totally.
Maybe because it's a YouTube, it's like considered an image, but you should still be able to type.
I can't even type. I can't even get the keyboard to come up.
Post something questionable in the past?
No, negative.
Okay. I don't know.
Well, check with some moderator. Maybe he can remove them, the roles and put them back and see if that works.
Installed it last night. Don't you remember? Sorry.
Different order, maybe. Maybe it's bugging out. I don't know the rules.
So my buddy thinks he's IT. He just asked me maybe I should turn off my phone and turn it back on again.
He thinks he's an IT.
Yeah,
Can
I
you
don't know
try
if you've seen
elsewhere?
that. I don't know if you've
Facebook
seen
or Messenger.
the IT Crowd British television show. Hilarious. Always saying, turn it off and turn it back on again.
Oh yeah, I mean that's the solution to everything, isn't it? Like call the cable company. You're
Oh,
having
gosh.
slow internet connection. Just turn it off. Turn it back on. Reset it.
And
The
then
magic fix. It's the analog to blowing into the cartridge.
Yeah, Nintendo.
Super Nintendo, yeah. And Nintendo, yeah.
I don't know. I kind of dropped off of Nintendo after Super, so.
I had the regular Nintendo, but then after that, I didn't have nothing.
The N64 was tight.
All right, I gotta ask you guys a question. You know, the ones who had regular Nintendo, did you have the original Zelda on Nintendo?
No, I did not.
Oh my gosh.
I didn't personally, but all my friends had it. The gold cartridge and everything.
Yep, the gold cartridge. So that game was
expensive now.
Yeah, that was a very funky game, right? Because like you're playing it, like let's say you're playing it like, you know, children are nuts. They play it for like 10 hours straight, trying to get to like the main castle or whatever, right? If your power gets turned off, or if you kick the machine or anything like that, all your progress is gone, right? Even though it has a save option. So what you would have to do in order to actually save your game is hold down the reset button while ejecting the cartridge. And then when you put it back in, your save game was there. It was the weirdest thing, man.
What?
Yeah, you literally had
Holding
to
it down, eject the cartridge, and it saves your game?
Yep. And if you turned off the power before holding down the reset button and ejecting it, just, you know, or like let's say you hit the reset button and you didn't eject it, it's gone.
So wait a second, let me get this right. So you're pressing the reset while you're simultaneously, like, you already have your hand in there, like, ready to pop it up as you hit the reset button.
Correct.
And then you, like,
it was the craziest thing. It wasn't like that for any other game, just the Zelda. I remember it vividly, man. It was awful. I used to have blisters on my thumb from playing so long.
How'd you figure that one out?
I don't even. I think there was a like a Nintendo Power magazine that tells you all the maps and everything, and it was in there.
Oh, that makes sense. Interesting. I wonder how do you figure that out? The hell?
I mean, they must have programmed it that way, but that's pretty. Yeah, that's pretty
That's
crazy.
some next level QA testing right there.
Yeah. If anybody gets a hold on a classic Zelda, try it out, man.
Like my best friend back when I was a kid had the game, but he was rich. I wasn't.
Yeah.
I just didn't get into it that much.
Yeah.
Yep. Isn't that cartridge worth like a lot of money now?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so.
If it's the first gen, yeah, it's got to be first gen, but yeah. So how about that globe, man? Where's the curve? Where's it at?
Yeah, how about that?
It's in the imaginations of a glober.
And by the way, you know, I know that I don't have the right etiquette, I guess, as far as some are concerned. But this
people.
Yeah, interrupt them when they're trying to waffle on. But when I talk about other subjects other than this, I'm just as pushy, just as aggressive, and people come back for more. So it's all
Jack,
good.
You just recognize the falsehood so fast. Other people aren't able to see it.
Yeah. It's because you'll see the same patterns. I mean, these patterns are always the same with these people. You know,
Look, it's not how fast you can flat smack them and get them out of here, dude. That's the
Oh no, it's not
point.
so much of getting him out of here.
I knew he
Yeah,
wasn't going to lose.
Let's hear
I knew
their
for a fact-
argument. Let's hear their argument. Don't cut them off and let them finish. And holy shit.
I hear you, but begging the question, man, I can't stand it.
Well, then
I mean, you
calmly
heard it.
call it out. You don't have to like flip your shit and like
I hear
go
that.
in
I mean,
full aggression mode. There's fucking 30 other people here. Okay, there's less.
Sorry, 30 other people, but for more entertaining
good
times, tune in for Just Jack.
I mean,
flat smacking Globers since 2000. What did you say?
15.
Yeah.
yeah, he's been out for a while.
So
February 20th, 2015. And the reason I know this is because I was flat smacked 2 days before my daughter was born, dude. I am never going to forget that.
And she must be about 7 now then.
That's correct.
Congrats.
Thank you. Yeah, she's a full blood flat earther. She's never learned about the globe.
Wow.
But she knows about the globe. Like,
sure.
Because I've taught her the fallacies, and I tell her why it's a fallacy, and when she's an adult, look out. I don't want her arguing. I don't want her arguing with Globers right now, but she could. My 7-year-old would chew them up and spit them out.
No doubt. And just to bring it back to what Red Eye was saying.
yeah, what were you gonna say?
Well, is that we want Globers to kind of explain their point in that way.
He didn't even get a chance.
When everyone hears it, it's just more helpful to deconstruct them in front of everyone.
I agree.
I agree as well.
Yeah,
I do.
Even though you recognized it sooner.
Yeah.
It's not about. I think that should make you even more confident to let them say that everything, right?
Oh, I definitely am not cutting them off because I'm scared. If you heard that,
that's not the case at all. No, it's just that you're just used to having to deal.
Yeah,
with
you're ready to jump on it
people,
already.
That's all.
You already see the argument coming, so you already try and nip it in the bud. But I'm saying,
yeah, and no. Here we totally get it, dude.
So if it was like if he was actually getting to a point, it would be different, right?
Some points have to be
we saw him
established through multiple ideas
of the Earth to the stars.
He's like, can we agree on this?
Ideas are formed.
Yeah, he's like, can we agree on this? Can we agree on this? Can we agree on this? Yeah, okay, we can agree on this. Okay, so what about it? And then he switches to another subject, so we can agree on that as well.
So I agree. Like I said, I agreed with you saying, calling him out on that.
Because and that was never going to end. And he, one more question.
Well, whatever with the one more question. Let him ask one more question. Who cares? Like, what are you doing? You got to be.
Well, maybe you're asking him a question and he's trying to turn it back on you.
Hey, remember, Jack, sometimes they defeat themselves with their own words.
That's what makes it beautiful. That's when it's beautiful.
Yeah, if you heard my rant, because I was ranting last night, I said that like you give them 15 minutes and they're going to argue with themselves. I just like calling them out, because then they get frustrated, they get flustered. But when it's people like that, because I know people like that, the fact that he was still here, he was waiting to continue it further. So it doesn't matter how aggressive I would have been. If I had called him every cuss word in the book and didn't let him speak for a half an hour straight, he'd still be there waiting to argue some more.
Yeah, no, you could say you've met that type of person before, but you know, you're making an assumption there. The point is to give them the benefit of the doubt. I mean, sure they
Okay.
might. I mean,
All right. Hold on one second. Hold on. I'm stepping away for a while.
Remember, these Glovers, we want to kill them with kindness.
I mean, when they're, you know, still call them out and stuff on their BS, but like, holy shit, there's no need to get too worked up.
Like, and in my mind, it's like, I mean, I still love them. It's like I'm still trying to rescue them.
Well,
yeah, and remember, guys. Remember, like when you're talking to a real hardcore Glover or an anti-flat earther, if you will, you're at that kind of level. Like you're not really talking to normal people. Normal people are out on the street. Normal people are at work. Normal people are in other places. They're not on the internet. Normal people are not on the internet. They're not on Discord. Normal people, good people, for the most part. I mean, most of us in here are good people. We're on Discord. But that's not to say that, and maybe even like, you know, maybe even 75%, say, or 50% or something or whatever, people on Discord in general are good people. But a good solid 25%, which doesn't reflect the real world, are just absolute, to the core, retarded scumbags on Discord. So it's like, just remember, like, it's not really worth wasting your breath to talk to a retarded Glover. Like, what I'm trying to say is you should really focus your attention on talking to smart people who don't know that the Earth is flat. Because you won't be wasting your breath with them.
Yeah. I think those are the people that really have that cognitus or are just really unwilling to hear the arguments the most is those people that are like very entrenched in it, like have physics degrees and or like want to study for a physics degree or some shit, you know. And I think having conversations with those people is the most interesting, because, you know, I know a decent amount, but I don't know it all, and I'd like to, you know, I haven't heard it all. Like, we're still, you know, everybody's still trying to figure things out. Not in terms of the shape of the Earth on this server. I'm just saying, just learning. Pursuit of truth. And, you know, I'd like to hear the truth according to them on why they think the Earth's a globe. Matter of fact, now that it's quiet down a little bit, I think I'm gonna check out this video that he linked.
Gonna go grab myself a cup of coffee. But yep.
Conversation's dead now that I'm back.
I mean, it's just a bunch of flat earthers. I'm watching that video that you linked.
Get to anything interesting yet?
No, it was mostly just the intro, pretty much. They're talking about it.
Okie dokie. Yeah, I just had to deal with some late night harassment. Oh, I guess it's early morning now. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. Oh my gosh, I'm trapped in the Discord addiction. When I first got into Flat Earth, I was on the internet. Like, if I wasn't at work, I was on Poncho Pete, or I was on, Wesley Stace or somewhere talking about Flat Earth, man. Back in 2015, and now I'm back in it because Critical Inception got me back on Discord.
Yeah, huh. That video's interesting.
Yep, man, it's not just a flash in the pan. It's something everybody can try, and I thought it was always interesting way back when, probably 2017 perhaps, when if you pull up Google Earth and you can see the entire globe, and you pull the East Coast to the West Coast, or the east side of the globe to the west side of the globe, and do it again, then you should come back to where you started, right? 2 half rotations should equal a full rotation coming back to where you started. But you could rotate it like sometimes 5 times before coming back to where you started. Showing that globe model is complete and utter garbage. And the reason it does that is because of those gappy, oceans. They don't, something weird goes on when you try to investigate the oceans with the GPS, with the globe model, with everything.
It's like the land masses don't even fit on a ball of that size, for goodness sake.
Yes, like that.
Yeah, right. Oh.
Yeah, a lot of it is very interesting. Like, South Pacific Ocean, huge, nothing. Like,
I think I need to think more about what they said. But I think what they were describing in the end was like, I can't see the relationship between why that's the case. With what they were talking about, where you were talking about that lost water or whatever. Like, I understand.
No. That was the second thing. No, that was the second thing where you rotate the globe, like to get a 180 turn. That's what I'm saying. It gets really weird when you try to like do measurements over large masses of water.
What do you mean exactly?
It's just from playing with Google Earth. I just find a lot of weird stuff when I try to measure distances over water and stuff like that. I know I'm being vague, and that's fine. You don't have to. It's not.
I understand what you're saying now. Like, basically, what he said. If you have a globe Earth and you just peel it from under, from the bottom, and you have all those spaces in between, it makes sense what he's saying. But
yeah.
And it makes sense what you're saying too. Like, because I haven't messed around with like the measurements on Google Earth, so
yeah, like I played with it.
Yeah,
I played with it with that profile cut, right? That uses a flat baseline, by the way. But when you like pull it over extensive pieces of ocean, like you look at two lines that look like they should be the same size, and then one is particularly longer than the other. It's kind of confusing what I'm saying without demonstrating, but it's just Google Earth is weird, and not that we live on a model anyway, but I'm just saying it makes interesting conversation for Globers when I show them these things, and they're like, "What? How does that work?"
They get that glazed eye look.
Yeah, that fluoride stare. They got that fluoride stare.
Yep, and they just ignore it for the most part.
Oh yeah. I mean that's definitely not for me like flat Earth proof or anything, but it's enough for them to scratch their heads to start asking questions, and I love questions.
Like
unless they're not actually asking a question.
I seriously cannot count the amount of videos that have been shown to the remainder of the Globers. Like the ISS is not real, and none of them attempt to even explain it. None of them.
Yeah. Do you know about the recent one with the I think it was the China space station? And they had a cup of water sitting next to their laptop.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Right. Yeah, gravity isn't supposed to exist up there, right?
Yeah, I mean, considering they're doing tests all the time with like, you know, fluids floating out of cups, and you know, our favorite
Here's a cup of
astronaut.
water just sitting here chilling on this countertop.
Yes, and then our favorite astronaut Don Pettit invented a way to drink coffee in space with this plastic bag, and then when they cut the film, you see the coffee jump outside of the plastic bag because it was a CGI layer.
Yeah, right. Yep.
So fluids act really weird in space, like really weird. Sometimes they jump out of bags. Sometimes
Jack,
they sit on the counter.
You just don't get it, do you? No, I'm just kidding.
You just don't understand. You just don't understand. Or maybe it's because English is not my first language. Like, dude, it's not your language, dude. It's not a language barrier. That's the problem here.
It's just absurd.
Yeah, but to argue that point, you were getting them on like trivial shit too, like, oh, you didn't say Google Earth. Oh, you meant Google Earth, like.
No. I literally
dude.
No, let me explain that, and I'm dead serious about this. Google Maps has a different way of doing it than Google Earth. Okay, so no. I'm saying
like that was retarded.
He kept saying, "Well, go to Google Maps," and I'm like, "No, you need to go to Google Earth to see what I'm saying about the exact thing he was explaining. That when you go east or west in the south, it goes towards the equator. Same with the north." But he's like, I can go to Google Maps right now, and I'm like, no, you got to go to Google Earth.
You say it so eloquently right now, but when you were arguing with him, you literally repeated Google Earth for the next 3 minutes.
I know, because I wanted him to go to Google Earth. I still want him to go to Google Earth.
I think that was just a language barrier. Fucking, he fucked up. And
that may have been. You know, yeah, I wasn't mad at him. I was like trying to convince him he was at the wrong place.
But you were really driving that home as if that was like, I don't know.
They're two different programs. I mean, they're really two different programs. So
yeah, I know they are.
Hey, Jack. I think what these guys are trying to say is just with the next Glober, try to be a little more patient.
I'll try. I'm not promising anything, but I'll try. My wife's been telling me about this for years, like not on this subject, but the other subjects I speak on. She's like, you know, people are trying to get this information, and it's like they're drinking from a hose, but you're giving them a fire hose. And my statement is always, well, even if it's a fire hose, they're going to get wet. Something's going to stick. Even if they don't retain all the information, something's going to resonate with them. It's going to be like an earworm, and it's, you know, it's just going to get in there. And like I said, even though I'm quite aggressive on these subjects, these people still come back every time.
I mean, you say every time, but I don't believe you.
Okay, that's maybe an exaggeration most of the time. How's that?
All right.
We accept that. It happens often, okay?
I mean,
I'll just keep minimizing it. It happens once in a while.
Look, keep tabs on, you know, the people that you talk to and the return rate, and I have like a report on my desk at the end of the month.
That's right.
Coming up.
And that's going to be really hard because Monday we're going to be talking to a lot of strangers, and I don't think that's going to be a very high return rate because we're doing activism on Monday. So.
Oh. Right on.
After Flattoberfest, we're going down to downtown Greenville, and we'll be talking to lots of people.
Nice.
It's always we always do. I mean, if I was to keep count, it's probably like, you know, a couple hundred at least every time we do it.
Just remember to keep your cool there.
No, you don't get it, dude. That's me. Okay, so when we go in our group, right, there's the calm, collective one, and then there's me, and then there's the other people that are kind of like apologetic, you know? So as a group, we work well.
You understand, though, if you let them lay out their argument and then you calmly crush it, it has much more of an impact than just jumping down their throat, right?
Yeah, I understand. I'm more get the butts in the seat guy when we're doing activism. I get people
Red
coming
Knight does
from.
have a point, though. Yeah, it's like it's because what he's saying, it goes beyond personal. It's actually observable in like the public view. Is what he's saying.
Well, they're
Yeah.
digging. They're pulling this idea that they believe of their, that is a foundation to their beliefs, and presenting it to you, and that's when it's an exposed part of their foundation that you can cut down.
I'm definitely not calling out, begging the question when I'm doing activism. Just to let you know, that doesn't happen. I kind of
hit 'em
figure.
with like all the logical fallacies that they're doing.
Yeah, I don't do that. No, no. I usually meet them where they're at.
The
But
only advice I have for you, Jack, is patience. Patience.
Just
I hear
listen to what they have to say, and because you've been there too, right? Everybody here has been there.
yeah,
So,
but some people, okay. I'm not apologizing for myself, but I kind of am too. Some people are, even though it's abrasive, some people are attracted to that as far as like someone that's,
yeah, some people like the
has
abuse.
fervor in the subject.
Okay? Yeah,
Has
some
fervor in
people
the
like the
subject.
abuse. You're right.
Well, no. Like,
I'm talking about
you to ultimately change yourself. You're still going to be you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So when I do activism, right? Like I've actually done it with a loudspeaker, and I don't need it. I have a very loud voice, and what I do is, I shout things that are questionable. It would be questionable to most people, I guess you could say. For me, it's definitive, right? But I've had people come from the other side of the park where we weren't anywhere near, and they heard me, and they were like, I want to see what's going on over there.
You're so fast on the defense. It's insane.
Yeah, I don't do that. I don't do that with activism. I don't need to.
Right.
Like let's say, for instance, a most recent one, right? I was in a Chick-fil-A parking lot, drive-through, and Chick-fil-A is a restaurant for people who don't know. And I'm wearing a hat that I recently made, and it says "Sextant measure angles to stars using a flat Earth baseline." Okay, that's all the hat says. So one guy working the window, waiting for my food to be ready to hand it to me, asked me about my hat. So I started explaining it to him, and another employee heard me. And then I started talking about other flat Earth proofs and so on and so forth. And I ended up like kind of locking up the restaurant for a couple minutes because all the employees were listening to me flat smack them. And when I was done with it, the kid was like, "Hey, where can I get that hat?" And I'm like, "Here you go." And I threw it at him,
Nice.
So I didn't have to, argue with him. It's just like if you listen back to the beginning of the conversation with me and what's his name? Emla? I can't remember now. Emla? Is it? Something like that.
Yeah.
Anyways, at the beginning of the conversation, I was very patient with him when he was begging the question of a model and everything else. And as he progressed, I was like, okay, I know what this guy is doing. He's just going to keep on keeping on, He couldn't concede a point. And then he tried to, argue several times over that the horizon was in front of the platforms and behind the platforms, So it wasn't. I don't approach every person the same way. I'm not as aggressive with someone who is neutral to the subject or new to the subject. But it's like when I came in and I talked to the teacher, what's his name,
in
Matthew.
his case, he was hardcore Globe for sure.
Yeah,
and he
yeah,
was
and I and I know he's been in here for about a year or whatever. And I knew that, you know, he does circular reasoning because I listened to him the night prior about you can't see the horizon, but yet here we're going to use the horizon to measure the horizon that you can't see. I mean, I could tell, you know, what conversation I was going to be getting into. And, you know, if it's a newbie, I know how to approach a newbie. It's, you know, I could tell that this guy, you know, and by the way, he struggled with his mic for like a long time. And he struggled with his mic just so he could come in here and talk some globe smack. I mean, it was ridiculous. But I understand that, you know, some people on the outside looking in might think, yeah, he was walking all over him. He wasn't letting him talk. But I could see, you know, I could see the pattern. I don't talk to my wife and my children this way.
Just, yeah. Just for the future, I mean, because it's a live stream.
Yeah. I hear you.
Yeah, wait. And then, yeah.
I hear you.
Patience is actually a virtue.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we entertained him for a while. It's like, okay, one more question. All right, I'll answer that. One more question. All right, I'll answer that. One more question. Like, after a while, it's like, okay,
after all, who had to change subjects because he lost. So
yeah.
Well, like I said, you know, he might have been building up to a bigger point, and you know, maybe one more question is, yeah. Well, maybe the one more question thing might have been a language barrier thing, and you didn't mean specifically one more question, but
I know that.
In addition to this point that I'm trying to make about this point.
Even if he said, let me ask 100 questions, at some point, I'm still going to cut him off.
That's true. I mean,
like,
that's
you
true.
know,
That's fair.
if he were building up to a bigger point, I really wish that were the case, but it's
He
not
did struggle.
true when he changed the subject entirely.
Well,
yeah, because I told him with all these subjects, are you getting to a point? Because I want to hear the end point.
Right.
And then he changed the subject to something else, and it's like, oh my gosh, like, it's so frustrating, you know.
Yeah. I mean, you shouldn't get too frustrated
That's not
with
scientific.
it, right?
That's not fair. I mean, whatever.
Like, if you're getting frustrated, maybe you should just withdraw.
Sorry, I should have said annoying, not frustrating. Okay, I was not angry at all
You
at
shouldn't
anything.
get annoyed either. Like,
no, it's just
if you're
annoying.
getting annoyed from a debate, like.
It's like, you know, some kid flicking your ear over and over and over again, you know? Like, you may not turn around and punch them, but you could get annoyed.
Well, keep in mind, Jack, you know, I would say about half of the reason of why I came to the, you know, truly solid, not, you know, like I originally came to the initial realization the earth is flat, but I mean, like, more so came much more solidly feeling like I knew that the earth is flat just by acknowledging, you know, the nonsense that the globers were saying. Because, you know, like I was looking at the 2 buckets thing, you know, the bucket of globe evidence, buckets of flat earth evidence.
Right.
And, you know, what I'm saying is just noticing how empty the bucket of globe evidence is. You know, was like a good half the reason why I was thinking the earth is flat. So what I'm trying to say is, like, I kind of wish the guy was still here now just talking his globe nonsense, because that's sort of half the reason why I'm a flat earther is globers just talking their nonsense. They got nothing.
Yeah, that's why I kept trying to redirect the task and say, okay, let's stop talking about this. Let's talk about physical globe proof. You know, that's what, you know.
Yeah, keeping him
really going to get into it. Yeah, if you keep doing that though, and then he keeps detouring and he talks about 20 other things, it's like, you're not talking about the actual point here.
So just be like, when are we going to arrive at the point that, you know, or about the point of the curvature, you know, whatever your evidence is for it.
Like, that's really not fair to bring up a point on their side and then just abandon it and bring up a totally different topic.
But that's globe logic, dude. That's what they do.
I know.
So, Jack, I think the criticism from the other guys on you is just to keep it more cordial. I think is the word. If I'm using that correctly.
No, I completely understand. I hear what you guys are saying, and I can say I'll try, but I can't guarantee anything because I know how I am. You know. You can remind me too. You could tell me, hey, chill, whatever. That's fine.
I said something when I thought like for the most part you were doing all right. It was just that I said whatever I said when I thought you were being a little bit overburdening, but I think it was
He just knew what he was going to argue before he said it.
Yeah, I've been at it for a minute, so. It's good to be doing this online again though. I miss it. It is 5:40 in the morning for me, so I'm gonna tap out, guys. But appreciate you letting me get away with my rant a little bit, and then checking me on the side. It's perfectly fine. Y'all have a good one.
Cool.
Likewise, Jack. Take it easy, bro.
Take care.
So you said you came from you were a moderator on another server, right, Derek?
Flat Earth Christian server, yeah.
Is that a big server?
It was at the time.
It's not anymore, or what?
I have no idea. I left it a long time ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the server owner was making backdoor deals with people who scripturally speaking have allegiances with demons.
Oh, so they were federal agents?
No. Not sure where you came up with that.
So what do you mean by like back
People in
end?
Hollywood.
Like, okay, all right. So what do you mean by
people in Hollywood are federal agents according to you? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I didn't know. Well, I was just making a
Right.
joke. It was just
Yeah,
tongue in
well,
cheek.
dude, seriously.
What?
People in Hollywood.
Yeah, what about people in Hollywood?
Most of them are sellouts.
All right. All right. So, are you saying that he made a deal with people in Hollywood?
Yeah.
Hmm.
You don't remember Logan Paul kind of coming out of the flat earth closet?
Was he on that server?
No, he wasn't on that server, but he was a result of the server owner.
I guess I
do you
don't
like not
understand.
knowing Logan Paul or something?
I don't really know. I know that
Okay.
he fought. He did a fight, a couple fights, right? And I know I guess his brother is a wrestler too, or something. Or am I thinking of somebody else?
No, it sounds about right.
Okay. Yeah. What about him? I don't know too much about him.
Well, okay. The server owner of this Flat Earth Christians server I ran it for him basically, with the exception of Miguel.
Mhm. Wait, is Logan Paul? Is that guy Hollywood? I thought he just like made a YouTube channel or something like that.
Well, that's part of it, yeah. I mean, he's been canceled before on YouTube.
Okay.
And then he made a huge apology to YouTube, and they gave him his standing back. Did you know that?
No, obviously, like I said, I don't know too much about the guy, so
Okay.
can't say I do know that. So like you and this other guy ran the Discord mostly.
Well, yeah, I moderated as much as I could. I mean, it was a flat Earth Christian server, and it was freaking nuts.
Yeah.
Because the server owner was doing backdoor deals with freaking
Yeah.
Logan Paul.
How did you become privy to this information?
No, I wasn't privy to it until after he came out with it.
Oh, he was like, yeah, Hollywood.
No, beforehand he was like, "Oh yeah, it's a secret. You guys will be so excited." And then he comes out with Logan Paul. Nobody was excited. Like, you're such an idiot.
I don't get it. So he made a deal with Logan Paul to do what?
To say that, you know,
he's a flat earther?
Yeah. Yeah, it was all about flat Earth.
So it was like somehow a promotion?
Yeah, right, exactly. Even though Logan
why is
Paul
it
is
so
in there
hard to
saying
say
like,
that?
"Oh, yeah, the Earth is totally flat." And you could just see the fear in his eyes. He wasn't there of his own will.
Well, he wasn't where?
At the Flat Earth Conference.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry, again, I don't know anything about the guy. So he went to a conference and that was all the Discord owners doing, correct?
Like,
That's what
Logan
you're
Paul
saying.
didn't even know what he was talking about, but he was there simply because a deal was made.
Okay,
And
so you
and
brought
and
some
the
awareness.
server owner who I was moderating for was just full of shit too. His name's Robbie Davidson. The man's full of shit.
About what?
About everything. Pretending to be a Christian. Like, he's one of the worst human beings I've ever met in my life.
Hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of crummy people out there.
Yeah, you don't say. What I value is honesty, but this guy is not among them.
What was he dishonest with you about?
Doing backdoor deals.
Oh, that's the guy. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
I see. I got you.
And then he hid it from his entire media
So what's so
team.
bad about him going to Logan Paul and being like, "Hey, we're trying to
There's
promote
no
this
such
event."
thing as gaining Logan Paul's attention unless you're doing backdoor deals.
What? You keep saying backdoor deals like some fucking really sinister is going down. I really don't understand.
Dude, in Christianity, there's no such thing as like, "Oh yeah, I have a great announcement." But I have to be secretive about it. No such thing in
because he
Christianity.
I guess I'm confused. Like, you never had a birthday party, like a surprise birthday party?
There's no such thing as lying to each other in Christianity. If you purposely lied to another person, you're not a fucking Christian.
Well, you know, we all
You
sin.
get that? Yeah, we all sin, sure. Purposely?
I mean, look, I don't think it was a malicious.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Was it that malicious that he kept that from you?
It was
I don't.
pretty malicious.
It sounds like you're taking it personal. Just
Well,
because
he
he wasn't.
sabotaged his entire staff.
How?
Because that's one thing you never do when it comes to the media and making a media event is keep a secret from your staff.
Did you guys get in trouble or something?
Oh, I didn't, but Robbie did.
What happened?
The man has no integrity left as a Christian, unless
What happened to
that person
Robbie?
is a fucking idiot.
Who's Robbie?
Robbie Davidson, Celebrate Truth.
I'm not sure. I don't know who that is.
He's got about 100,000 subs on his channel.
Oh, I don't really watch YouTube that much.
Either way, he's a goat.
So what? So something happened to Robbie because of this backdoor.
Oh yeah, he burned every bridge.
Who's he? Robbie.
I just told you.
Robbie Davis, or the other
Are you
guy.
listening to what I'm saying? Robbie Davidson.
Oh.
I shouldn't have to say it more than once.
Sorry, I guess your story's just a little confusing.
No, I guess your listening skills are just dog shit.
Maybe.
Already said it, and you're like, oh, I'm not sure I heard it right.
I don't know who these people are.
Yeah, you don't know.
But it sounds traumatic.
Indeed. Yeah, none of these truthers in the truth movement when it comes to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord or any of the other ones, they have no idea. I mean, some of them have an idea, I'll say that.
I don't know what you're talking about anymore.
Yeah. Anyway, have a good night, bro.
All right, you too.
Thank you.
I don't know if anybody's got anything else to say, but if not, do we have any? Does anybody know if there's any mods in here? Maybe we could get some music bot. Where are you at, Helio? See you. Is anybody still awake? Does anybody care to have a conversation? Anything they want to say? Any questions? Topics of conversation? All right, sirs. Have a good night.
You guys
Is
are
that
gonna
bad?
hate me for this.
What?
You know what I want? I want one example, Eddie, of why we should believe the Earth is flat. That's what I want.
Are you kidding me?
You son of a bitch! I want it so bad, and I am high and drunk.
I don't. We can
And
talk
you
about
guys want it
flat Earth
too.
as long as it's a joke and it's funny.
I'm
Because
cool.
if it gets angry,
Dude,
then it's not fun.
I'm not married to that.
If it's
round.
if it's jokey,
I'm not married to it.
And I want you to-
Jokey. Convince me that it's flat.
There's no way I could do that, man.
God, really? There's
It
not
would take-
one
it would take-
example?
It takes about a year and a half of like one.
Year and a half? That's too much.
Very hard. The
All right.
indoctrination's so strong. You look at your son's cartoons, it's all space. I look at all my shit, all the shit my son likes. His everything is there taking space.
I'm doing research on this currently.
Space.
I want to direct everyone to hashtag space is fake. 'Cause I've been doing research
Yeah,
on
check
space
that
being
out.
fake.
Check
Is that real? That's a real site?
Yeah, hashtag space is fake is something I'm investigating for my next hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm for legitimately looking deep into
Dude,
people
flat
that
Earth, there's
flat
so much
earthers
material
mock
there.
them.
There's
Flat
so-
Earth is like, what? Space is fake. What?
No.
You dumb
You
motherfucker.
flat earthers like
flat
flat
earthers
earthers.
walk away
No,
from
it's the
them.
same thing.
Oh, okay.
You got it all wrong. You got it all wrong.
Well, Eddie, I've got to think this is not very organized.
No, what I'm saying is
I got to think I
everybody that
couldn't have it
thinks-
all wrong.
No,
There's
everybody,
way.
anybody that thinks the Earth is flat, they totally don't believe what we're taught about what's above us. So when
the
people
sun?
say space
Wait a
is
minute.
fake,
What about the
mean-
sun?
They mean all the information we're getting. You're lying about that shit. That it's not that it doesn't exist. Of course it exists. We see it.
Right, of course.
But space is fake sounds ridiculous. Like
There's something
we're
up
looking
there.
at it and it's fake. That's ridiculous. That's
just
not what
the
it means. It
Truman
means
Show.
that all the information we got about all
We're
those
off.
lights in the sky.
Yeah, something
they're
else?
They're lying
NASA's
to
lying?
us. They're lying to us.
Why would NASA lie?
And there's a reason,
Well,
and
why
I can sit
wouldn't
here
they,
and tell you,
Brian?
but you guys don't want to hear it.
Hold on.
So I don't want to talk
Can you
about
give us the cliff notes?
The cliff notes are man.
Have you studied any kind of a?
He doesn't need to
from-
be. Let's hear just a few of it.
The goal has always been for the most powerful emperors is a one world government. They always wanted a one world government. All the Roman emperors, they try to figure out, they try to do different combinations. How about and they would fall, and a new emperor would come and go, you know what? I'm going to fucking rule
World
the world
domination, in other words.
Aztecs.
I'm not going to let my soldiers get married. That way we'll have a stronger army. They have different philosophies. Everyone believed different shit. But they all wanted a one world government. There's no way to have a fucking one world government. Nobody's into that shit.
Right.
Not even other rulers from small countries are like, one world government? That's going to put me out of a job. Fuck your one world government. People that don't know shit about politics don't want a one world government. There's no way you're going to sell a one world government. It's impossible. The only way to make a one world government work is to have the people embrace it. They have to want it because nobody wants it. So the trick is to make people want it, to embrace it. There's only one way.
I gotta pee.
There's only
Hold
one
on,
way.
Joe. This is very
You're gonna
important.
miss
I've
out
heard
on
this. I know this. I know this.
Okay,
Come
I
on.
don't know.
The
That.
only way, and they've known this forever. The Vatican knew this. The Vatican, the Pope wanted to rule the world. They all knew it, but they couldn't do it. They all knew it, but they knew one way, but there's no way how they're
What's
going to pull
the
it
one
off.
way, man?
The only way is if there was some extraterrestrial threat from up above us. That would be the only way to have everyone embrace the one world government. They all knew that for years.
They didn't work
That's
so
the
far.
plan. They could never
It's a
make
shitty
it work.
plan, though.
They didn't have the technology 500 years ago. The Vatican knew about it. They wanted it. And you go to the Vatican, you see paintings of like
Have you been there?
UFOs with aliens in them. And back when I used to believe in UFOs, but before I figured out that UFOs they want us to believe in UFOs. They're preparing us for a fake alien invasion. That's always been the plan. A one world government. The only way to do it is to get us to embrace it. And the only way to embrace it is from an alien attack. Ronald Reagan talked about it many times at the UN, CFR. He talked about it because wouldn't it make, he looked at all the leaders of the nation, of the world, and said, wouldn't it make our lives easier if we just had some kind of extraterrestrial threat? He said that shit. He said that in front of the UN. He's trying to get everybody into
I don't think he ever said that,
believing.
but-
No, he said that many times. It's on video many times.
Ronald Reagan?
And Ronald
Ever
Reagan.
heard of him,
And
Brian? Ever heard
I've
of
listened
George
to a lot of
Bush
speeches.
was vice president.
Right.
He was talking about, and there's many videos of him saying, what lies before us. He's in front of the nation doing a State of the Union address, saying what lies before us is the opportunity to forge a new world order, an order. Because he's talking about like
Do you
it's
think
time.
that means the space is fake?
Yes. No. When people ask me why would they fake space, it's always been about a fake alien attack. You can't have a fake alien attack.
I've never heard a politician ever talk
You can't
about
have a fake alien attack
though.
without space.
But I've never heard a politician
You
talk
have to have
about
space first. So they always, you know who promoted space more than anybody? Who wanted
Nazis.
Who wanted Nazis?
Russians.
But before the Nazis, you know who wanted
Cavemen.
space?
Aztecs.
No, the Vatican.
Mayans.
The Vatican. They have all the biggest. They have all the astronomers. They're all Jesuit Vaticans. All of them. All the ones that are giving us this information about space. They all come from the Vatican. The Vatican has the most
But the
powerful
Vatican said
telescope.
that the Earth.
You know what the name of the
Wait a
Vatican
minute. The
telescope
Vatican
is?
doesn't have the most powerful
Yes, they
telescope.
do. You know what its name is?
What
to
is
us?
it called?
The most powerful telescope, the Vatican. And you know what name it is? I've
What?
done the research on YouTube.
On
I have the
YouTube.
links. But you know what the name of this? Do you know
Isn't
what the
the biggest
name
one in
of
Chile?
this? The most powerful telescope in the world. It's in the Vatican.
What
Do
is
you know
it?
the Lucifer?
Lucifer's
What?
dick balls.
Lucifer?
Lucifer's dick and balls.
I've never seen this fucking telescope.
Yeah, it's legit, dude. I think the biggest one's in Chile. I think they have to be in high
It's in
altitude.
the Vatican.
Yeah, I don't think it's in the Vatican.
You guys didn't. So when people ask me why would they fake all this shit?
Well, I don't think that's the biggest telescope,
This
Eddie.
is just a crazy theory. I'm just.
It certainly
oh,
is.
We're
Now,
talking
I've
a
never
theory.
heard-
It's
Here's the
funny.
thing.
It's a funny theory.
But Eddie, these new Chile very large array telescopes that they're creating are fucking gigantic, and they
This guy
take
has
over
no-
enormous pieces of
Listen,
land.
Listen, I was with you.
Google
I was
the
with
very
you.
large
Listen, I was with
array.
you. It's called the Very Large Telescope. I watched the documentary with you at your house. It was like 2001, and
Yeah, I
it said
think-
in 5 years
Yeah.
there's a documentary about them putting together the Very Large Telescope in Chile, and they're talking about by the year 2005 we're gonna have 3 telescopes linked with a computer to make us. We're gonna see further into space than ever before. None of that shit came.
What are you talking about?
None
I
of
think
that shit came.
Is that
They
up?
said-
Is the very very large array up yet?
No,
Nope.
it's a very
Not up?
large telescope. It's
But I know they
all
have
images.
they have them in Hawaii. What's
Isn't
that?
it weird? Isn't it weird that every space documentary, all the series, I had them all. Joe had them all. We watch them all the time. I try to remember all the shit about a neutron star and a super hypernova. I was balls deep. Me and Joe
Hypernova.
were balls deep into space. And then
So
every
high.
now and then we'd watch this documentary after documentary. Morgan Freeman got the universe. We had
Yeah, that
all
shit
that
was
shit.
good.
I DVR'd all that shit. Anything that said space.
Will Smith
I was
has a new
fucking
one.
ball. I thought I was better than people and shit because I knew so much about space. And every now and then I'd watch all that shit and wonder what. This is all cartoons.
Eddie, why not?
This is all
hold on a
cartoons.
second.
And then I go, okay, whatever. And then I keep watching. All DVDs on space are all CGI. There's nothing real. And everyone watches that. They believe it. The narration is all programming. What's above us and what we're on, we're being lied to. Once you go flat, you never go back. Listen,
This is a campaign.
Listen, they're
Who
lying to
is-
us about everything,
Yes.
dude.
Who is
it's
they,
not about.
though?
It's not about.
Who are
it's not
they,
about
Eddie?
belief.
Eddie, who's
Here's the one
they?
thing. There's the one thing I want to say.
Okay.
It's like it's not that we believe something ridiculous and you don't believe it. We're gullible. We're gullible. We believe some weird shit about the flat earth. We believe some weird shit. You don't believe it, you're smart. It's not about that. It's about we actually don't know what we're on, and we always say that. We don't know, but based on all the shit that we got by the mainstream, we don't believe that.
Here's what
you believe that. So
think-
it's not that we believe something crazy and you don't because you smell it, the bullshit.
But isn't there a
It's like
scientific?
you-
isn't there a
we look at
scientific
it different.
tradition?
We look
Eddie,
at it totally
hold on.
different.
They told
We
you,
look at it
Brian.
as you believe
You use
all
this.
the
Hold
shit
on,
from NASA.
Bubba, you
Hold
use-
on. And we don't
Let him
believe
finish.
any of that
Yeah,
shit.
but you use
So
that.
we don't
wait,
believe
wait,
that
Eddie,
shit.
you use that microphone. You use a cell phone, right?
It's science.
Hold on.
I believe in it.
That's science.
I believe in it.
Okay, why do
I
you believe in
it.
that? And
because
why don't you
I don't
believe?
need a study. I don't need to read something to verify.
But you
It's
benefit
not
from
scientism because
science.
I experience
You
it.
benefit from
I know
science
it.
every day.
I know. I love
listen,
science.
why wouldn't you
I
believe
wanna-
that
I
those-
think we
I
gotta
love
cut
science.
this off. It's 10 o'clock.
Man, we gotta get out of here.
It's
I
10
love
o'clock.
science.
Come see me in Vancouver at the Vogue Theater and in Salt Lake City at Wise Guys, March 1 and 2.
I love science too.
I
And,
love science. I don't want to fight. I want to laugh about it. I'm an idiot. I believe in flat earth. I'm crazy. That's all you need to know.
just got kicked out of Starbucks for asking NASA employee questions because he's lying. You ever hear about the flat Earth? Did you know what's in the Bible? That the Earth's flat? You can't touch me.
One of the first lessons we learn in school is that the Earth is a globe and rotates on an axis and orbits around the Sun. But there is an increasingly large community of people who reject this and instead believe that the Earth is flat. BTV wanted to track down the real people behind this emerging internet conspiracy, so we travelled to LA to spend some time with flat earther Nathan Thompson.
Has anyone ever told you the Earth is flat?
I've heard.
Yeah, it's fun. I run a group called the Official Flat Earth and Globe Discussion. Could I get you in there?
Nathan runs the Flat Earth and Globe Discussion Facebook group, which now boasts close to 40,000 members.
At first, I was extremely skeptical. I thought this was the craziest idea I'd ever heard, and I was going to debunk it in 5 minutes. And after about a month of not sleeping and really just digging through the information, I was a flat earther. No one is just completely in the matrix and wakes up to the flat earth. They started out with 9/11, they started out with vaccines, they started out with chemtrails or something, because they're lying to us about a lot of stuff. It's more than just the shape of the earth.
My name is ODD, and I run a channel on YouTube called Odd Reality, and I go over many conspiracies, including the flat earth, and I recently hit 75,000 subscribers. What happens is you go to school and you're basically taught and you absorb the information that the earth is a spinning ball flying through outer space before you can even think on your own, before you can think critically. So you spend the rest of your life in that state of programming because you learned it at such an early age, it just becomes unquestionable. But what has happened is the current flat earthers have went back and looked, rigorously looked at this heliocentric model, and we've come to find that it's highly ridiculous and hardly anything in it has ever been proven, including the curvature and the motion of the earth.
We're not dealing with normal people that run the world here. They're psychopaths. I actually can't believe how popular the group is. I woke up this morning and I have 2,200 members to approve, so the group is just exploding.
We accompanied Nathan while he was out canvassing the streets of Orange County, trying to recruit some new members.
I would say 50% of the time, someone leaves a conversation with me saying, I didn't know any of that information and I'm gonna look into it. And then the other 50% of the time, they just reject it regardless of, what you show them. Everyone's coming out about all the celebrities, Shaq, Tila Tequila, B.O.B., Kyrie Irving. They're all talking about it, and it's kind of funny is that they just make it seem like a joke, but I don't think it's a joke that NASA steals $50 million a day, $19 billion a year. Oh. That's crazy. That's a lot of money, So I'm just out here trying to wake people up. Okay. I feel like it's my purpose.
Not only do supporters think that the Earth is flat, they also believe that it's surrounded by a heavily policed giant ice wall.
Oh yeah, so it's very easy to circumnavigate.
You really can just fall off.
No. There's an ice wall around and they guard it. So since 1961, they've been guarding the ice wall. And do you know what we started doing in the 60s? Fake space travel. Yeah, of course. Yeah, my pleasure. Right, thank you.
Regarding the ice walls, it's never been proven, but it makes a lot of sense. Something has to hold the water in. We know that the water is not falling off an edge and there's no ships and boats going off the edge. That's all a ridiculous conception to make people laugh at the flat earth theory when they hear about it. So the thing is the ice walls have been a part of maps for 1,000 years. The first map with the ice walls in it comes from around the year 1000 in the 11th century by Al-Biruni. And back then it was just a map. Now it's called the azimuthal equidistant map, and it's defined much differently. It's defined as a map that's a flattened out version of the globe, when in fact they reverse engineered it, and the globe is a rounded spherical version of the true world flat map.
So if the Earth is flat, then why are they lying? Why are they hiding it from us?
The group have also made claims that space exploration is fake and that NASA is a fraudulent organisation. Much of their beliefs, instead, are based on religious ideologies.
You know, a lot of Christians are drawn to the flat earth model because in the Bible, they back up the flat and motionless earth pretty much throughout the whole thing. But me, I'm not religious, and there's many people like me who aren't religious, not Christian, not anything, just looking for the facts. And the facts are is there's no curvature to be detected, and there's no motion that can be measured. So why are they telling us that it's so, you know, that these are proven facts? Why is it taught as fact in school when it's all just a theory?
The whole globe Earth model, in my opinion, it wasn't devised by men. It was devised by the devil who wants to deceive everyone. But NASA tells you that stars are billions of light years away. NASA in Hebrew means to deceive. Now, who speaks Hebrew? There's your answer right there. So you asked me who was behind it, and I think it's pretty obvious once you do the research.
This translation of NASA is popular amongst flat earthers and other conspiracy theorists. However, when we approached a professor of Hebrew at the University of Cambridge, we were given the following translation. So while the root of the verb to deceive is similar, this frequently used translation is in fact incorrect, and NASA in Hebrew actually means to lift.
NASA, to be, you know, to deceive in Hebrew or to lift, it doesn't really matter because either way they both come from the same root word. So it's not to lift. They're basically lifting you out of the real, you know, out of reality. They're lifting your imagination into outer space, which is not what we're told. You could look up at the sky and see the stars and the wandering stars, aka planets. But it's not like you can't go traveling into deep space. Everything we see is not billions of light years away or trillions of light years away, or the sun's not 93 million miles away. It's all contained within our sky. It's our system. You know, it's just, we have a barrier up there that prevents men or anything from leaving. And you could find this information admitted by NASA.
Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go.
The kinds of technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
And this is really the beginning, I think, of human beings leaving low Earth orbit.
You could also see for yourself that NASA admits that all the telemetry data for the moon landing missions is no longer in existence, and that we do not have the technology to go back to the moon.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence, and as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it still exists or not.
So you look at all that and you gotta wonder what's going on with NASA. Why were they able to go to the moon 6 times between 1969 and 1972? That's a 3-year period. They went to the moon 6 times in 3 years between 69 and 72. Here we are in 2017, and we can't figure out how to get past low Earth orbit, and we can't get back to the moon. That is very strange.
I'm here today because I was aware that the Flat Earth Society on Facebook was going to meet here. I wanted to meet with some of them and hear from their mouths what their thoughts on the way the Earth is shaped and how the solar system works.
We are not the Flat Earth Society. The Flat Earth Society has been propped up by the powers that be to be, it's basically controlled opposition. So when someone, if you start thinking, hey man, there's a lot of evidence that supports the Earth being flat, or you're actually one of those rare people that could do research unbiasedly, you go to look, and the Flat Earth Society is pretty much the top ranking result on most internet searches. So when you look up anything, they have a bunch of answers for things that do not make any sense. So if you like, well, what's gravity on the flat Earth? You look at their website and it basically says that the Earth is rising constantly at a certain rate, which makes up for gravity. But that's just absolutely ridiculous. If the Earth was actually moving and we were moving upward constantly, we would fly right into the sun, right? Something like that. So it's a big turnoff for new people that want to look into the flat Earth. You start looking into it, you find Flat Earth Society, you get told very strange, laughable answers to your questions, and then you give up your research right there. You're like, nah, the Earth's not flat.
Hey, have you ever heard the Earth is flat?
We invited Spencer Marks of the Independent Investigations Group to come and challenge some of Nathan's views.
The Independent Investigations Group is a rational, scientifically based skeptics organization that investigates claims of the paranormal and fringe science claims. Well, I'm pretty sure that the Earth is a globe. I believe, through research, you believe the Antarctica is an ice wall. Is that correct?
True, yeah. I haven't personally been to the ice wall. I've heard people have been turned around at gunpoint for trying to investigate the ice wall independently.
The ice walls do not have to be heavily policed, in my opinion. They keep us in the middle of our flat Earth, on the continents, you know, in the middle of the pond, if you will, surrounded by the ice wall. It's not like a 360 police holding hands, you know, with guns, waiting for someone to get there. There's an Antarctic treaty in place, signed by, I forget how many nations, 50 nations, 52 nations, something like that, quite a few. And anyway, it keeps people from independently going to Antarctica.
I know water doesn't fall off because there's an ice wall on our theory. So, I mean, how about, you know, how does water stick to a ball that spins 1,000 miles an hour?
Gravity.
But gravity is nothing more than a theory.
Because there's got to be some force that keeps us on the ground, right?
Well, yeah, there is. It's called density. So if Earth's moving 1,000 miles an hour around the equator...
But you're moving with it.
So there's no Coriolis?
No. Think about being on a train going like 60 miles an hour. Do you feel slammed against the back like this? Or do you just move with the train and it doesn't even really feel like it's moving?
But now jump on top of the train and spin the train. I'm open to evidence, and for the first month, all I wanted was Earth to be a globe. And the more research I did, the more I found out, you know, it's just a crazy concept.
The flat Earth is something that can't be shoved down someone's throat or told. You just can't tell someone the Earth is flat. You can't tell them the hundreds and hundreds of reasons why the Earth is flat and motionless. These people and, you know, all the people out there, you got to come to that conclusion on your own. And once you do, you'll see what I mean. Nobody could tell me the Earth was flat. You know, I had to figure it out on my own, and so do you.
Do you think we went to the moon? I'm just curious.
I know for a fact we went to the moon.
Oh, for a fact?
Yes. 100% of the evidence tells us we went to the moon.
Those astronauts are liars. You could tell before they went to the moon and after they went to the moon, their demeanor had completely changed from someone who's rock star celebrity to someone who's, I'm being told to lie. And basically my life's in danger if they would have came out about it. And I think they killed some of the astronauts. If you look at the number of people who died trying to get in the space program or be an astronaut, it's astronomical.
How does the sun move on the Earth?
Take this and put it right here,
right,
and go around it like this.
Okay, that means the sun wouldn't rise and fall in the east to the west as it does. It would literally go out, and it
kind of does, in my opinion.
The sun rises and sets due to perspective. Now you take a ball, you're on a ball. Okay, you take that ball, you rip it open, you flatten it out. It makes for a much, much larger surface area. So the sun being smaller and closer is able to circle around and go in its daily circuit and appear to come up and go down due to human perspective only.
I would believe in a flat Earth in a heartbeat.